Well, hello, and welcome to another intriguing edition of Sid Heresy DIY, also known as the Electronic Dojo. Welcome in, mates. Happy Tuesday. Happy last normal stream, and then chaos for the next 4 weeks or so. It's gonna be suck, but whatever. We've made it through worser scrapes than this. Speaking of worser scrapes, Porphyry with the 6 months. Thank you so much, and Oddball popping in those 25 bits. Appreciate it so much. Substatica first in. Pretty dope, pretty dope. Also with the joke, too. Appreciate it. Hope everyone's doing well. Had a good weekend. I don't know. I didn't do anything too cool. Yeah, nothing cool. Really.
Zero narrative gifted a tier 1
Whoa!
dark _3RD_dimension.
Zero narrative.
Zero narrative gifted a tier 1 sub to Lek1.
Popping in with the 5 gift sub love. Holy shit.
Zero narrative gifted a tier 1 sub to Ray Taylor.
Holy shit.
Zero narrative gifted a tier 1 sub to DNKTRA.
And Big Gizmo too. DNK, TRL, Big Gizmo. Those are, I know those cats. They're cool. Holy. And then Porphyry with 100 bits. Holy smokes. What is going on in tape? Hey, Big Gizmo, there you go. Welcome in. Kevin, good evening. Well, it's actually noon here, but I get the subjectiveness of the greeting. Good evening to you, I should say. Holy crap. Thank you so much. You rule. We got the hype train. Starting the stream off with the hype train. That's a good way to start. That and frosted flakes. Both of those things are a good way to start your day. Oh shit. Hold up. Forgot. I did a thing. That's right, I ran errands yesterday and I had to. Holy, wait. I just heard that. 37 bits from Oddball Donka. Well, if there's a hype train, there's hype to be had. Let's go. yes, oh yes, oh yes. We got the hype train madness going. What do we got? Still got time on? Still got 1 minute and 46 seconds. Let's go. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oh, shoot. Keep hitting on the button. What a great way to start. Oh, look at that.
Hype, synthesizer wave 1, synthesizer wave 2, synthesizer wave 1, synthesizer wave 2, synthesizer wave 1, synthesizer wave 2.
Mr. Chainsaw with the 6 months. Let's fucking go, mate. Let's fucking go. Thanks so much, mate, for the hype train there. What did we get? 5 gift subs. Level deuce. 162 bits. Thank you very much, mates. Oh, just calm down a little bit there, the old tickers in the triple digits. Let's get down to double digits. And so it is. Catch up on chat. What a gamer. Call me Ozzy. Ozzy? Yeah, there you go. I come into a dance party that was awesome. It's been a while since I've seen one of them. Yeah, we had a... I can't remember what the reason was. We didn't have the green screen, but I don't remember why. Can't remember what the reason was. But now we got the green screen, so we can create a monicum of backgrounds. One of those including is the dance party. I think one time I tried to do the dance party, and I did like a half cut where it's like, yeah, you have like one thing flipping through, and then the other doesn't quite work. It looked really stupid. All right, got my breath back. Now I just need to get my burps back. Nah, I'm kidding. We've been building some breadboard stuff, LEDs. Just teaching her basics. Me and my 5-year-old daughter. Oh, let's go. Let's go. That's awesome. That's awesome, mate. That's great to hear. Really great to hear. Yeah, some of you cats have brought up how you've been inducting your mini-me's into this crazy world of solder and humility. It's great to hear. We did some coding in the Arduino. I taught her about resistors and switches and stuff. Right. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Not necessarily, I mean, it's been this way for a while, but I think a lot of the younger kids now, like the accessibility to programming and working with like MCUs and you know, like Arduino and Tinsy and Daisy and all those other. Oh wait, there we go. All the other members in DuckTales. What the hell was I talking about? Anyways, all those things are so accessible these days, and they're very easy to program. There's tons and tons of resources. You know, it's just it's a great time for I think people and you know that have any inkling into getting into that kind of stuff, including myself. Got a little inkling, little tiny one. Snap circuits are pretty cool. Good. I don't know the snap circuits. Is that like circuits from the government? That's a dumb joke. Let me see. Snap circuits. Oh, it comes up automatically. I've never seen this before. Oh, this is cool. There we go. Yeah, this kind of reminds me of, I forgot what they were called. Radio Shack used to sell it, and it was, you had a whole bunch of different electrical components on this board, and then you had these little springs where you'd put the wires in to attach it. So that, and the springs would be closed, so you'd basically just bend them over and you could stick the wire in and then release the spring and it would hold it in place. It wasn't perfect, but it was debatably better than breadboard in a lot of respects. But I had one of those when I was like 5 or 6 or something, and I loved the hell out of it. It was so fun, but I didn't know what I was doing. I was just, you know, following the instructions. And to this day, I still don't know what I'm doing. I'm just following the instructions. Yeah, this is very similar concept. Probably a little bit more rugged. It looks more rugged. Not that you could, like, take it off-roading, but... Man, and just as expensive, too. Like, man, that's a lot of bones. And I remember before they were really expensive, too. That's why I'd always want one, but my parents would be like, we want a car, son, for the whole family. And I'm like, fuck. Like through-hole Legos? Yeah. I think that's an apt description of it. Hey, I mean, you do you, baby. You do you. There's more than one way to go about all this stuff, so... And I don't think any of them are wrong. Some might be better for different scenarios, different people, different all that, but... None of them are the improper way. This is cool, though. They got some more reasonably priced, but I guess like the big starter kits are like going to be over $100. That's still cool. It's too cool. I'm gonna fix this camera. It's a little. There we go. Yeah, super expensive. Well, I remember the. What was it? Let me see if I can find it. 501 electronics kit. Oh, I think they bought that. Alenko. Or maybe not. No, that's just what's showing up. It was clacking. Oh, weird. I think it's the same company. I think that they changed their setup and their branding, or they acquired that company or something, because when I look it up, let me see. There we go. This is what I was thinking of. When I was a wee lad. I don't remember which one I had. I remember some kid had, this one guy I know, he had this one, and I was like, dude, that's so badass. The Heath kits, oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, these were pretty cool. Back in the day. I might have had this one. I can't remember which one I had. This looks really familiar. So I think it might have been this one. But they did kind of mix and match different elements. Dad taught me how to build radio. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, when I was that age, I was messing with these things, and we didn't have Legos. We invested in the constructs, which did not really take off like Legos did. Yeah, I think the difficulty with this is that you like had one. Like you only had one 1K. You only had one 10 nanofarad, you know, like if you're gonna do some damage, you'll need more than one of something. Yeah, they had the input-output transformers. That was kind of neat. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I remember these a lot. And I think this is kind of where I probably got my genesis into into like electronics and so forth, or at least, piqued my curiosity. I remember I remember when I was that age, I was like really into a bunch of stuff. Like I was into that. I liked building stuff. My dad got me into model paint, model making. So I'd have like I mostly did like aircrafts. I don't know why. I wasn't exactly like an aircraft freak, but I did a lot of different aircraft builds and of models. And then the other thing was I got into this computer. I always forget what it's called. But it was a little tiny computer that you bought from Radio Shack, and it had these little chiclet keys. It was terrible for an adult, but perfect for a little kid. And it ran BASIC, and you plugged it into your television set. You didn't need a computer monitor or anything like that, and it could do full color. And then we had like a tape cassette deck to store the stuff on, but I just had like a little spiral bound booklet with all the basic code, and I would just do data entry and punch it in. And of course, you learn a little bit like what print does and stuff like that. You kind of figure and go to, and you start to understand what you're writing, but I sure as hell didn't. TMK DK, welcome in. Look up Radio Shack Science Fair. Radio Shack Science Fair Kit. Yeah. That's what those were. That's what those were. TRS-80, it might have been that one. It was like a smaller... It was based off the TRS. We got Marzipanda in the house. Konnichiwa to you. Yeah, it was based around the TRS-80, but it was a variation of it that was really small. There it is. Maybe it was. No. Here, let me see. Now I'm curious. There it is. The MC-10, that's what I had. So I had this as a little kid. And I kind of learned BASIC. And that's really like the extent of my programming knowledge was from this. I mean, I was like 12 and I kind of tried to learn C for Mac OS 9. But I eventually ran into a brick wall and like never bursted through. This thing's hilarious. It has like these little chiclet size buttons for the keys. And like, yeah, they famously work great for children, but for adults, it's really cramped. I wish there was a banana here so you could get some scale. Converted RAF chef for a Well, I guess it was good to learn. I mean, it did do some cool stuff, as I recall. I don't think it had any really neat games or anything. Or at least not in the booklet. Like, the booklet was more, you know, I remember the one program I would write called Kaleidoscope, and it did exactly what you thought. It just randomly put up color boxes, and you can kind of see it here. Like, you could pull up the graphic, like the sprite pack, I guess was what this would be. And you had these, oh, that was great zoom in there. So you had these shapes that you could use. And so Kaleidoscope would use these shapes. But obviously you could make like a, you know, an Atari looking esque sort of program with it. And yeah, you had all your shortcut keys here. Go sub, return, if, then. Don't remember how you got these commands to pop up though. Maybe hit shift? I don't know, so long ago. I can't even imagine trying to program on one of these again. I wonder how much these cost actually. It'd probably be easier just to get an emulator than it would to try to go hunt one of these down and then fucking find an RF converter and all this shit to plug it in and then to be like, oh, this keyboard sucks. I should just emulated this. We did a lot of programming, a lot of gaming, and a lot of engineering. Nice. Velvet, welcome in. Control and the button. Yeah, I was wondering if that control was going to be different than the shift. Yeah, I mean, it would be fun, I suppose. I think old me would get frustrated pretty easily, though. Yeah, it'd almost be better to try to find the full-size version, like just the regular TRS-80. Because I believe that has the same key bed. Or the same key layout. Man, but I doubt I could find here, there we go, there's one. Lot of info here on the TRS-80. Big wiki on that. I just wanted to look at this, and it doesn't have the goddamn keys, the shortcuts, so waste of time. I do want the shortcut version. So I don't know. You know, I think what's his name? Bald Engineer has these up. Here, let me do something really quick. eBay, let me make sure my eBay account, yeah, it's fine. $100? Oh my God. I remember it has like a weird power connector. So if we got one without a power supply, it would, you know, you'd have to. So it's $100 after shipping. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think I'm that interested. If it was under $100, I might make it. Oh my God, the even more painful keyboard. Ooh, shit me. What the hell is the Alice? What the heck is this? It's the French version? Oui? Oh yeah, I think it might be like a localized version of it. That's funny. Does it have still have a regular ASCII? It does not. That is not QWERTY. Now I'm wondering if I'm making this mistake all along. Ah, you bastard, come on. Yeah, so that's QWERTY, but this is not, so it must be French. Azerty, yeah, you know, Azerty, that took off. There was QWERTY, there was Dvorak, and then Azerty. As Stepway, I still have a TRS-80 color computer. Oh, wow. Glad they moved. I know, I can't even imagine trying to type with that nowadays. I don't think I ever. I remember learning about it, but I never tried it. I had like our old Mac. We had like you could take the keys and you could like redo it for Dvorak, but we didn't want to do that. How is that a good sign there? That doesn't look. That looks kind of like the kaleidoscope program that I ran. So maybe that is what it is. That's great. Awesome. Here, we'll go back to this. Actually, I guess we go back to the mat. Here, let me fix this, though, because it's not very cool. I'm using a Plank these days. It's still shopping for a split keyboard to build. Yeah, I love splits. I tried it. I didn't like it. It took so long to learn. Wasn't worth it in the end. Yeah, supposedly it was a bit of a hoax or whatever. Like, I guess the data that showed that it was faster wasn't repeatable. Yeah, that's right. There was some. I remember now. This is like a video on YouTube, so take it with a grain of salt. But I remembered. Yeah, there was a lady who was like the speed typing champion or whatever, and she was even on David Letterman or something like that, this talk show, and it turned out like it was all this kind of hoax to try to promote Dvorak key layout, because that's what she was using. But then, like, it turned out like every test they did with her live, she scored significantly less than her closed test that you didn't see. So she would claim she'd do like 300 words per minute or whatever, but then when she would go to show it off on like television, she'd only get to like 150 or something like that, which is still very, 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 very fast, but nowhere near the groundbreaking speed that she was claiming. And I'm paraphrasing all this from my poor memory, so I could be getting on details wrong too. She could have been a man. She could have been 3 raccoons in a trench coat pretending to be a man. We'll never know. Science will fail us there. What?
Howdy.
Ruggers Customs coming in with that 4 months. Let's go. Howdy yourself, mate. Hope you're doing well. Speaking of basic computers, I have an old TI CC40 in a nice carrying. Oh, that's cool. With an original manual. Oh, wow. Very, very swanky. If you watch someone who knows it in and out, like the Primogen, its speed is huge. Yeah, that was the thing, call me, is that, there was no advantage. I think is what they found. It's like, Dvorak didn't give any advantage over. Let's go! Ruggers, thank you for those 10 bits for the Pickle Rick. Appreciate it. I keep going back and forth on trying to mess with it and sell it. Yeah, with the, is it not functioning? Oh my god. Sometimes Dr. Pepper just feels like I'm drinking the power of the gods. Or Powerade, one or the other. But probably not that. Powerade tastes a little more sweet. Oh man. Ooh. I knew it. Oh, wow. Wait, what? I just got my schedule for this gig coming up. By the way, guys, Thursday, we won't have a stream, and Saturday we won't have a stream this week. We should be able to have one on Tuesday, but this Thursday and Saturday won't be able to have a stream. I'll be at this gig, which I just get the schedule, and it's like, it's night owl action. Like, I don't go in till 3 p.m., and then I'm there till 11 o'clock, and then the next day, I'm there from noon to midnight. And then the day after that, what? Oh my god. Okay, here's where it gets fun. So I'm there till midnight on like Friday, and then Saturday I come in at 6:30 in the morning and work till 5:30. So that'll be double time and a half. And then the day after that is another 6:30. Oh yeah, so I will not be able to sneak a stream in, is what I'm getting at, I think. Because that day that's short term, as soon as I get home, I'm just going to probably pass out. Because I got to get back up and do it again the next day. But whatever. I mean, that's fine. No money. That's cool, though. I'm going to get a short turn because I was doing the math for these gigs, and I was like, man, I'm working all this time, and I'm only going to make that much money? But then I was like, I was giving the bare minimum. So I'm like, oh, there's going to be some overtime. There's going to be some extra hours. I'll make more. Booyaka. I completely functions, but it's basically a one-line LCD display. Like, oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen that before, like on. Let me see. Let me go TI CC40. Hopefully, I can find it that way. Yeah. This rude boy. Cool, you got like a case and everything. That's its library? Holy shit. Wait, this is machine code, isn't it? I guess not. It doesn't look like basic though. I guess it kind of does. I don't know. I don't know enough. Why am I pretending like I do? Who am I trying to impress? Oh, yeah. Me. Trying to impress myself. Yeah, it probably does. I know a lot of those, if you wanted to run basic, if it wasn't natively built in, you could either swap the ROM out, or sometimes they'd have like a cartridge or something to run it. I don't know. Sounds crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. That's what I have to do in my MSX. Oh, is run a separate cartridge for basic. Yeah. Well, do you get? Is it even valuable on the eBay? Let's see, shopping. Let's do this. Here we go. eBay 1982 Texas Instruments. Oh, it's a little bit. Well, wait a minute. No, this is the wrong one. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough call. I try not to collect computers if I'm not going to use them unless it has like some sort of sentimental value. And even then, that's like, why am I attaching sentimentality to something that's not as good as Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Wait, what? It doesn't make cinnamon. Oh, man. Anyways. 500 to 800, damn. Dad used one on the Jelly Frizz and he didn't want it. You can sell it if you want. Oh, there you go. The Deck Talk chip, nice. Yeah, that's kind of my philosophy. I'd rather turn that into money and take that money and buy me an Xbox or not, whatever. I've actually restored the TI one. I've yet to see. Oh, really? Nice. I don't know. I don't really have. I kind of realized like years ago that I could now afford, due to, money I make now versus what I made 20, 30 years ago, which is substantially different. So that way I could afford it, and then like the cost of these things is just bottomed out comparatively. So if I wanted to, I could get just about any computer I wanted when I was a teenager or whatever. And that's a very dangerous world to live in, when you realize you have the means to do something like that. It's like Brewster's Millions sort of scenario. I had the same problem with track cars. Like, I used to love track cars, like little race cars you put on a track, and they'd have like a little pin in the middle, and then it'd have DC power on the track, and there'd be a little motor in the car, and you'd race the cars. So I am not exaggerating when I had to have a real conversation with myself and go, just because you can doesn't mean you should. But I was like, I'd just gotten this kind of nice apartment, and had a ton of room, and it's like this is like the first couple of years that I had chompers too, and I thought like, oh well, he'll enjoy this, and I don't know how far I got, but I was very, very close to purchasing what I needed to run a giant track through my apartment. And my apartment was like kind of a bowling alley style, where you had like the living area up front, and then it went down, and then you had like the bedroom and laundry and the baths and everything back there. I think it was just a single bath was my apartment. Yeah. And I was gonna run the track from the front, and then have it go all the way through, and then like maybe elevate it so I could have it cross some doorways and have it. But then I was single at the time, and I was like, this is gonna scare chicks off. You know, I'm gonna bring some chick over to my house, and she's gonna be like, what the hell is this? And I'm gonna be like, oh, it's my track racing. You wanna race? And they're gonna be like, no. And I'll be like, oh, well, it's really fun. And they're like, yeah. I just forgot I left my house at home. I gotta go. And they'll be like, why are you leaving? Then you wanna race track cars? So I had that moment with myself, and I was like, all right, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And so I decided not to do that. Biggest regret of my life. Mechanics, welcome in. Good day to you. Yeah, I loved him too. I remember my dad and I used to, I had like a bunch, and my dad and I used to play with them all the time. And his favorite trick, his favorite joke, and this is gonna really date. This may not, some of you might be too young for this reference. But one thing you can do with those cars is if you put them on the track backwards, like facing the other direction, the motor will work, everything will work, but it'll go backwards. So the car will start to get dragged by its rear wheels, and the pins in the back. So it'll cause it to whip around. And then here, let me get something that's gonna work. Here. So if you put the car on it backwards, here's the front, here's the rear. It'll drag, and then it'll whip around, and the motor will switch, and it'll go forward. And my dad's favorite joke was to do that, and he'd be like, let's do a Rockford turn. And we'd start our races with Rockford turns. Rockford was a television show in the late 70s and early 80s that was kind of had a really, really memorable opening song, and for the theme, and as well as its very catchy use of for exposition, an answering machine. And it was a pretty good show, as I recall. I liked Rockford. Tried to watch it again recently, and it is horribly paced by today's standards. Horribly paced. Autistic said, yeah, it was a big battle. I had a hard time with it. I got into electronics instead. I decided to dump my money into this. I think I made the right choice. Shark Geek, welcome in. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, the J-turn. Busting out the J-turn. I used to do that on my old Toyota, too, and I fucked something up on it. Someone thought I was going to flip it one time because I was hitting it so hard, and it isn't exactly a sports car. Oh, for Juice is in the house. Let's go. Created by Stephen J. Cannell, who also did the A-Team. Oh, and the Greatest American Hero? I didn't realize that. Well, it would have interfered. One would have interfered with the other. I didn't make that much money at that time, but I was doing all right. I had like a salary job, and I didn't have to. And you know how most salary jobs you kind of get screwed, like you end up working more than 40 hours a week? This was the reverse of that. Like, I felt bad that I was only working like 10 or 12 hours a week. So I would go in on like a Wednesday and pretend to work. It was great. She could do both. That explains it. Yeah, went to synth, cars, boats. Real cheap. Exactly. Finally played with my new jumperless V5A little PCB bridge Raspberry Pi, so I can use it as an interface to all the pins. Oh, interesting. Your JP8000 recap? Oh man, I don't think that's on Caps Wiki yet. Let me see. It is not. I was gonna say it might be like a deal. Have you already done a recap are you familiar with the process? Not necessarily for that keyboard, unless it's even that. Like, service notes. Yeah, there we go. I wanted to stream learning to use it, but it needs a microphone. But I need a microphone. I won't stream crappy audio from a cheap earbud mic. Yeah, I appreciate that too. There's like there's a couple of big streamers, like, you know, they're somewhat famous, you know. Well, like, you know, they got tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of followers or whatever, and I can't watch their channel because the audio is such crap. They just use the mic built in their camera or something like that, and it's just a big echo chamber. And their house, you know, it's not carpeted floors, it's like laminate floors, and they have nothing on their walls, and you know, it's like they're in the bathroom and all the time, and it's just so echoey, and it's so infuriating because I'm like, you're rich. You make like $10,000 a month from Twitch. Go and buy a mic. You don't know which mic to buy? Hey, guess what? You have a huge resources to pull from. And I mean, you don't even have to get anything great. You could just get those goddamn Rode clip-on mics that every idiot's using these days. Use that, that's fine. They don't sound bad. They actually do an okay job. They're fucking annoying and an eyesore, and they're stupid as hell, but they get the job done. Do that. But no, these people, they want to spend all that money on hair extensions and rims. I don't exactly know what rich people use their money for. So. I could mitigate the nostalgia from older computers by diving into current microcontrollers. Yeah, that's a good idea, Velvet. Yeah, McKex, we had to do a Boss drum machine, which I need to send back to the owner. And it has SMD. So if there's actually more than one way to do removal of caps, and I don't know which one's best or anything like that. But my method is you'll have the SMD cap on there, and you'll have your two leads, and I just get like a nice glob of fresh solder, and I just put it on that tab and get it to where it mixes in, the two solders touch, and then I get my tweezers and I just push back, not too hard, just a little bit. And if I can get it to raise up just a tiny amount, then I'm good. I'll let it solidify, and now it's stuck raised up a little bit. And I do the same thing to the back, and then back and forth, and it'll come off. Then I'll take leaded solder and like make sure I mix it in with those pads, and then I'll remove it with desoldering braid. Now, if the caps have leaked, they might have corroded the area, and we had that on this drum machine, this DR660. I knew one part was repeated. And we ended up, like, it had this corrosion on it, and the solder wouldn't stick because there was just corrosion on the pad. And we ended up having to use, like, a little hand Dremel, like a little grinder, to take that corrosion off. And it worked. You really had to be real fine and careful. But I couldn't figure out any other way. Like, I tried, I didn't want to do the vinegar stuff because I was like, I don't know how this board's going to take it. It's probably fine, but alcohol wouldn't do it. And then this ended up just chunking it right off, and the pad was fine. Like, no damage to the pad. So, anyways, I'm sure you already know all this. This is probably for other people's benefits more than yours, but yeah, that was one thing I ran into with it. But one of them did rip the pad, but it's done it on this other one because we did the same repair on another drum machine, but it was the same model, and the same thing happened. So I think there's something wrong with that area. There's not a strong enough bond or what have you, but it didn't matter because the pad it went to was just a big plane. So we ended up just scraping some mask off and soldering it onto that plane, and it worked fine. No problemo. Oh wait, I'm way behind on chat. Yeah, those DJI ones that come in the AirPods sort of case. Yeah. Dan, welcome in. What is money? I don't know. Fancy hats with feathers. What microphone do you use? I use a Shure. This is the ULX series, like the old ULX series. It's the ULXP. The microphone itself. I didn't want to take the windsock off and it makes a bunch of noise. Is a. Well, you can't really see it there. is a 185, which is a cardioid. Or is it cardioid or hypercardioid? I always get that confused. Whatever, it's cardioid pattern, doesn't matter. It's the big pattern. There's like the 184, which has a more narrow pickup pattern, but I want it wide so I can look left and look right, and I'm still in the pickup. Rich people will be like, 74 degrees, madness. Sure, well, I use Shure a lot at work, so I'm comfortable with their stuff and I'm comfortable with their tech and everything. I've used Sennheiser as well, but not as often. Sennheisers usually are really common for like guitar, like wireless guitar. I see them a lot for that. Their IEMs are super popular. Like, I would argue they're a little bit of the industry standard, but Shure has the, I think it's the PSMs. It's not the PMS, PSMs. PSMs, and those are really, really nice. They're not cheap though. None of that shit's cheap. So this one that I have is like a hand-me-down, off the shelf. It's technically, it can't even be used. It's in a it's in a band that is not open. But it still works because I'm only going a few feet and I have the antenna and everything turned down. Mechix, thanks for the soldering tips. I'm hoping for no corrosion as it's just lost audio last month, but who knows? Yeah, just keep your eye out for it. If you can't get it, if you can't get the solder to smooth about on the pad, that's most likely you'll have to get rid of that corrosion. Because otherwise, the new cap won't sit on there well either. So there's plenty of benefits to do it the right way. But yeah, the JP8000, that's a long teardown too, if I recall. My friend had one, and we had to fix the key on it. And yeah, there's like a jillion screws on the back here. Nice menu tree here, bro. Yeah, this has a lot of caps. How many of them are electrolytic is another story, but this is like the control board, so it's not going to have that many. It's the main board that's going to be like littered with them. Calderillo, be greeted, everyone. Long day and pleasant night. Hey, thank you. Hope you're doing well. 23? Oh, that's not too bad. That's like a few hours of work. That won't be too brutal. Do you already have all the replacement caps? Did you already source them, or did you get like a kit or something like that? Be wary on those kits, mates. If you ever buy one, I mean, I'm not saying they're bad. It's just like, so far, every cap kit that I've gotten, which has only been like a few, they're not accurate. Like, they didn't put the right footprint, or they're supposed to be 10 microfarads, but there's only 4. Things like that. You can usually get by with it. It's not a big deal, but it's something to be weary of. Okay, cool. You sourced them yourself. That's the way to go. If you're comfortable with doing that, I recommend it. Since the service manual is out there, I did see a bill of materials on that one, so you can go in and verify just about all the details. Let me see. There was a bomb, but it was actually the bill isn't terribly useful here. We got conductors, diodes, LEDs, resistors. Here we go. Here we got caps. Oh yeah, they do. Look at that. You just need to figure out what the footprint is. Oh wait, there it is. Diameter 10 millimeters or less. Height 16. Whatever the. I guess this is the same thing in Japanese. Yeah, either way, it's most of the information you're gonna need is on the internet, so it shouldn't be too bad. So yeah, I highly recommend just doing it yourself because it's not too difficult. It's just time consuming, and I mean it's good to learn how to order parts off of DigiKey and Mauser and Newark and all those different companies. Even though it's super intimidating. You know, like, oh, you narrowed it down, you still have 200 available, like, which one do I choose? That can be a really it can be a real pain in the butt, but, you know, you can always hit the community up too if you need a second pair of eyes. I'm still hunting for the schematics for the Sony boombox I snagged from a local electronics recycling place. I found one for a very similar model, and the service manual has incredibly detailed schematics with test points. You might have to do that if that's the next best thing. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at. SynthXL has it, and I think I saw like Roland calls it service notes. On all their stuff. They don't call it a service manual, they call it service notes. But if you Google for, you know, such and such Roland synth and then put service notes, it'll pop up as well pretty easily. Because F-Disc has one. Vintage Synth Explorer seems to have it. Well, if you feel like contributing at all, there's caps.wiki. That's ran by this YouTuber. Oh shit, I forgot his name. Hold up, I gotta look it up. Tech Tangent, I think. Is it Tech Tangent or Technology? I think it's Tech Tangent is his name. He's actually a fellow Phoenician here, and his channel's really great. Here, I'll throw it in the chat just so if you don't know, now you do. Oops, hit. There we go. Let me throw it in the YouTube chat as well for the YouTubers, the real YouTubers out there. He has a lot of stuff. He's a pretty interesting cat, and he has a website. Caps.wiki, and you can, you know, just like any other wiki, you can contribute to it, and you can check it out. Like here, I'll let me see if I can find my page. Let me see, DR660. Yeah, so here's one that I contributed to for this drum machine that we're just talking about. So you have like the values, the quantities, you have a bill of materials, you have it broken into the different parts, and then you have replacements as well with their you know, DigiKey, Mauser, like we can click on this link and it should take us to Mauser. Yeah, so it takes us to the exact part you need. If you're feeling spry, you said there were 23. That's a lot of formatting and coding, and so I don't blame you. But I've been trying to, whenever I do a recap of anything, trying to remember to write all this down so I can make a page when I'm bored. I've made like a couple, but let's see. Yeah, there I am. Well, it doesn't have. Oh, that's just for this page. My bad. Killed a gnat. Yeah, I don't know where it doesn't. I guess I thought it did show you, but I think I have to be logged in, and I can't remember my login, so we're just gonna skip it. Ooh, damn, brutality. Oh, I don't have a problem with ads. $19 of one, so like 19 10 microfarad caps, something like that, and then 3 1 microfarads, and then 1 100 or 220. I'm gonna just take a wild guess. Also, I think my guess is educated because I was looking at this. Well, we were just looking at the caps. Yeah. Yeah, 1 or 10 microfarad, 470 microfarad, and then what is that? 150? Huh. Those are unassuming values there. Well, cool. Well, kudos. I hope that goes well. Sorry, I'm being an old man. Let's see here. Let me pull up. I may or may not point a camera at it and stream the recaps later. Hey, you could. I mean, I recommend when you're doing any kind of work like that to just, if you have the ability to film it, like you've got, you know, a spare camera and a little tripod or something, you know, you can get an angle on it looking down or looking, you know, down at it. You should, because it has saved my butt more than once, the fact that I stream like everything we do here. Because I'll be like, wait, how does that wire supposed to attach? I forgot. And I can just go back and look and freeze frame and go, uh-huh. It never was attached. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, photos are good too. It's just like sometimes, yeah, it's just like the video is going to be a nice CYA kind of thing. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. My stomach's kind of messing with me here. That's why I'm drifting off. Actually, let me go grab a fresh beverage here because I killed this Dr. Pepper. So I'll be right back. And the dude. I tried to add so someone brought up that we should have a smoothie emote, and I was like, that's a really good idea, and I'm stealing that. And so I went to try to find one, but I couldn't find anything that fit. Did you guys hear that? Like, it was like Japanese, I think. Oh shit, it's Mr. X. Konnichiwa. Guten Tag, guten Abend. Willkommen. Battle Royale. I don't know what that is in German. Spielen Royale Spielen? It's probably not the right one. Well, that's cool. I guess I was worried this gig I was gonna have to get up in the morning, but I don't have to be there till 3. 10/4. The 12th. When is that? It's in 2 days. Wait. Yeah. Königliche Schlacht. Königliche. Is it cha or sha? Königliche Schlacht. I'm gonna stop. Me pronouncing that was dead a while ago. Now I'm just beating its corpse, its lifeless corpse. It's making horrific noises. All right. Let's go. So, yeah, last stream, man, I had this mosquito, or like this gnat here, and then I smacked it. Now it's all red there. Just smacked it harder. So we've made a sloth. We've got a sloth in the bucket there. Man, we really do not have much left to build. I need to figure out what I'm going to build in the future. You know, I was thinking about... So I have this buddy of mine, and he's kind of, well, I don't know. Either way, he's this, like, when I went and saw this band last week, it was his band. And I'm not dropping any names or anything, but I mean, they've been still doing tours and putting out albums for over 20 years, so they're doing all right. Fairly successful in as far as longevity goes. But I was kind of like, oh man, I should get him like a cool NLC module. But there's a couple stipulations. One, it has to be a black panel, because he's as goth as I am. And then the other thing is it needs to be something original. And I was like trying to think of something that would that he would like, and either I already had or I could get like a Magpie modular Magpie modular panel or something like that. But I don't know, I was like going to bed thinking about it, and I had no idea what he would like. Well, I mean, I do, but I just don't know what in here would provide that. And he's kind of a finicky guy. But I was trying to think of a cool module that I could make and send him as just, like a little gift, you gotta gift it. Gifty gift. But I kind of wanted something with distortion. I was kind of thinking about Product, because it's so awesome sounding. But then I was like, oh, that can't be it. There's got to be some other stuff. A Vig for Valentine's. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he'd want the Fig, though. He already has like an Octature oscillator, and he has plenty of filters. So how many spring tanks do you own? So I just have the one preamp for a spring tank, but I bought I have like 3, obviously. And I've been wanting to test them out, but I just haven't gotten there yet. I bought them, and then I haven't done anything with them. It's kind of pathetic, I know. Yeah, I just don't know. What would be a cool... I kind of feel like I should just get him a Sloth. Because it's like, well, the Sloth is universal. And like a triple Sloth, I'm like, the triple Sloth is kind of universal. Yeah, it doesn't mangle audio in any way, but it offers such great modulation options. But the way that he does sound design is he'll make sounds on the modular, and then he records snippets of it, and then takes those and integrates them into his music. So it's, having something unpredictably change may not be as desirable. Dark Third Dimensions coming in with that follow. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Sounds sane to me. Well, it's pathetic that I don't have them all plugged into something. I haven't plugged them in. That's the, I haven't gotten to my research. The big one I'm going to mount inside the case behind the top row, because there's plenty of room to do it. But these little ones I wanted to have out, and like one of the 2 little ones is more tuned to the impedance on there than the other one. So I'm planning on just hanging that off the side so I can like bang on it with drumsticks and stuff like that. Oh yeah, he has a enormous modular system. It is debatably larger than what I have. When he got his case, it's one of those giant cases. I'll put it this way: he got it at a discount, but his case cost $7,000. So that's how big his modular setup is. is a case that costs $6K. And he also had them double the power in it. It had like, initially it was, I think, 7 amps or 10 amps of DC, and he had him double it so that it would be like 14, 20 amps. I was like, okay. Hey, Dark, welcome in. Thanks. Got a random gift sub, but I studied sound design for years at college and university. Oh, that's awesome, mate. Yeah, that is weird. You got a sub yet you weren't following. I don't know where that came from, but hats off to them for doing that. That's funny. I didn't even know that could happen. I did get a sub from a channel I used to follow one time, and I thought it was weird. I was like, what? I thought I unfollowed this person because I didn't care for them. They kind of got weird on me, and I was like, I'm not following this channel anymore. And then like a year later, I get a gift sub, and I'm like, I thought I unfollowed this guy. And I went and I was, so yeah, that's crazy. Oh well, I mean, glad you found us. Yeah, we're an electronics channel. We focus on audio stuff for the most part. We try to get people into soldering, into making, into building. That's 95% of what we do here. But we, you know, I'm an audio engineer by trade. I do live events, audio, so I know a little bit about sound and synths and stuff like that. And I've been doing synthesis like, oh my God. Jesus Christ, over 30 years. Oh my God, I didn't want to say that out loud, but that is right. Oh shit, no. Yeah, way over 30 years. I forgot, I'm 47, I'm not 46 anymore. I'll be 48 in September. Oh, Jesus Christ. What is that Time in a Bottle? I feel like that song, a Jim Croce song, is kicking in. Anyways. But, way to scare him off. Yeah, my bad. I can't help it. I am who I am. And I mean, if you don't like Jim Croce, I don't know what we're gonna have in common. You know, I actually want to go look, because I was trying. I was like, I still have insomnia, and I was trying to go to sleep last night, and I was trying to like envision all this, but I only have like a shot glass of a brain, and this is easily a quart of knowledge, so there was no room for it to fit. But yeah, if I could think of, I'm trying to think of a module that he would just be like, yeah. So he writes like dark industrial metal, you know, noise. Like he doesn't do harsh noise type. Well, you know what? He does have a side project where he does that. So never mind. It's, you know, it's that area of the Venn diagram. It's that circle. And I don't know, man. Like, these filters are cool, but other than the Resonate, which I think is pretty awesome, but he probably already has something that's similar to that. Yeah, I don't know if anything here is gonna sweat it. What if, what about over here? How's that camera line at? That's not too bad. So we got all this here, but this is not organized or laid out nice. Quite the opposite, really. I have a million of these razors. But as much as I like the razor, I don't know. Well, you might like it. It's not very big. So that's always a strong selling point. I Oh yeah, the spasm. It's a good one. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really like these modules, you know, non-linear stuff, but I mean, most of the stuff is just so noisy. Well, you know, I could build them sitting in a room. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I don't have one. I have to make a whole new one, and I don't have the boards or anything. But sitting in a room, and maybe a product. That wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I might do that. Just to be a bro. Bro him up a little bit. Yeah, genie in a bottle. Yes. If I was a genie in a bottle, I'd grant you 3 wishes as it seems. Thank you. I also, besides Jim Croce, I do an incredible Don Knotts impression, and the other guy in Wham. I don't remember his name, but I can do a pretty mean impression of him. I must do 3D printing and electronic stuff these days, but my qualification was in sound design and production, so from studio to stage. There you go. Nice. Well, yeah. I think we got a nice overlap there. Is there a granular module? Not in analog world. So all of NLC's stuff is analog. The closest he gets to digital is using the PT2399, but it's so lo-fi, and he glitches it out every time. Like there's timing caps on it, and he'll have it so that you can get it into these times that it wasn't designed for, and it makes all these like glitchy robot farting noises. It's pretty erotic, really. Really erotic. Well, shit, I need to order those FM operator chips. Let me put that in my amplified parts. I think they have the SSI chips. Fuck yeah, they do. This is the one we need. This looks like a BGA, not a QFN. Pretty sure it's a QFN though. If it's a BGA, we're in a little bit of trouble. I mean, I can do it. Okay, 4x4 QFN, 32 lead. Okay, that's fine. That means it's got 8 leads per side. So I need to order. How much do they save me? $52 for 10. I might just do that because I'd honestly would like to make like 12 or a dozen, or even build like a little FM operator synth. There's this dude on the Not NLC forum, and they built this massive FM synth that I don't know how many. I think it's like a 16 operator, and each one has an FM operator, and then a 4 input mixer, and then like a BCA or something like that. It's pretty elaborate, but it's also pretty. I saw that and I was like, God damn it, that was my idea. At least we both have good ideas. Unless he sent me the chips. I don't think he did. I don't think I got the chips. Or if they did, they ended up somewhere else. Yeah, I don't have the chips in here. I would have put them off to the side. So we do have some big boy projects we could work on too. We have we have the mun, and then we have the cluster. The num is a vocoder. We will not be able to finish it today. There is no way in hell. It is massive. It will take probably more than 10 hours to solder. Probably like 12 or something. Maybe not. Well, with me soldering, it'll take a long time. If I was just soldering and not streaming, we could shave off a couple hours off of that, probably. So, we've got... So we can't do these. So we do have those two big projects. We do have this project, but I believe we got everything done last stream. Yeah, everything SMD is on here except the 4 LM13700s because we only have 6 altogether, and I was like, let me wait. But this requires like a ton of jacks. Oh, and that's actually, we might as well do a big project, honestly, now that I think about it, because we don't have any more jacks. So we can't do any projects that require jacks. So it feels like the mun is on the order for today, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this son of a bitch. That's just TLO 74s for each band. And then this control board has a ton of components on it as well. So it is a beast. And yeah, in the end, this is going to eat up a ton of jacks. What is that? 10, 20, 30. At least 30, 35 jacks, something like that for this. So, yeah. Which reminds me, I should go ahead on this. Let me log in so I can save my cart. Let me put a Tata order, start a Tata order here. 3.5. Just a second, let me log. Oh yeah, I'm already logged in. Yeah, nice. Oh no, I missed the sale. Oh, there we go. No, I didn't. Oh wait, did I already have this in the order? I already have this in the bag? Oh, I do. I already have 1,000 jacks. Hopefully that's enough. Banana, nut. All right, first I gotta buy one of these. I can't not buy one of these little doohickeys. All right, it's in the cart. And then we're gonna go here. Oh wait, I'm behind on chat, my bad. Create an 8-voice FM with the NLC modules and call it the SID 8. There you go. Two ops, I disagree. All right, these white ones, I'm gonna need at least 100. Oh, shit! Oh no, the price went up. Fuck. Well, who else sells these? Because this was like the lowest price. Man. It looks like we're making an order to Modular Attic. Because, buy 10 for $12, buy 20 for $11. So if I bought, let's see, let's just do 100. Man, I don't want to order from 3 different places, though. Okay, so an order with... Did that not work? What the fuck are you talking about, dog? Oh, do they not have enough in stock? Is that what it's saying? Okay, so they do not have Bafacco nuts. They say they do, but clearly they don't. That's fucking annoying. Who else sells Bafacco nuts? Let's find out, Perfect Circuit. You guys cannot be cheaper. I'll be damned. Now, how much is 100? Oh, everybody's out of stock right now. What? Oh, I don't want... Oh, no, I want 4 packs of 25, you ghoul. Okay, that's $60. That is less than this, because this for 100 would be like $90. Yeah, $75. But they don't have free shipping, so it'd be $65. And then I'm gonna have to wait on the stock. Man, it's the most depressing thing I've seen in a while. Those nuts are jacked. I wonder if anybody else sells them. Like, I don't know, but I don't know, that's a good price. I'm sure Bafacco sells them, but I'd have to pay for shipping from Spain. Because I think this is from their shop in Spain. The beautiful country of Spain. Yeah, it's in euros. And then, so I buy 100. And there's not enough product in stock. Dude, they're out. Or am I... Oh, wait a minute. I need 4 packets. There we go. God fucking damn it. Okay, now add that to cart. Oh, that's actually... That's not too bad. So that's 8 packets, but... included taxes. So that would still be more expensive. I don't know. So depressing. It's like, why didn't I just buy thousands of dollars of this to begin with? Noblemen need... Well, I just want the color coding. That's all I care about. Are they basic nuts or... Well, they're colored. Here, let me see if I can find an example. So they're color coded so that I have like, I know what type of input or output that it is. And then they're basically like a regular slotted nut. So they have like a little tool you can put them on. I don't require this, but I kind of built my entire modular around this, so I'm not going to change it because I already spent like an ungodly amount of money on this, so I'm not going to back out now like a chicken. Stupid chicken. Stupid chicken dreams. Must be a drought, I guess. I don't know. Do you have a DZ nuts in your area? Is that a D's nuts joke? Because I like one. But the setup was tricking me. So I actually have... I don't know where it is. Yeah, here it is. So I did get these from Hacky Labs when I was at KnobCon, and these are... I only got one of each color, basically, but they're made of plastic, and the engineer, the guy who came up with this, claims that this is a super strong custom plastic that he came up with. So they can take a lot of force and a lot of pressure, and they're not going to break. Now, I was like, oh, let me introduce you to Phoenix. This part of the country absolutely destroys plastic. It won't do it in a day. It will take some time, but once it happens, it just is this brittle crap. And I was kind of curious if these were susceptible to that same issue. So I don't know. I guess I could try putting some of these on a project. I kind of wish I would have bought more colors. I don't remember how expensive these were. I think I got this for free. Like, he's like, oh, here, try these out. I'm like, okay. But I really wish there was multiple colors in here, or multiples of the same color, so I could. But I don't know. I might give it a try. I think they glow under the black light, or some of them do. So, you know, black light glowing. Very hip with the kids. Besides that, they look cool. Yeah, no, I'm with you, BioCount. If they don't make them anymore, like something, although they're just anodized parts, there's nothing crazy about the production of it. But yeah, let's say that they can't make them anymore, then I'll have to switch to something like that, which I really don't want to do because just the thought of that kind of bums me out. I bought my 2003 Jeep Grand Cherokee from Arizona. While it is completely rut-free, all the plastics are disintegrating. Yep. And I don't know how far back, but that's like an issue too with the Jeeps within the last X years. They put they use a lot of plastic for the parts, and I'm like, oh well, that's not gonna work here because the atmosphere, the heat. I don't know the science behind it, but just plastic gets obliterated. I'll give you a great example. My in-ears are, I'll take the gross parts out. So my in-ears, like the plastic here is cracking and breaking. Now you can see it right there, all that's cracked. These are pretty new. And it just started happening like really fast with these, so I don't even know what the hell I did. Hey Michael, over on the YouTube, welcome in. I'm doing all right. Kind of coming to terms with the fact that we're out of jacks. It kind of hurts, especially since I bought like 500 of them. I thought I bought 500. Maybe I just bought a couple of hundred. Oh, you know what? I could actually look and see what I bought last. My orders. Yeah, I bought 500 back in September, and they're gone. I'm thinking I must be missing a bag somewhere, and it fell behind. But you know, even if I'm wrong about that, I'm like, nah, screw it. We'll just buy more. It's not like. So I think I'm gonna buy 1,000, which is gonna cost me like 180 bucks, but it'll be really awesome. Oh, weird. I bought some dual tapers. I don't know what that's for. You know what, BioCat? I have seen people do that, where they'll take. You know what? I did that. So I have this thing called the TKB, which is like a sequencer, and it's originally for Surge, so I wanted to keep that Surge theme. So I took all the nuts. I don't have any here. Yeah, I took all the the 3/8 or the 1/8 inch nuts for it. Took them all outside, put them on some cardboard. Hit them a couple times with the Rust-Oleum. Let them dry. Did one more coat just to make it nice and heavy, but not too much to where it's going to easily chip off. Done. And I didn't think it would last very long. I was like, this is going to suck. They're probably going to, start chipping away. Now that I think about it, it's been that way for almost 10 years, and there's no signs of it decaying. So honestly, that might be the way to go down the road, is because I was thinking about with Jamtown, but I didn't want to spend all the money on the jacks. I could just get like big handfuls of those jacks, and then there is a mixture though, but take even just taking them off temporarily and putting them in a nice pool and doing it, or not pool, but laying them out and just doing a couple of sprays, flipping them over, do the other side, do that, rinse and repeat, and get some jacks, some colorful jacks. Hold on here, I got a text from the boss here. Let me know about the short turnaround, so I imagine there will be another update. All right. Well, let's see if we can put these bitches in their bitch holder for bitch timber. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Nightmare on Elm Street. Bitch. No. Oh, this isn't gonna fit, is it? Oh man. So we're gonna have to do this like some sort of dog. Spray paint can be, yeah, I mean, it is. It lasted forever. And, dude, this is a lot. You know what's wild? Look at this, like how little the bottom of the board. It's basically just for, I think these are all the grounds. It still trips me out that Homeboy doesn't create ground planes. Like, that's just wild to me. Like, he traces the grounds. Like, I think that's what this is just ground traces. It might be power rails here, actually, because these look like, yeah, these are power rails. So this is the negative and the positive rail. And then this is probably ground. But still, it's wild. His board designs are not from this world. Nothing like anything our scientists have ever seen. Well, at least, you know, we got 2 boards. This will be hot. You know, 2 boards at the same time. I think that's everyone's dream. You know what I'd do with $1 million, man? What? 2 boards at the same time. How do you figure that? Well, I figure 2 boards would double up on a guy like me if I had some money. You know, you might be right. Fuck yeah, I'm right. Worked at a credit union in IT. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to come in on a Saturday. You might as well just go ahead and come in on Sunday, too. Yeah, that'd be great. Milton! Good to see you, buddy. Say, we're gonna need you to just go ahead and move your desk out of here. Billing needs this area, but I was told no. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks so much, Milton, buddy. Oh, but I'll burn the building down. There we go. Brighter than this brightest of suns. Oh shit, I'm way behind on chat. Let me catch up on chat. One day I can learn electronics enough to understand these cool designs and what they mean to terms of ground and all that. Me too. Oh. What are you talking about? I mean, I'd be happy to elaborate on what I'm talking about with the ground and the power rails and everything like that. If you are curious. Have much more appreciation. I want you. Yeah, I mean, once you start to dig into it, you find it's actually a pretty deep well. There's some pretty fascinating stuff. My flare. Streamline stapler. Swing line. I said, no salt, no salt. And he brought it with salt, and I was like, I gotta take it back, or I'm gonna call the manager, and then they're gonna burn the building down. PC load letter error? What the fuck does that mean? Last time I tried to yeah. I can't remember where I was working at. I was working in an office. I think I was working for a credit card company at the time. So, sure, I can elaborate a little bit. So the way eurorack works is it's a bipolar power system. So most things will just have a single pole, and then it'll, if they need bipolar, they'll break it down inside the unit. Eurorack provides it out of the gate, and you have a plus 12 and a minus 12, and then you have your ground in the middle. And it's basically for you to have. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons to do it this way, but it's arguably going to give you the most range and the most possibilities if you do a bipolar. Now, you can, on the board, design a single pole circuit if you wanted to, but that, why do that? Why not just make it, why don't you make it better than, it's the same part. I don't know, it's like tying one arm behind your back and then running a race, in a race car. Actually, that metaphor is terrible. But it's the better way to go because you're going to get more range, more dynamics, more this, more that. The audio runs at that. And so the thing is, it's interesting is it's 12, but modular is 10. So you actually have like a little bit of bleed and some headroom in there, which is honestly kind of a neat concept. Most op amps are going to have like a. Well, here, we'll look at one. We'll look at this module in particular. So we'll go to the vocoder here. Looks swanky there. Wait, was there like a B on that? There was a B! They have Bs in Australia. That must be cool. Well, you usually you drive them down a little bit, but sometimes you just kind of use it as extra. God, this thing is massive. So he doesn't show it in his schematic. I just realized, like, oh yeah, we're never going to see the power rails because he never displays it. But if we go to a pot, so this pot right here, it's actually kind of confusing because it's on a negative 12, but you have an inverted version, and you can go into the non-inverting input, so you can run it in reverse. I don't know, that doesn't help. Never mind. I'm gonna back out of that explanation. Let me see if I can find a regular pot. Nope, these are all fucking weird. None of these are gonna illustrate the point I was trying to do. Oh, LM13700. How did I see that one come? Oh, we're gonna need like 8 of those too, probably, or 4. Yeah, there's no examples, so I'll shut up. The guitar effects are 9 volt. Where's the logic there? So guitars actually run at a different operating range than eurorack. Like eurorack is 10 volts peak to peak, or 10 volt range, and guitars are something like 4 volts or something. Yeah, I think it's like 4. We can look at a guitar pedal here. Let me think of a good guitar. Let's do the Big Muff pedal schematic. So I did Big Muff off camera because I wasn't for sure what that could really bite me in the autocomplete. What the hell was that? Hold up. I think I heard something. Just a second. It's Mrs. Heresy being a champion. She's doing yard work. Let's see. Here's a Big Muff, a whole page on it. So yeah, these are unipolar, and or one-railed, and you have the battery come in here. This one doesn't divide down. Like some of them will do this division. Wow, I didn't realize the Big Muff is just solid state. There's like no op amps in here. That is wild. Well, the Eurorack came afterwards. The Eurorack was Eurorack standard was developed by oh shit, Dieter Dofer, who's where Dofer comes from. Now it's based off existing systems. So prior to that, there was Modem, MOTM, which was like a Moog format, I guess, and there was Frac Rack, and oh man, I guess it was like the 500 series was similar to .com. I don't know. I'm not good on the specifics, but they what was interesting was that like the older systems, including Frac Rack, they all run at 15 volt plus or minus. And I'm sure there's a engineering reason why that was 15, but Dofer dropped it down to 12 and standardized a lot of stuff that's pretty consistent in Eurorack today. I feel like I'm trapped in a loop here. There is like no op-amp version of this. So what's another I know, I got one. Let me. Yeah, Electric Druid did a draw up on the Big Muff. And yeah, this is all single poled. So you just have the op amp with this, and if I remember right, we can find the power part. Yeah, the power. I think this is the power. Or is this just a? No, this isn't power. There's a part. Yeah. So it divides down and creates a 4.5 voltage for all these amps and everything to run at. So I think it's just 4.5 is a deal. So Big Muff is my all-time favorite pedal. I built a couple of Stripboard clones of it. Oh, nice. Sid, talk also about how tones are made and sent around, just not just the power delivery. Oh, the actual signal, that gets more complicated. Like this is a big, I can't. The muff, I could probably kind of walk through because it's pretty obvious. Like this goes through a transistor that's taking these signals and then it's looping it and then it goes to the next one and the next one, and each one has a different EQ sort of setup, so you get different tones. Like these are both 470. That's actually a feedback, I think. And you got this diode ring here. That's going to be your distortion circuit. There's two in series. So you got distortion into distortion. And then it pumps along. There's your tone knob, which is basically this 10 nanofarad cap to ground to create the tone sweep. And then boom, boom, boom. And then your volume knob, like this turns it to ground or it turns to the signal, and that's your output. So, and you have all these buffers here for your power coming in. There's 12 Ks. And I bet that might even divide it down to 4.5. I'm not sure. There's a big write-up on it, so if I was into doing like narration, we could read through this, but to be fair, it's a little bit above my pay grade. Yeah, these are all variations on it too. Interesting. I definitely want to read this more, but not on stream. Modem modules of the month. Surge is only 5. Is it 5 volts peak to peak? That sounds right. Yeah, the Tube Screamer's a good one too. I think that's an op amp based one. So I think the Tube Screamer. Here, we'll do Electro Smith. Oh wait, or Electro Smash? No. Here we go. So the Tube Screamer. Yeah, this differential pair. Doohickey. You've got these FETs. And it doesn't say what VR is, but I'm going to guess it's divided. It's probably a half, so it's probably 4/5. Doesn't really say anywhere. What the how does this work? It's not connected to anything. There's a switch here. Yeah, I don't get that. These points at which flip-flop. Okay, so they switch back and forth either between 4.5 being fed into this, which would do nothing, or the signal itself? Huh? Oh, the eurorack. Well, I mean, eurorack is just going to be the same stuff. So this is our vocoder, and you'll have your input stage here. And this is a vocoder, so you have to have two, a modulator and a carrier. And then this one's not going to be as easy because he just did one version of the circuit, but it's replicated 8 times. Everything's just, or 10 times. Oh, it's a 10. Ooh, that's kind of cool. And he does have these 2 points connect, I guess. Yeah, this is a complicated build. This might take a minute. Ideally use log pots. Okay, well we have log pots. So we can do that. Jesus Christ, there's a lot here. Fuck. Dude, look at all these freaking values here. This is hilarious. These are just the caps. This is all capacitors to create that filter. That is a doozy. Surge runs on 12, but the peak is 5 volts instead of like 8 in your. Well, eurorack is 10. 10 is the peak. It's a 10 volt range system, so if you're doing AC, it's supposed to be +5, -5, and if you're doing DC, it's 0 to 10. But that doesn't mean people abide by that. Like, everybody's a little weird, and a lot of manufacturers have kind of discovered that like 10 volt range is a little bit unnecessary, because like 10 volts is to cover 10 octaves. Who's writing a 10 octave fucking track? Nobody. So it's a little bit unnecessary. So sometimes they'll scale it down in favor of having more usable range than this like exceedingly massive range. Took you a day and a half. Yeah, this is definitely going to be like a 10+ hour build. Can you show the power cable design, like the physical ribbon cable and how it connects to the modules? Yeah, we could just look it up. There's different types. Well, here I have one here. We could do this one. So here's a little mini power supply a buddy of mine built for eurorack. So out of this, you've got a 16-pin connector. The way it works is the rows are paired. So there's really just 8 rows or 8 usable pins. So the first one is -12 volts. Then you have 3 rows of ground, and that kind of acts as insulation as well. And then on your what is it? Your 5th row is going to be +12. Then, and that's all this cable uses. It just uses up to 10. It does not go the full length. After that is 5 volts. And then you have... then you have 2 left over for CV and gate that you can have internally wired, but nobody does that. That's like one of the Dofer conventions that never really got adopted. It's super noisy. It has all these downsides. It's suck. But it's there if you need it. Obviously, I never use it. I just use 10 volts. The 5 volt option, I don't I don't even have any modules. Out of all the shit I have, including commercial stuff, none of it taps into the 5-volt rails. So screw that. Dell Dude coming in with that hello, Sydney. Welcome in, mate. Good to see ya. Envelopes are 5. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Surge has some weird conventions, but I like it. I kind of wish I knew about Surge when I got started in all this, because it's more attuned to my like design aesthetics, I guess you could say. Like I like that design. I like how it's set up. Oh my God, this is gonna be a lot of juice. I'm gonna turn the sucker on because I know evaporating alcohol isn't gonna be really bad for me, but what if it gave me? Well, actually, that wouldn't be so bad, would it? Oh, I never finished the sentence. It doesn't matter. It was going to be something about the side effects of inhaling alcohol were to give me giant breaths. And I was grappling with if that would be bad or good. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Poker dealer, welcome in. It looks like an old fly. It is. It's a ribbon cable, so yeah. That's called an IDC connector. I don't know what that stands for. Idiot, delicious cock. No, that sounds totally inappropriate. Probably something more like indigo delta cock. Nah, probably not that either. Immersive dick cock. Damn it. I don't know what it stands for. But yeah, IDC is the name of that protocol. What up, SATA heads? 509 Washington State saying hello. Let's go. Washington State. Mount Rainier. Hell yeah. Rainier beer. Actually, I like that stuff. I kind of been taking a break from beer a little bit. I went back, but then I was reminded, like, oh yeah, this is why I don't like drinking beer. But man, when I was in Seattle, I was like, oh, I'd go play pinball and go to the arcades and stuff, and I'd be like, oh, do you guys have PBR? And they'd be like, no, we've got something better. It's Rainier. I know I'm mispronouncing it, and I was like, oh, okay, sure, I'll try that. That's the local beer here? And they're like, yeah, it's kind of a thing here. And hell yeah. I was somewhere, man, I can't remember. I think I was in Illinois, or I was somewhere else. It was outside of Washington State. And I saw they had Rainier they didn't have it on tap, but they had it in bottles or in cans, I should say. And I got one, and oh my God. Took me back, baby, took me back. Gotta get the juice, the Metamuse, soft and loose. Hell yeah. We'll down with the pee pants. Yeah, but Del dude, it's such a difficult scenario. By the way, Low Gain is fixing to release some NLC in Surge format. I will link the vid. Yeah. I remember that was the guy at the KnobCon who was working on that, right? He was. Oh shit! Copied the wrong link. Oh, cool, cool. These look great too. What a beautiful aesthetic with these kind of LEDs. These are fat. These are fat. I love these. I kind of wouldn't mind. Damn, dog. I don't know how I feel about that being in a vice, but I'll let it go. Man. I don't know why, but one extra U just really gets my goat. In a good way. Grain Belt is the Rainier of Minneapolis. Oh, no way. They might be a lens. You might be right. Portland used to. Wait a minute. Hold up. That ended way too quick. Alright, well, I'm gonna get that. No, I'm not. I don't have any money for it. I kind of want to... I wish I had more room, because I would kind of go nuts and just build me a big O Surge style 4U system that was all NLC. Well, mostly NLC. That would be... that'd be a crazy use of my time and money. Let's see here. Dude, what the fuck? All right. Yeah, I've seen it before. I think you have to get the LED though to sit up inside the lens. But they snap in, but you'd still have to make custom holes. Like you'd have to make custom panels and everything for to fit the lenses. I don't completely get a cellular automata with knobs and such. Oh yeah, that did have knobs, didn't it? Wait a minute. All right, hold up. Sorry, I'm a little out of it today. I think it's... Okay, so it's a cellular automata, but I don't think it's a full 16 point. But yeah, I don't understand what the knobs are for here. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's these, but is it an attenuator? And then on top of that, why he's just using the CV out. He's not using the gate outs. And the CVs are colored gray. Oh, maybe gray is out, blue is in. Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, maybe these are... Oh! So it does produce like a static voltage. It's like 5 volts or whatever. So these might attenuate from that 5 volt so that you could, you know, wrangle in more of what you want. Yeah, and so are these. I'm curious if these are still static or if they are tied to this. I mean, these should be gates. But, I mean, technically they don't have to be, but it would be a static gate level. Like, you turn this knob and it would be, you know, 4.3 volts, which may or may not trigger, you know, that should trigger it. But, like, if you had this one down number 2, you might only get, like, 1 volt, which may not be enough to trigger a gate or anything. So, this might be after this 5 volt, and then you can attenuate it, and that would go into here. Are you trying to confuse me? Oh, what are you talking about, Michael? No, no intent there. Yeah, and then this is weird. Left in, right in. Like, what the fuck? And then CV in. Like, what the hell? I don't get this at all. This is a interesting take on the cellular automata. Not to be confused with the cellular tomata, which is a tomato or tomato made out of electronics. I kid. Oh my god, this is so much juice. Oh my god, this is a lot of juice. I don't know how many layers I can do before I get bored. I'm kidding. I know exactly how many layers. 5. I think this might be 3 or 4, though. Good thing I bought a gallon of this shit. Otherwise, I feel like I was being wasteful. AI generated video, it doesn't exist. There you go. Yeah, it's AI trying to understand what it is. The neuron behind it looks conventional. Extra knobs, there you go. I'd like to know how to make music with these things. Me too. The juice and Sid technique, not sure. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Some goat flux. Ugh. Sounds unedible. Well, I mean, like making patches, making synth patches, you're basically just going to take an oscillator, feed it into a filter, and then take the output of that filter and feed it into a VCA. And then you're going to control the VCA most likely with an envelope. And then you'll modulate the filter with something like an LFO. And then you'll plug the envelope generator into like a keyboard type thing to do note on, note off, and the keyboard's pitch will be programmed into or plugged into the oscillator, and that's it. You can play a keyboard and it'll be a mono synth and it'll be like bap, 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 however you want to do it, and that's it. But like after that, you could just go nuts. And you don't even have to do that. Like, I don't have a keyboard in Jamtown or Space Station, so I plug those things into like a sequencer or a gate generator to create node on, node off states. And then it kind of just starts acting kind of like a very convoluted music box. Yeah, CV is short for control voltage. And it's like we were talking earlier with those different standardizations. It's the same thing. So it's either +5 or -5. That would be a bipolar CV. And then there's unipolar CV, which is 0 to 10. We have some examples here of that. Maybe. Where's the moldy rapture? Yeah. Oh, yeah. In fact, I labeled this one wrong, so we can fix this. I was like, wait a minute. That should be blue. So, like, the way to think of it that makes sense, or the way I think of it to make sense is, so CV will more often than not modulate a one of these knobs. So you could take this frequency knob and put it wherever you like. We'll put it at noon o'clock, okay? And then I'm going to plug something into here. Now this should be a blue jack, which means it's a unipolar control voltage. So it's just 0 to 10. So all that means is that it's only going to add to whatever this value is. So if I plug something in here, it's only going to go up. It's only going to raise to it. Conversely, you could get, there you have frequency CV here. It does the same thing, but this one's scaled, which we'll skip over that for now. This also has an attenuator, so you can change the amount that it's going to affect it. But just for the purposes of explanation, this frequency can take a bipolar signal. So you can have -5 volts or -1 or 2 or whatever. That negative is actually going to pull down whatever this is set to. So if this is at noon, it's going to pull it down lower. And that's it. That's really the difference between the two different types of CV. It can also go up, but it can't go as far as the 1 volt per octave. So an example would be a 1 volt per octave. You turn this all the way down. I'm sorry, not 1 volt per octave. Sorry. A unipolar signal, which is 1 volt, but just unipolar could be all kinds of stuff. So you have a unipolar signal in here. So theoretically, it could span the entire, you turn this all the way to the left, it could span the entire length of this, because this input will accept 0 to 10. Conversely, if you were to go into the bipolar, to get full range, you'd want to put this in the middle so that you would get the -5 pulling it this way and the +5 pulling it the other way. And then circling back, because I got confused. So 1 volt per octave is a scaled input for keyboards and stuff like that. So if I drive this, I can get 12 tet. I'd be able to do a 12 tet type keyboard layout of 12 notes. And the way this is set, I could carry that over to a completely different oscillator. As long as it has a 1 volt per octave input, they're going to match in how they progress. So if I send it 1 volt into here, we'll get C2. If I put 2 volts in, it'll give me C3, then octave up from the other one. Now if I get a totally different module and it has that input on there, I'm going to be able to tune that to whatever C is, send it 1 volt, and it's going to be C2. then send it another volt higher, and it's going to be C3, and they're going to track identically. There's always going to be some variances in how the sound is and stuff like that, but these are so that way you can get several oscillators together that that have different functions, but they're all going to, when you go to the next note, they're all going to go to that exact same next note. I feel like I made that more complicated than it did. Do you do dedicated jam streams? I do. I haven't done one in a while because there wasn't any room here in the lab, and I had nowhere to put all the shit. But that shit is gone. I still have some crap in here, but I can move it out of the way. Unfortunately, I was going to do it at the end of January, but I was just so tired. I've just kind of been beat up. So the next Jam Town probably isn't going to be till the end of March. I've got a bunch of gigs coming up for the rest of this month, and then the first week of next month. So I'm not going to be able to stream much at all. I have a bunch of videos on the YouTube, so follow our YouTube, and I've got them keyed up, or our Patreon as well. I've got them keyed up there, so they'll come out as I'm on the road and everything, but not at the moment. Well, so tone is different than the frequency. In this instance, it affects the frequency of it. It'll go from like 1 octave, like 1 volt would be, let's say, 20 hertz. Or no, we'll do 110 hertz. Then I go 1 voltage higher, it's going to be 220 hertz. And if I go 1 volt higher than that, it's going to be 440. It's an exponential scale. But it has to be tuned in. Like, that's why there's trimmers on the back, because you have to dial it in to work correctly. But that just pertains to notes. It doesn't affect, like all these other inputs, they really don't care about that. And it's handled in the schematic on how it's going to interpret those inputs and everything, but it's not precision. All right, speaking of precision, I think it's going to be our last layer here. That's so funny. The little through holes just have little pools of alcohol in them, and they keep booping and bopping. Fate64, welcome in. I'm doing all right. I'm getting ready to start a bunch of, 4 weeks of work. I'm not looking forward to, but, it's money. And once I'm done, I'll have some time off. And then I'll do it again. But I think this is going to be the most busy. I booked another gig in April. But it's here in town, which is nice. And Not too well. They're always fucking tedious. This first gig, I'm A2 for the show. What's funny is like this guy was trying to get me kicked off the show or something, and he like emailed me and he's like, "Oh, we don't need you for this," and I was like. He's like, but don't worry, the labor company's going to put you on someone else. And then I contact a labor company, and they're like, we have no idea what he's fucking talking about. You're still booked for this. You're still set up as that. And then I kind of got it confirmed because the production company started sending me paperwork, like tech docs for the show. And I was like, oh, all right. So I'm definitely still the A2. And then the show after that, I go out of town, and I'm an A1, but it's for the same production company and same client, so shouldn't be too bad. And then the show after that, I'm in another town, and that one I'm an A2, and those are the guys that really, really like me, and they usually take care of me. And then I fly home on a Thursday night, and then I have to fly out the next day to my last gig. And that one I'm not really looking forward to, because the client is kind of a cheapskate, and normally I don't mind, but man, it just kind of all hit. Like he's doing the biggest show he's ever done, and I turned down work to do this show because I was like, well, he needs a sound guy that actually knows how to do all this. And his usual guys, I don't think they could pull this off as well. Well, it didn't matter because he like completely cut most of the audio setup out, and now it's like dog shit audio. And I told him, like, it's not gonna sound good, man. I mean, I'll get it to work, but it's not gonna be, they're not gonna be impressed. And I'm kind of at a crossroads with that client, because I'm like, man, they're so cheap, and I don't mind because the gigs are super easy, but they keep asking for more, and he delivers not what they're looking for. And I get pissed because I'm like, dude, why don't we just do this right? Not do it cheap. And he already lost one client over it. Because, like, they had this big show, and I told him, like, dude, we need these speakers to do this show. And the guy he rented from said, these are the same thing. And they weren't even remotely the same thing. Like, the speakers I asked for were a compact line array that you can put ground support, you can put on sticks, and it's great. This guy gave him these dumbass fucking... I don't think they were QSCs. I think they were the JBL EAXs or not EAXs. I don't remember. They're crap. They're awful speakers, and they didn't even bother to clean them. They were obviously at the rodeo or something because they were just covered in dirt. And we did the show. I made it work, but he told me afterwards. This is back in September. He told me afterwards that they're not coming back and they're not using him again. And I can't help but think that I'm like, yeah, dude, because you scrimped out on you cheaped out on everything you could, and it presented, we got this kind of subpar product. And I get that they have a budget of this and that, but like the speaker rental shouldn't have costed any more money. In fact, I was like, we have too many speakers. Like what I wanted, we'd pair things up, but this, I can't do these pairs. So we have like 6 extra speakers that we can't use because I can't do anything with them. And so it was kind of a waste there. I don't know. It really ticked me off. And then this gig has really kind of ticked me off. So my plan is when I go to work that gig, I'm just going to tell him, I have another show in Toledo for him, and that's another thing. Like, who the fuck does a show in Toledo? But I'm in a show there, and I'm gonna say, like, I'll keep my rate that I've had with you up till Toledo, but after that, I'm this much more, and I'm gonna kind of bump it like twice as much as what I normally would bump it because I'm kind of like, I'm just so annoyed. Here's the example of it. I told him, hey man, if you're gonna, do you want me to get the tickets or do you want to get the tickets? I'll get them nice and cheap, don't worry. But if you want to get them, that's fine. I just need it to be a late flight on the flight in. I don't want an early morning flight. And you're going to have to pick the seat. Can you pick the seat furthest in the back that's a window seat? Like if it's in the very back row, great. I'm not trying to take a nap. I don't care the chairs don't recline. I want that back seat because I don't want anybody behind me, I don't like that. And he ignored all of those requests. I had to change my seat and it cost me like money. I had to, and the flight was like in the morning, and I emailed him and I was like, hey man, do we have like a setup that day? Is there a reason I'm flying in that early? And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna change my flight and I'm just gonna pay for it out of my own pocket, which is unheard of. But I was so irritated, and I was like having to do damage control because that flight was gonna get filled up. And he was like, okay. So I had to spend like $112 of my own fucking money to fix this flight. And I have no idea why he chose that flight, because when I looked, it was $30 more than my flight, but I had to change it to a different tier, so that's why it cost $112 more. But I was just like, I was so annoyed, and I'm like, I was thinking, I'm like, maybe I need to focus on the bigger money shows and let these easy gigs go to the wayside. And I kind of reinforced it because I was looking at my month, and I like to like add up what I think I'm gonna make. And I have a little sheet of my hours and everything, and I'll kind of fill them in advance. And I realized like this show that I turned down another show for, I'm gonna make a third of what I could have made with that other show, if not a quarter. Because he's like, oh, well, I can only do half days for this and blah, blah, blah. And usually these other companies, they don't fuck around with that. So I'm like, man, I think I've kind of outgrown this client. And if I raise my rate, and it's still a low rate. It's still lower than anybody. It's below my get out of bed price. Because there's I told people, please don't contact me for a gig that's lower than this amount, because I just don't want to do it. I have other offers. I'd rather, leave my schedule open for the gigs that want to pay me this amount. It's just business, nothing personal. And he's still like $100 below that. So he's still substantially below that. But I got to do something, because I was so irritated with that gig and how it's turned out that I'm just like, man, I'm done with this guy. I like working for him. He really takes care of me. He does a good job, but I'm getting these other gigs where I can make like at least double what I'm making with him, if not more, if not triple. And they're hard gigs and everything, and there's a lot more stress and a lot more work, but it's, the pay is comparable, so I don't really care. I'm like, if I'm working overtime and I've got short term, which is when you have less than 6 hours or less than 8 hours between a gig, I'll just walk around, if I made 2 or whatever, and I'll go, cool, I just made another $90 or whatever, I just made another $100 or whatever it is. That motivates me to go. But with this guy, it's like, cool, $10, great. It's not that low, but it's like that. It's just like such difference that I'm just kind of disillusioned. And I've talked with family and friends, and and people in the business, and they've all told me like, yeah, dude, you shouldn't be billing him that low of a price. That's insane. And I'm like, yeah, well, he's a nice guy. And they're like, nice guys don't make, you know, that's fine, but you're giving them you're the nicer guy because you're giving them such a low price. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Plus, I'm kind of tired of working with his other guys he normally gets. They all have these fucking problems that are driving me nuts. Like, almost all of them have a chip on their shoulder, and I don't have time for that. I don't have time for someone who thinks they're better than what they're doing. Like, come on, man. You know, and like being a big bitch about it. I don't have time for that. And then they're all really kind of not very good at their job. Like, they're passable. They're me 10 years ago. It's what I always think about. Like, well, they're like as bad as I was 10 years ago or 12 years ago or whatever. That's where they're all at. And I'm like, couple that with them when I tell them, like, oh man, you should set this to this setting instead of that setting. This setting is better because of these reasons. And they go, no, the other way is better because of these reasons. Yeah, I used to think that too. But then I actually like spent years in the business and talked to people way smarter than I am. And they explained to me why this is a better way than what you're saying is the better way. So I don't know, man. I just got all this collected wisdom sitting on my shoulders. You know, I don't know. I'm just on the shoulders of giants here. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, well, I should be doing your job. Oh, well, you didn't get hired. You got hired to do this. So suck it up, Buttercup. Hate that. Yeah, you sort of mentioned a person with that chip on their shoulder. There's a lot of people that have chips on their shoulders, though, Michael. There's a lot of people in the business that are just like, I should be doing your job. Fuck off, man. Could it potentially damage your rep now? No, if anything, I've saved it because he's told me about other shows where, because I'll like get the console, and it's a Behringer X32, and like I zero out the console when I'm done. That's what I've been taught since I started, but not a lot of other people do. So I'll get a console and it'll still have the old show on it, and I will rain hell in front of him on how badly the console is set up. And I'll even explain to him how I do my setups and everything so that he gets it, but it's still a little bit out of his technical wisdom, but he's the producer. He doesn't have to know. He just wants to know. But I'll trash talk it because I'm like, what's this? Why did someone do it this way? And he's like, oh, was something wrong with the mixer? Yeah, the last guy that ran it. Did it ring a lot? Did it sound like it was an old-time radio? And he's like, yeah, it did sound a little weird. Yeah, this is why you never EQ it this much. He had the speakers turned up too loud. That's what happened. This is what happens to your EQ. You know why I know that? Because I used to make that mistake for years. And then I figured out what I was doing wrong, and I fixed it. This guy, he's still, how long has he been at this? He's in the 20, oh, he's stuck. He's never going to get out of this. He's trapped doing it the wrong way forever. C'est la vie. Has he seen your nuts? Yeah, I think so too. He used like Expedia or something like that, so I had to call Southwest Direct, and I just booked a flight that was 3 hours later. I thought about booking one in the afternoon, but I was like, you know what? It might be nice to get there early enough. I could just take a nap once I get into my hotel room, and then I can get up and go walk around, have some fun in the nightlife. But I'm in LA, so it's just gonna suck. I hate I like California. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful state. It's got some great climates up and down. It's really just like the greatest weather ever. Like all on that coastline. And even, I could even argue inland a little bit. It's not too bad. It kind of turns into Phoenix in a lot of respects. But that's it. That's all I like about California. Everything else, I'm like, ugh, really? Really? Just on and on and on. I was gonna move to California, and then I just kept working there, and I was like, oh no, this place is, nah, I'm good. I'm not coming. I'm not gonna move here. I got to use the whole solder. Product, no, you're kind of expected to already know it. Like, most of the gigs I get are through referrals. So someone else will be like, oh, I can't do the show. And they'll be like, oh, well, do you know anybody that could? Yeah, my buddy Sid. Let me give you his contact information. Oh, would Sid be able to do a show with these line arrays and this comm and this wireless? Oh, yeah, he's done it multiple times. And trust me, if he doesn't know what something is, he'll go find out how to do it. He'll go read the manual, or he'll go talk to somebody. So, you know, if you have any weirdo gear that's not like standard, just let him know in advance, hey, we've got this comm system from this company. Then he'll go read the manual, or he'll go look it up in advance. So when he gets on the job site, he'll be like, oh, okay, let's plug it in, see if it's as easy as it said on the manual. And that's how a lot of the work is through referrals and whatnot. And then you'll do the show, and if the client's really happy and you do a really great job, they'll call you back like, hey, are you going to be around next year? They're doing the same show, but it's going to be in San Francisco or New Orleans or whatever, you know, that's going to be in another town. Could you do that? And I'll be like, yeah, absolutely. Just as soon as you have the dates, send them to me and I'll lock them in. You know, if it's travel dates, make sure you put those in, work those into the schedule so I'm not overlapping. And that's it. So as far as like someone was asking about reputation, it really won't. And honestly, that's the funniest thing about this job. And I used to joke about it all the time, that I could burn this show to the ground. I could level this entire resort to the ground. It will just be burning embers. There'll be just nothing but waste. And they'll probably still call me back for next year. Oh yeah, Sid, didn't he burn that place down? Yeah, I think so. But he's the only guy we can get who knows this comm. Or can set these speakers up. We'll just tell him not to burn the place down this time. Sounds like a great idea. Yeah, there you go. When you look for the freelance. Using EQ to fix clipping? What do you mean, mate? I don't... Yeah, actually, I missed... Can you elaborate on that question? So EQ is going to cause clipping. I might have been talking about something and you're responding to that, and I totally farted out of memory. I apologize if it's something dumb like that. I clipped like a whole video. I was talking about audio, but I was like editing it, and I made so many mistakes that I was like, maybe I should just use this as a framework. Well, Substatica, most production companies just have me book the flight. Like, I've been doing that lately. Like, hey, can I book my flight? I mean, if you have like a budgetary range, whatever, that's fine. I fly Southwest, so I'm not gonna get, and I like to sit in the back of the plane, so I don't need to buy expensive seats or anything like that. It's the cheap. I just want to make sure I get a flight that's non-stop to the location or the least amount of stops, and I don't have to get up at the crack of dawn or stay up, get home at 4 in the morning or something like that. I'm the guy like that at the office when some problem is super technical. Yeah, and that's kind of where I thrive in my job. Like, I love troubleshooting. And I mean, I don't like the stress that it creates, but like, I mean, you guys have been with me when we've worked on something, we figured it out, or we fixed anything. I'm addicted to that rush of, hell yeah, we solved it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Like, I get really hyped fixing stuff. And that's at the job, Oh, hey, Sid, I'm not getting anything out of this. Then I go over and I'm like, oh, what about now? Oh, there it is. Yep, good old power switch was off. Oh, I thought I turned it on. You thought wrong. Okay, well, thanks, man. You bet. You were saying that someone is stuck in the habit of over EQing. Oh, okay. Well, so I talked about this in this video, but I didn't do a very good job. So here's how you set up a PA, and I'm gonna try to go as fast as I can and hit all the major boxes. So the way you set up a PA is you'll have a bunch of microphones, you'll have your speakers. Obviously, you're going to put them in the best spots. Typically, for the shows that I do, like, here's our stage, here's our ballroom that it's in. I put the speakers as close to downstage as possible, and then I put them out of, there's usually screens here, video. So I have to put them out of the way so they're not in the line of sight. So they're usually on the side, but they're as far down as I, can get away with. If I can get up a little bit, that's great. But then you have to deal with the cone, and you don't want the cone to wash onto the deck. So you're kind of stuck with that configuration. So what you'll do with your once you've got your PA set up, pump a little music through it, make sure everything's working, you're all bueno. Then you'll do your mics. Now, the way you'll do, like, your lavalier mics, because they're condensers and everything, and there's 418s as well, which are on the podium mics. So you'll talk into it, you'll get an audio source going, and you'll set your input gain on your console. Everything's zeroed out. So you're setting the input gain on your console, and you'll want it to be pretty hot. You don't want it to redline or anything like that. And depending on how the scale is on it, you'll want it to kind of kiss yellow or live in yellow, but never get into red unless you're like, bah! Like a big loud yell. And even then, you want to make sure, because if it gets too much in the red, it'll start to clip and it'll make this nasty cutting noise. And so you're setting that gain. It's kind of it's different every time kind of deal, but generally speaking, in my experience, lavaliers on digital consoles are going to be about plus 12, plus 16 on the input trim, and handheld wireless are usually plus 10. And as far as your gain on the trims, so you'll set it somewhere in that range, so it's nice and yummy. And then you'll route it to your master. And a trick I do is, because I've got a big ballroom and there's nobody in there, is I'll set my output on my fader to -10, -8, -10, somewhere in that range. I bump it down a little bit because When I'm setting up for a room without any people in it, any noise, any bags like eating it up. Once you get the people in there, the bags of water in there, you'll end up pushing that fader, that -10, up. And it's better to be able to have room to go up than to be like having to, you have it at 0 and then you're boosting your output. You're actually attenuating from 0. So if you go -10 and then you boost it to -4, or you raise it to -4, you still you're not pushing more out. You're not pushing above unity. Because that's the problem. You'll turn the volume down here, but then you'll turn the volume up there. And ideally, you want it to even out. You don't want to raise the volume and then have to turn this down, because then you're getting like these lopsided signals, this lopsided gain structure. So a trick I like to do is just bump it down -10 when I'm in a big empty room. Emptier, the more so. If it's not so much, usually I'll barely dump it down, like -4, -6. But anyways, I say that because once you push your fader up and you push your mic up and you're doing your checks, you'll need to go and turn your amplifiers up that are the actual speakers. A lot of people will just arbitrarily set them to noon o'clock or whatever, and that's stupid. And it's a big mistake I see a lot of people make. Ideally, you'll have it down and you'll be like, check, oh, that's not loud enough. And then you'll walk over to your speakers or walk over to your amps and you'll turn it up, whatever, you think. And it's not exact science, but we'll say we went from 9 o'clock and now we're at like 11. We go back to front of house, check. Oh, that's better. You know what, though? It's almost too loud. So maybe I'll go to 10. But you kind of dial it in on your amps. And you have that master fader that you can always deal with if you need to. But believe it or not, that will fix 90% of audio problems. So after you get your mic set, you'll start to push your mic and you'll do what's called ringing it out. And you'll still have it on, or you'll have your person talking, or you'll even maybe just have it on deck, and you'll have like a mic to kind of make noise for it to pick up and start that feedback loop. But you're basically turning it up, hey, and you're trying to get it to go to get that feedback, and then you'll ride that fader to keep that tone in. And if you do it by ear, you can do it by ear. You can take a parametric EQ, make the bell really, really sharp, so it's just a notch filter, bring it down, and then you'll sweep it, and you'll hear it disappear. And you'll just sweep it really slowly. You'll kind of have an idea of like, oh, well, that sounds like 400 hertz or 380 or 320. So you'll start there, and you'll just notch it along the frequencies, and it'll disappear. You've nailed your point. Nowadays, most consoles have an FFT, so you just look at the goddamn picture and go, oh, look at that spike. Notch, turn it down, boop, sound's gone, problem's gone. And you'll do that for the sympathetic frequencies on the mic or in the room. Now, like another little rule of thumb is if you're using more than 4 bands, you have another problem. So usually I'll do 2, maybe 3 bands, but if I get up to 4, it's because I have a shitty situation and I'm trying to make it work. But otherwise, you really don't want to pull down too much. And ideally, you really don't want to use EQ as much as you can. Now that's a school of thought that I have. Other audio engineers subscribe to it, but there's a lot of others that disagree with that. The reason I don't like to is like on a console, particularly digital ones, when you start using the EQ, you start pulling shit out of phase. And if you have a phase meter on, you can see like frequencies like 20, 60, 100 degrees out of phase, and that's like insane. It doesn't sound bad, but it creates all these hidden issues that you have that are really hard to fix. So ideally, you don't have a lot of EQ. Do you ever suggest using a graphic so you can use the parametric for the... So when I started, graphic was like the de facto. Welcome in, by the way, for Jilly. Graphic was the de facto. And that even is more true. The 4 bands at most is so much. I used to have a folder. I don't know where it is, but I had a folder. I would take pictures of people that didn't know how to EQ, and they'd have like all these bands like shoveled down. And I'm like, dude, you should just be lightly pulling back on like 4 tops. And but nowadays I prefer parametric, because the problem with a 31 band is it's a really wide bell and you can't change the bell shape. So when you're pulling those that 330 hertz or whatever the hell down, you're also pulling all those neighboring frequencies down, and you know, it's less desirable. But a parametric, you can turn it into a really fine notch and just carve out exactly what you need to. But yeah, I never use 31 bands. I don't like them. A lot of sound guys that I admire their work, like I'm a big fan of their work, none of them use 31 bands. Now, it's not to say there aren't really good sound guys that do use 31 bands, but I don't. I'm of that school of thought. I don't have to anymore, so I don't want to. Well, so Michael, the thing I've always heard is you cut live, you boost in the studio. And I think that's pretty accurate. Like live, you're always cutting. You're almost never boosting. Now you could boost, like if you have a mic with someone that you know, you're trying to fix up a mic or whatever, but that's just for that mic. And but the rest of your downstream, like all your other stuff, is always cutting. You're almost never boosting anything up. Boost feedback, exactly. So this bad habit you mentioned is using an excessive EQ to eliminate feedback rather than addressing the underlying cause at the cost of sound quality. Exactly. So ideally, if your setup is good, you're not having to carve out a lot of these frequencies. There's always going to be right angles in the room that are going to slap back and hit the mic at a delayed time, and it's going to be this frequency that just honks into it, and it's going to make it bad. Those you'll carve out, but like what a lot of people will do is they'll be shoving all these frequencies down, and all they had to do was turn the volume down to the speakers, because they end up, they're shoving all these EQ levels down. That's the same thing as just taking the fader and turning it down, but boosting the stuff that they're not putting down, if that makes sense. So it's a lopsided gain structure again, but it's in frequencies instead of just the overall content. The easiest way to fix that is to turn your speakers down. Make sure your speakers are set up right. You know, there's this whole gap rule for speakers if you're pairing them up. But I mean, most of the time you just need to turn the speakers down, and there's just going to be this limit of what they can do. And you have to tell the client that, like, oh, can't this get louder? We're as loud as we can go. I have the speakers as loud as they are prior to feeding back. I have the microphones as hot as they can go prior to feeding back. Everything is as loud as it is. We can go louder, but it'll start to sound like old-time radio because I can only use these frequencies that don't really have resonant properties in this room. It's going to sound terrible. And we're still going to have feedback because it's still going to be right on the cusp of where that problem arises. Or you can just turn the shit down like a grown ass adult. Oh man. Oh man, this is leaky. All right. I might have overdone it. There's like a sea of. Look at all that. That was alcohol that was not evaporating. That was not good. But whatever. Here, I can wipe it up. It's still past. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, there's people that like 31 band, but most of them are old school. Like I don't see any, people my age or younger really doing 31 bands anymore. And I think part of that is because parametric EQs, like analog outboard parametric EQs, were really expensive. Like Ashley used to make one that I would see in this one company's rack, and I loved it. Every time I was like, oh, fuck yeah, we got the dual band EQ. This is great. And it's basically, I think it's like four parts parametric, and you could run it in stereo, so you'd have 2 4s, or you could run it in mono, and you'd have 8. It was really, or maybe it was 6-3, I don't know, but either way, it was awesome. And I think a lot of older sound engineers, they grew up with the 31 bands, and that was live or die by the show with those things. Nowadays, with digital consoles, I have, like the X32 has, it depends on where you are on the console, but it can have up to 6 bands of parametric on a single point, which is awesome. Awesome. I'd do that all day. And I'd rather do that than a 31, because I just feel like 31s, if you ever run them through an FFT, you'll see how they're so wide. Like you can pull down 400 and it will go all the way to like 200 and 800. The bell, it'll go all the way to those, and you're affecting those frequencies. And if you're trying to get rid of feedback, you really don't want to do that. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I don't do this anymore. I don't do it too often, but I do use parametrics for shaping. I'm sorry, I use 31 bands for shaping, because they're not too bad for like tuning a PA. So if you run a PA through a program like Smart, and you're trying to like attune for the acoustics and so forth, you'll have like a band of it. You'll have your frequency response, but it's going to have a bump, or it's going to have a dive, it's going to have some weird shit. And so you can go into the 31 band and just grab like a section and just kind of wince it down or whatever to flatten it. Because it's so broad and it's not precision-y, it's kind of nice to do it that way. But a lot of consoles, you have to sacrifice DSP to use the 31 band, and I would rather just use the parametric for free and save my DSPs for other shit. There's auto mixers and stuff like that. I'd rather save my my DSPs for. Turn down for what? Have you used your ears too? No visuals, so people don't want to bother? Yeah, like when I started, that's the only way to do it, was by your ear. So I don't have perfect pitch, I have mediocre pitch. But I can hear frequencies and I can call out frequencies pretty decent. I'm not dead on, but like once you do it, once you have to do it enough, and there's really only like a handful of frequencies that ever show up on the EQ anyways, you get used to being like, oh, that's 400, isn't it? Yep. Oh no, wait. It's 380. All right, fair enough. Oh wait, what's that? Oh, that sounds like 1K. Let me sweep over to 1K, notch it out. Yep, there we go. So yeah, you have to do it by ear in the beginning, but nowadays there's really like you don't need to, and there's no real benefit. It's I like using the tools. I don't think it's like a slight at my abilities because the tools are dead on. They're 100% accurate. I'm 70, 90% accurate. I'd rather get the thing that's dead on because it's going to make me work faster. I'm going to be able to tune the PA, get everything cleared out and done, and then I can go, go work on other stuff or go to bed. The routing is clunky? I don't know what they're talking about. The X32 and the M32's routing is identical to the Yamaha CL series and QL and the D series. Like, it's identical. There's no difference. Yeah, it's the same setup. In fact, I can't think of one thing that's different between their routing system. Between that and a high-end professional Yamaha. The only difference is the Yamaha has more. Like the Yamahas have more mixes than the X and the M32. The X and M32 I think have 16, and like some of the CLs go up to 24 and 32 mixes, stuff like that. But and then they usually have like I think the CL has like 8 matrices, and the M30 and X32 only have 6 matrices. But honestly, like I think firmly that the M32 X32 is probably the best budget mixer out there, full stop. I don't like anything that Allen and Heath is putting out. I don't like anything that Soundcraft is putting out. All their entries into that market have been dog shit compared to the X and the M32. Like I've seen Dave Ratt do like some comparisons between it. Like he did a whole breakdown of the M32 and the X32 and measured like noise response and stuff like that. And the M32 is honestly like a better version of the X32. It's cleaner. It's got like a little bit more, it's just a little bit better. But no one's going to notice the difference because what the systems that those scale out to will never show it. Like you wouldn't use an M32 for a big festival gig with like, dozens of speaker layouts. You'd use something larger like a Digico or a CL, or, you use a big boy mixer. And that needs to be super duper clean because then you're going to notice with all these speakers like, oh man, someone letting the air out of some tires? But an M32 and X32, usually in a club environment or even a large ballroom, there's still probably like a dozen or maybe 24 speakers up in the air. That's not enough to really hear like the failures in the system itself. But I'm a huge X32, M32 fan. I love using them. I recommend them to people to cut your teeth on learning digital consoles because their system and their format follows convention. Other than Digico's weird. They kind of have some stuff that's backwards, but it's backwards enough to where you'll be able to go, oh, right, okay, that makes sense. Well, the Allen and Heath, like, it has dumb shit like it doesn't have omnis. So Yamaha calls them omnis. I don't think Behringer adopted the term, but you have omni out. So you have 8 physical outputs, and you can assign anything you want to each individual output. The Allen and Heath boards, I think it's the Q series. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. I'd have to look it up. I don't want to look it up. They don't do that. They're like hard locked. So you have like, and they're stuck at stereo too. So you have like, it says it has 12 outputs. No, you have 8 outputs. You have 6 monos, and then what is it? 4 stereos. Is that right? 6 monos. Yeah. No, wait. 4 stereos or 2 stereos? 2 stereos. No, 3 stereos. Whatever. I'm fucking it up, but you get the idea. It's not true 12 outs, and so you basically tie a hand behind your back, because if you're using a console, usually you're sending individual zones out. You don't need stereo for outputs, and if you do, then you can just take 2 mixes and pan them, to receive hard left and hard right, and then it'll sum it. But no, I mean, I don't even know a band like I can't think of an instance where you need like a monitor to be stereo or not. And it's hosed me many times when people have rented that console and I've been like, this console sucks. It only has like true, 6 outs or whatever. We have the M32 at the studio and I absolutely love it. The guys who run it picked up an X-Air recently for our mobile gigs, and it's really, yeah, those are great too. That's the other thing, Dan, that's great about the M and X32 line, is they have a really cool companion app to where you can rig it up, and there's like a phone app, and you can dial in your own monitor mix. Like I had a band, it was this performing group, I think they were from Canada. Hands down, one of the most professional groups I'd ever worked with. Like they were super talented. Like they had these really elaborate dance routines and they were in sync and everything, like really well done. And they're all singing with headsets, and they had in-ears, and they all had their own mix. And I basically had to set up like an X32 or an M32 backstage and pile in their mixes, and then they would be like, oh yeah, I need more drums, and they just slide up the drums and they'd hear it in their in-ears, and they were done. Like they could each do their own mix. You didn't have to, you could still be a monitor engineer, and like they're like, hey, can you increase my overall volume? Like there's certain things they don't have access to, and you could do that or whatever. You could still be a technician. But for the most part, you were just doing this and watching them take care of themselves, get exactly what they needed. So cool. I forgot about that band. Those guys were great. The drummer was the first person I'd ever seen with I can't remember the name of it, but there's this unit you can buy for track playback, and it's designed to sit back with the drums. It even has like a foot pedal for start-stop. And you have like individual tracks, and you can hit, play, and it will output guitar on channel 1, bass on channel 2, keyboards on channels 3 and 4, samples on 5 and 6. It'll just do it, and then you come into the console at front of house, and you just mix these tracks that are all separated. They're not summed, so you get all the dynamics and all the goodness from it. And then you can mix that with the band, with the live instruments and everything. Like they had like a guitarist and a bassist and a drummer, but they were doing pop music, so there was a ton of backing, strings and synths and all that, and extra guitars as well, layering the guitars. But oh man, I forgot. Thanks for reminding me. I forgot about that band. Those guys I missed them. The setup was asinine, but the band was great. Oh yeah, and exactly, like, and that's true with most modern consoles, is you can connect your iPad up, and you can be mobile, and you have access to like 98% of the console. And yeah, being able to ring out, being able to listen to your center fills, and your different speaker zones and everything, be able to just walk up and go, that sounds good. That's loud enough, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is. There's other options that Behringer has, but I mean, hate on Behringer all you want. I get it. I get it. But currently, they make one of the best under $8,000 consoles, digital consoles. They make one of the best. And when they first came out, I was on that fence, the same Behringer hating fence that a lot of people are, because I'd owned some stuff from them and it broke and it ate crap and there was nothing I could do, and I was like, oh, SOL. And I said that when those X32s first started coming out, like, those things are going to be in the repair shop. You're going to make repair shops millionaires, because that is not going to last. Thank God there wasn't a crow around that I'd have to eat, because I was 100% wrong. Those things are tanks, and the parts that would fail are actually easy to repair. What is it? Like, this is always cracks me up. I need to sell these, but you can buy their faders in packs of 5. And I think I paid $125 for this, so they're only $25 a fader, which may seem like a lot, but historically, no. In fact, I thought I was buying one fader, and then I realized it was a 5-pack, because I thought it was going to cost me $125 for one fader, but it was not at all the case. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, honestly, Dan, the difference is like the strips, like they have little label strips, colored label strips that you can do, and I think that's it. Like DSP, like under the hood, it's the same thing, I think, for all the X32, M32 series, and they do have AES 50 on it, so you can expand it to, I think, like another 24 tracks or something like that, or 32 maybe. I can't remember what. No, I think it's 48. I think you can do 48, but you just, like, it's depending on the direction. Like, you could have 32 ins and 16 outs, or you could have 48 ins but no outs, something like that. Yeah, the rack mount version's another one. That's pretty cool too. I've seen some bands they're like a corporate band. So you have like an 8-piece band, like it's pretty elaborate, and they'll have a rack with their with the rack 32, the Behringer rack mixer, and then in that they'll have their in-ears, and they'll have like a throw out snake so they can put everything in there, and then since it's this, it's kind of been dialed in already in rehearsal, they just recall the old deal and the old setup, and they just tweak it. Like, oh, you know what? The bass is a little loud this time. Oh, but the horns are kind of soft. Let me bump up the horn. And that's all they're doing. They're just tweaking a little bit. Ideal job if you're on the road like that. Mr. X, konnichiwa. Yeah, you can get a separate stage head, and you can connect it through Ethernet, and yeah, it gives you a ton of more channels. The signal noise in the crosshead was improved from the better caps and the components. Yeah, I mean the noise is much quieter on the M32 versus the X32, but Dave Rat when his view of it, they're not even kind of the same inside. So I think like the core motherboard is probably the same on the M and the X, but the boards that handle the IOs are different. They look different. And he pointed out, like, I haven't gone down and looked like, oh, are these Burr Browns and then these are AKMs or these are TIs? Like, you know, I don't know that level. I should have dug when I had the console here, but I kind of got sidetracked by other crap. But yeah, it's designed differently, but I think the core is the same because when you run the system, the I/O, like the user interface is the same, everything like that. But there is a slight quality improvement as far as the build. Also, one thing he pointed out that I didn't even think of, and this is classic Dave Rat, he pointed out that the X32 has a big board underneath all the faders. So if you were to spill a drink, it would be pretty catastrophic. The M32, the faders are all individually mounted to the panel and then have like a bus board that goes to them. So if you were to spill a drink, it would probably mess that fader up, but then it would drip down into the pan of the console and there's nothing underneath it. So it was a little like a slightly better forward-thinking design. And it costs more to do that, for sure. Because like the mounting it and then building a bus versus just slapping it onto a board, there's assembly, because you have to pay a human to do that assembly. The board one, you would just pay a robot. And let me tell you, those guys, you can just pay them in nuts and bolts. Hey, look at that! You won. Good for you. So you're all proud and stuff, you know. Probably gonna like toss back a few cold ones. You know, that's how I celebrate. And I'm celebrating daily. Every minute I can. All right. All right, unless there's any more questions about audio, we're gonna move on. I feel like I just rambled my head off. But I have to watch myself because I love talking about this topic. I could go on for more. Like we haven't even touched to my favorite topic of all of audio engineering, managing multi-zone speakers, like, you know, time alignment of multi-zone speakers. That's my favorite topic in the world. I could talk about that till I'm facing the blue. But maybe I should make a video on that. I don't know, there's some other good videos out there. I've been checking out a couple of other sound engineer videos, and a lot of people kind of already cover the topic. And I'm like, I don't know if I have too much to add to that. I got the JP8000 apart, no leaks, and the capacitor that goes bad and makes these go silent is bulging. So have you taken any off yet? Because that's when you really know, you might notice like a discoloration on the tabs. Like it might look a little grayish, but it's when you hit it with the iron and you smell that like disgusting fishy sardine smell. That's when you know, like, oh, it did leak. Because that's how that DR660 was. I was like, oh, this doesn't look too bad. And then the moment I put the iron to it, I was like, oh, no, it's bad. It's bad. Audio people are all like this. Yeah, well, I mean, it's such a black magic, you know, that I don't think a lot of people get, and it's not complicated. You know, there's not I mean, it can be, but it's not like we're whipping out the calculus or higher math or anything like that. We're talking about really basic stuff that's pretty easy to visualize or get. It's so interesting. I can't get enough of it, and there's always something to dive. Absolutely. That's why I like this business, but I'm starting to get tired of it. And I don't know. Like, lately, there hasn't been, when I first started getting into audio, it was awesome because I had to learn. There was so much I had to learn, and it was going to take years for me to learn it all, and then even more years for me to get any good at it. And, what is it, 15, 16 years later, I'm like, okay, I don't think there's any new technology out there that's really hit the market. Anything groundbreaking. There's been little advancements, but there's nothing like, oh my God, and now I'm just kind of bored. Wait, is that 4 or 5? That is 4. We need 20 of these. Our first resistor, we're gonna need, oh, there's 5. We're gonna need 20 of them. Is that 5? That's 5. Let me count these. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There you go. 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. All right, that should be 20. This is such a big build. I don't know. Should I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna make piles of all the values, because it's just gonna take so much longer if I do these one at a time, because there's dozens. Ain't nobody got time for that. Just a pair of shoes I've never got. Haven't pulled any off yet. Yeah, well, let me feel free to chime in if you get the stinky stinkies. That one that's bulging probably is gonna have some stink. Did you say you had to recap it because it stopped working, or there was an audio issue? I seem to remember that this was not like preemptive. This was to repair. Oh man. Yeah, because when I first started, before I did IT, and so I actually did really well in the business because like all this stuff was becoming networkable. Like all these Shure microphones, you could plug them in and you could use the software and everything to program them, and like but a lot of people didn't understand how to do it because it was, basic networking. And I was like, oh my God, I know basic networking. I could. And I got a lot of kudos, because I'd show up to a gig and you'd have this old timer sound guy, and he'd be like, oh, do you know how to do this? And I'm like, yeah, man. Oh, you mind showing me? Absolutely, mate. So you got to do this because of this, and then you set these up for this, and then that, and there it goes. Awesome. You mind if I call you if I ever have any problems? Yeah, just text me first. Oh, of course. And that, I think that helped me out. That definitely got me some street cred in the scene. Nowadays, everybody knows how to do it, so it's not that cool. Although they're still not very good at it. I did a show, my last show, the guy hooked us up but didn't use it to map it. Instead, he used the built-in mapping, which is dumb. And Yeah, I just obviously didn't retain a high opinion of that guy. I'm like, why did you do it this way? This is dumb. All right, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Oh, wow. Oh, wee. It's like separating drugs here. "15 years in the studio, not doing live sound as a change, and wow. Different, yeah, absolutely. You basically do the opposite a lot of the times between the two. Like we were just saying earlier, with EQ, in the studio, boosting is not a bad way to go. In live cutting, you almost never boost. I mean, it still happens, but most of the time you're cutting. By the way, we need an in-depth review of the Bronze Up. Oh yeah, that's true. Here, I'll put that on my little notepad here. Where is it? All right, and the last one is 1K. Well, there's more. Oh, you know what? We'll do them all because there's 1K. There's 44 of those. Good God. And then there's 2 4.7s, and there's only 10 7Ks. The JP at lost audio, it's a standard issue on these where the filter cap that controls the muting line goes out of spec and you lose the audio. Okay, so this is a repair. Yeah, it's most likely that's the case because if it's documented, yeah. Man, I'm loving that thing. I wasn't expecting nearly as much as it gives me. Nice. One thing that's really unusual is that it seems if you don't fill all the inputs, it'll be taken as outputs. Wait, the inputs can be outputs? What? You guys lost me there. All right, I got to count to 44. My biggest challenge yet. You know what? Let's do this. Let's make this easier. Let me count to 25, because that's how many are in a strip. And then we'll go from there. All right, let's try this out here. 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, so 38, all right. And then this weirdo shorty one. The shorty, that's for the shorties. 39, 40, 42, 44. One jumped over here. Now, I'm not 100% I got the exact number, but I don't want to bother counting it because that seems like a really boring waste of time. If we're low, you know? Ugh. God, I can just hear myself regretting this. All right, hold on. Dude, there's like so many, though. I don't know how I can count this right. 2, 4. It's like counting string beans. 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Oh man, I don't know. 24. 26. 28. 30. 32. 34. 36. 40. 44. All right. All right, I miscounted twice. It's got to be worth something. All right, and then we have 4.7. There's only 2 of them. It's going to be wild to find them. Is this 4.7? Yeah. Yep. And then the 10K, we need 7 of those, which is weird. Really thought we'd have more 10Ks on this, but whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. This guy fly over here. Let's see. 2. Oh, nope. I don't know what this guy is. 2, 4, 6, 7. All right. We're good. Got some spares just in case. Need to know where things go. Alright, so yeah, I can't get this. This board is so big. I guess we'll have to do it in chunks. Because I can't Alright, we'll do... I don't know how we're going to do this. At least do it sitting right side up, I guess. Okay. Aim these lights in the right spot. Alright. I guess we'll get going on this. Right out of the gate, nothing that we need. Nothing 10K or lower. A lot of 12K though. I feel like we should have started with 12K. Really regretting not having 12K to start. Hey, look at that. We got 1K out of the gate. Now, if I could just remember which pile that was. That was the pile of 44. That's right. Well, hello, hello, hello. Is there a... Wait, 560. Oh, yeah, there's 470 here. My bad. That's not it. That's not it! Ready for, take 4. You know what? Yesterday, I went and did something I haven't done in a while because, you know, well, I went and bought, like, all these different gummies. So I was like, I'm just gonna try all these different gummies. And I had one yesterday. It was pretty yummy, flavor-wise. And then really didn't do anything too crazy with me, any otherwise, Pennywise. So I don't know. Wait, is that an 18 or a 10? I don't know. Hold on a minute. We need to confer. Let's see, we're at the bottom. No, we're not at that part. Okay, here we are. So we're next to this D. Son of a bitch. No idea. Oh, this is like a reoccurring theme. So this should be the same as that.
Where is it? 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 That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
Okay, so that one was 18. This is 18 as well. All right. We'll leave it alone then. Yeah, I guess that does look like an 18 here. So, all right. Little deduction. That was going to be my rap name. Yo, what's up? I'm Little Deduction. But, well, as you guys can see, my rap career never really took off. I had this song called Equilateral Triangle, always trying to mess me up. It really just didn't. I thought it'd be a hit, you know? But I was wrong. It was the opposite of a hit. It was a flop. Drip, drip, water splash, drip, drip. Michael D. Talk about Michael McDonald? Woo, 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 woo. I love Michael McDonald. Here, we're going to stay on this line here so we don't get distracted. Is it this one? I think this is 560. Oops. It is not. I should have gone with my gut. An equivalent triangle always trying to mess me up. Hey, it's my cap. I don't know you. Yeah, that was the remix. Good one. We got it from Little Plagiarist. Oh, there you go. That should be my rap name, Little Plagiarist. And then I'll just do other people's songs. Like I'll do Shim Shimmy Yam from ODB. Because that, I mean, everybody likes that. No one's going to get mad about that. But I'll just be like on and on, just going off about how I wrote it. Well, when I wrote Shim Shimmy Yam, you know, it was in a difficult part of my life. People kept giving me the mic and then taking it away. I had to write a song about it. Oh, and my love for unprotected sex. I was like, man, how can I combine these two passions, these two real problems in my life? And then and then it just kind of came to me. I was like, ooh, baby, I like it raw. I mean, initially I was at a sushi restaurant, but then I started thinking about it right then, and I could hear the piano playing over my thoughts. Immediately got down and started writing the lyrics and crafting my song, Shim Shimmy Yam. How can I combine my worries of people giving and taking away the mic and my love for unprotected sex? Oh, baby, I like it raw. Oh, baby, I like it raw. Shim shimmy yam, shimmy yo and shimmy yay. Give me the mic so I can take it away. John from Barrage, the Brooklyn Squad, Wu-Tang Clan, person. Oh, and I give a little shout out to the Wu-Tang. Right, it inspired me for that song. Pythagorean. Oh, man. I hope I don't ever catch that. I got my shots. I got my inoculations against Pythagorean. I don't know if I'm still going to get the theorem, though. A lot of people say that just getting the shot isn't enough. But they're airheads, you know, man. They like to talk just to hear the sound of their own voice. Which I have no personal equivalency to. So juice is in the hypothesis. The juice is loose. The juice is loose. All right. Let's see here. Strawberry margarita. This one, ooh, this one looks really yummy, like flavor-wise. Boysenberries, just for my boys. I got these boysenberries. They're good. And my boys love them. So this is a CBD and CBN. All right. That's a big maybe. I got this crazy jar one. Oh, that's for sleeping. Which is mostly what I'm doing. Then mellow. Oh, this sounds like fun, actually, this guy. You might have won, buddy. Oh, this thing recommends eating 3. Wow, that's ballsy. Gotta use my clean hand. Ooh. Okay, yeah, that cap is full of fish. Board is cleaned out. Oh, nice. So it's just that one. That's a good sign. And hopefully it didn't do any, like, damage or anything like that. That's another part that you kind of have to watch out for, is it causing board damage or uninterested damage. That wasn't very funny. Django Guilehard? Yeah, I bet that didn't go over too well. It sounds like a drag queen name. Like that would be your name if you're on like RuPaul's Drag Race. I'm Django Guilehard, and I'm gonna beat all these bitches. Because I got something none of them have. A connected eyebrow. Leave the monobrow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my God, everything went tits up here. where that other guy went, though. Oh, here he is. I should use my good tweezers, shouldn't I? The fancy tweezers. Sid plays pinball with the... Well, you know. Just love my pens. Love playing pinball. It's never the same game twice, even when it's the same game twice. Oh, damn it. I kept saying that I was going to get different tweezers. Let me do that. Excalibur. Yeah, let's see. Okay. What's funny is we're almost through the 470s and the 560 ohms, but we still have a ton of 1Ks and 150 ohms. So figure that one out. Who do we blame for that? 560. Just running through that pile. Boom, boom. Oh my god. It's gonna eat up all our 470 and 560s, isn't it? Oh, hey, look at 150. I just saw it. Oh shit. There you go. Whoop, there it is. Alright, we just need like a dozen more of these. I wonder if there was some down here that I missed. But we'll find them. We'll find them all. Wonder if you have any experience with jitter or something due to using unshielded Cat 5. Who, me? I mean, normally we use shielded cable. We usually use just Cat 6, which is, that's, to my knowledge, that's the only difference, is it's shielded. And the heads are shielded too. But no jitter issues. I think anything you might, well, no, I don't know. I've never seen really jitter in audio that's measurable, you know, that pops up on the old meters and it's like, hey, bro. So most protocols, like AES 50 and Dante, they have clock sync baked in. So like wherever your clock source is, that's part of the data stream, and it's pretty much locked in. I don't know how much redundancy or any of that, but it's I've been learning that it's just like it's built into the protocol, and it's accounted for. All right, I have one extra 470 left. I don't know what that guy's for. Let's hope he pops out and makes perfect fucking sense. There's 150. There's a few 150s, so I guess I missed these or something. Oh man, there's a bunch here. Alright, I keep getting the same email or text for this fucking health benefits thing. Like every other day. I think I got one yesterday too, I don't know. I need to put this on the blocked section. Because they're always trying to sell me healthcare. And I think part of it is because I'm registered as a business, an LLC. So they assume I have like, and you can pull those records up, they're like publicly available. So I assume that that's where that's coming from. And then they assume I have employees, which I don't. Nor do I want that responsibility. I mean, if something happens to them, you know, the cops are going to look right at me. They're like, aren't these your employees? Well, yeah, but I mean, are you saying I had them murdered? Oh, no one said anything about murder, but now you talk about it. You know, they're gonna get me. They're gonna, you know, I've watched enough cop videos to know how they get you. Yeah, Dante's really great protocol. It's not exactly the cheapest, but who was it? Latouille was saying that there is like an open source companion to Dante. Like it's compatible with it and it's all open source, but I have no idea. I haven't explored that at all, so I have no idea if that's accurate or maybe a little blown out of proportion or blown into proportions or blown at all, you know? What are your thoughts on those Hacko Omnivices? These Hacko Omnivices? I mean, I love them. This is like my favorite board holder. And I bought two so I could do like a really big board. You know, if I had like a motherboard or something like that, I could put it on there. So, and you can raise these up so you can get some height. So if I need to like elevate it so I can get hot air under there or just to get access, make it easier to work with, bing bada boom, baby. Yeah, these things are great. I think the price has kind of gone up though. They when I bought mine the Christmas before this last one, and I bought two because they were basically $50 a piece. So I bought 2 of them for like $100 from Hacko, and they gave me like, oh, you spent over 100, you get a gift. So I went through and I got a coffee mug, still the best coffee mug I have. It's a big boy, so it's like a full pot of, or not full pot, but like I think it's two full pours of my French press. Before it'd be like 3, and by the you got to the 3rd, it'd be kind of cold, so it wasn't really that great. So you get 2 big pours out of the French press, and it's awesome because it says Hacko on one side, and on the other side it says Hacko but in kanji. It's awesome. It's one of my favorite little weird bric-a-brac, knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. Just questioning the meaning of that. So let's see. I helped local families save $4,116. That's a very specific amount. I'm sick of this. Are you sure you don't want a quote? Oh! Callus coming in with that 5 months of sub love. Thank you so much, mate. Super appreciated. Some bronzing. All right, nice. From the bra. Just got my TL72. It's a great day when one is able to acquire a stash of TLO 72s. I remember when I was a young man, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and the doctors took care of my tail and darkened my eyes. And but it was around that time that I discovered the TLO 72. Got my first pack of 10 in the mail. Later, that became a pack of 25. And then after a while, before I knew it, I was buying 50, 100. Now, I have around 500 on hand for that very important 500 TLO 72 project I have coming up. Oh, man. I don't know if any of you guys care. You probably are not like a big doofus like I am. But one of my little guilty pleasures is streamer drama. I don't even, half the time, I don't even know what's going on. I'm just there with my popcorn like, oh, really? And there's this streamer guy that has kind of become popular over the last couple months or so. Named Clavicula or something like that. It always looks like it's easier to pronounce, and then you try it and you're like, ugh. And this guy basically, he looks like he looks and acts like the main character in American Psycho. He's he's a piece of crap. And so it's easy to hate on him, you know? It makes the hating much easier, you know? You don't want to hate on someone nice. That feels wrong. You hate on this guy, you feel like you've done your duty for your country, you know? Like, you know, I mean, it's not, you know, it's not like being a veteran, but I feel like I'm making the world better by hating this dude. Well, he's gotten in trouble for a bunch of different things, but just recently, he came to my state, and he went to Scottsdale, of all fucking places. And that tells me everything. Like, the guy wants to party in Scottsdale. Yeah, dude, you're a real piece of shit. That place is just for pieces of shit. And, or people that wish to be pieces of shit. And anyways, he used a fake ID. And here in Arizona, they take fake IDs really seriously. Almost to a draconian level. Because it's a felony. And then, of course, when they busted him, they found drugs on him, which is another felony. That's right. That's right. So, I mean, you know, the way the justice system these days, probably nothing's going to happen. But I can at least enjoy the idea of something happening. That still brings me a little bit of joy. But yeah, I kept, since I live in Phoenix, you know, that they'll send you stuff about your area or whatever, and people were talking about it, and I was like, oh, that guy? Oh man, this is great. That guy sucks. All right, so this is gonna be, we're gonna go ahead and solder these girls on. We're gonna have to 90 this board to do, well, shit, this is gonna be tricky, isn't it? We'll do it this way. We'll do from left to right. We'll do like a cob of corn. Corn cob pipe. I got to school for my night class and it was canceled due to snow. They didn't send the cancellation email until 20 minutes after I left. Oh, so you had to trudge through the fucking weather to get a big pile of disappointment. Nice. Good job. Good job, school faculty. Dan! That is the same guy. Yeah, he's part of the looks-maxing, which is just more great vernacular, right? But yeah, he punches himself or hits his cheeks with a hammer so they'll swell up and build scar tissue so he'll have more pronounced cheekbones. And he does crystal meth as a weight supplement or something like that. I can't remember his excuse. But I'm like, oh yeah, man, that's been helping people all over the country. Like, there is zero side effects physically to your appearance from doing crystal meth. None. And, you know, if anything, he's right. It's just going to make you look better. Because, I mean, who doesn't look better with teeth, without any teeth? You know, those teeth, they make the lips kind of push out. Looks a little, you know, But that guy, his teeth are going to fall out. And then, yeah, that'll be good. Or his nose he might turn into Artie Lang. Might get Artie Lang nose. Yeah, that guy is like a weird psychopath, but it's kind of fun. Point and laugh at him. Yeah, exactly. Couldn't happen to a better person. Oh, sorry, there, we got some auto modding there. I had just been snowing by the time I got there and saw it was closed. Still hadn't started to accumulate. Oh, so it wasn't too bad. That's good. Eurorack junkie. Yeah, but I got my well, I had to pay for them, but I still have my teeth, you know. Oh, shit. You have to turn the iron on. That's weird. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick. Nature calls. I'm gonna answer that call real quick. All right. Sorry. I had to go into the bathroom and hit my cheeks with a hammer so I can look more handsome. Does it show? No teeth, no dental bill. Yeah, maybe that's what he's looking for. He's like, you know, financially, dentist, it's a scam. The real way to maximize, to fund max, is to just get rid of your teeth. It's funny too, like, speaking of drugs, like I went and saw my buddy's show last Sunday, and I was hanging out in the parking lot talking to a friend, and the whole time we're hanging out, there's like these guys like on my right, and at first I was just being, they were at the show, but the dude didn't have any teeth or anything, and he was like really annoying. He wore this weird fucking what would you call it? Like a body harness, like a bondage kind of body harness thing, and he wore this like weird like animal skull thing as a hat, and that was fine. I didn't have any problems with that. It was he also had this strobe that he would just leave on, and it just flashed white light on and off. I was like, that's fucking annoying. And then like afterwards, when everyone's buying merch and stuff, he was there, and I realized like, oh my God, that guy doesn't have any teeth. And he looks a little rode hard, put away wet. Well, when I was out in the parking lot, him and his friend were taking stuff out of their car that was like basically an episode of Hoarders. It was just filled with trash, and they were taking the trash and stomping on it to make it smaller so they could put back in the car. But that's not why I told you this story. I just had to set some context. That was on my right. On my left, I kept seeing this guy hanging out where the dumpsters were, and I thought he was like smoking weed, but then I kept realizing like, why is that? I'd see the lighter off in my corner, and I'm like, what's going on? Why is he having such a hard time lighting this? And then I like finally looked, and I realized he wasn't taking the lighter and roasting it into the bowl. He was just heating up the bottom of the pipe, and I'm like, oh, that guy's like freebasing meth or crack or something. So we got tweaker home assembly over here on this side, and then we got guys smoking crack on my left, and I was like, I think I'm gonna go home. This is too much depressing for me all at once, and I'm kind of tired. It's weird though. Doing my advanced digital homework. Latches. Let's go. Oh, Dan, you should see, like, have you seen Artie Lang? Like, he smoked, or no, he snorted some coke, and I guess it had like broken glass in it, and he thought he'd fished it out. Yeah, he put the broken glass in there, and he thought he got it all out, but he didn't. and it ruined his septum. So now his nose just like lays flat, and it has nothing to push it out. He looks awful, and he's had plenty of doctors and people offer to fix it, but he is not getting it fixed because he feels like it's penance, and it's to remind him that he messed up or something like that, you know, like kind of this weird, I don't know, that guy, like, honestly, that guy has a shit ton of problems. Like, if you're ever, like, feeling bad, you're like, oh, well, at least I'm not already laying. I mean, that guy he's fucking brilliant, and his work ethic and his skills are incredible, but he's got some fucking demons, dog. Demons. And I don't think he's ever gonna get them fixed or taken care of. I think the demons are just always, they're gonna be part of his whole life or something. I don't know. Whatever. I wish him the best. He's a really funny comic. He's really great at timing and storytelling. Yeah, I have to pay the dentist. You might as well smoke meth. Yeah, you're right. You know, enjoy the gifts of life. Yeah, it's still messed up. To the best of my knowledge, he hasn't gotten his nose fixed, and he's not planning on it. Which is just insane. It's sad. I like the guy. I guess that makes sense for him to be weird way. Some kind of, maybe this will remind me not to fuck up again. Yeah, I mean, he's had a lot of dark. I don't want to get into it because, you know, it's going to bring down the vibe of the channel. But he's had some really dark moments in his life, and he keeps like making it out. You know, like someone will discover him and they'll be like, oh no, we gotta get you to the hospital. And stuff like that, like that kind of thing. And so, yeah, I'm with you. Like, I can understand his reasoning. I don't think it's the best, but hey man, if it keeps him off drugs, that'd be great. Because he's definitely not one of those guys that can do it and not make it a big deal. Yeah, there's a whole bit he did, and it's a true story. There was like, I don't know if it's still around. It probably is. There was this YouTube, I used to watch on YouTube. I don't know if it was ever on like Comedy Central or whatever, but I think it's called like, I think it's like, maybe it's called like I Shouldn't Be Here or something like that. And it's a stand-up comedy thing. Like, I've seen all these different comics do it, and the venue is in like a strip club. So, you know, you have the thrust for the, you know, for the catwalk or whatever for the dancers, and there's poles and everything. And the way the seating is, everyone's around it. So it's like this crazy TED Talk sort of layout. It's really unique. And these comics will tell a story. And that's the whole bit. Like, they have to tell this anecdote or whatever. Drew Carey's is really, really good. I highly recommend that one. You figure out pretty easily who his friend is that he keeps not wanting to say their name, because he almost says it at one point and you're like, ah, I knew it. Carrot Top is on there. He has a really great story. It actually it totally changed my opinion of him, and my understanding of where he was in the comedy world. And then Artie, and there's some other ones too, but Artie Lang has one, and his story is so funny because it was during his time when he was on Mad TV, and he was getting in trouble for all this stuff, and it was shortly before he got fired, I think. And I don't want to ruin the story because it's so good, and it's also disgusting a lot of the times. But it's worth going and finding if you can out there. I think the show's called "I Shouldn't Be Here." I think is it. And oh wait, I'm behind on chat. You've seen it. Okay, you've seen it before. You've seen the Carrot Top one, same feeling. Got to look up the Drew Carey one is great because he's talking about going to like EDM festivals and Burning Man and stuff, and he's really funny when he's telling the whole story. You really like Drew Carey after. I mean, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't like Drew Carey? He just seems like a pretty cool bro. And this story definitely lines up. But yeah, Artie Lang has one. I'm trying to remember. There's some other good ones. I want to say... oh, shoot. I can't think of his name right now. I don't know. I guess I could look it up. There's probably a whole string of them. Yeah, the Carrot Top one was great because, one, you found out that Carrot Top can do stories, who can do comedic timing, that can do, he could, I mean, he wasn't doing stand-up because it was a story, but a lot of stand-up is storytelling, so, it's fine. But I learned, like, oh, wow, he actually has a lot of skill. He's actually a pretty talented guy. And then as he's going through the story, I'm like, wow, I really didn't know that that's how he was perceived in the comedy world. That's awesome. I agree with these people. I think I get their point. And then since then, I think I've seen him do a lot more podcast interviews and stuff. And he talks more about his career. And I've genuinely switched from thinking he's just a joke, and to like, no, this guy's actually a really talented comedian and a unique guy, and he's just doing what works, and you can't hate somebody for doing what works. He's making money. I mean, he's in Vegas, and he does like a bunch of shows in Vegas too. He's very work heavy kind of guy. This shouldn't be happening. Yeah, that sounds right. Jay Muse was some pretty good stories. Is Jay Muse was on that? He might have been. I mean, they didn't necessarily get comedians for it, but the ones that I remember were comics. I mean, technically, well, I guess Drew Carey started out doing stand-up, but he's much more known for his sitcom and his stuff on Whose Line and so forth, which most of the time he was just, laughing and setting up. And now, the face of The Price is Right, which, I don't know, I'm super glad for that guy. I don't know, it's kind of weird to have good feelings for someone else's completely different career, but I really feel like that guy went down the right path. Kind of like Conan, you know? Like, wow, that guy's really talented. He's really good. It's so cool that he found his niche, his spot, because it's such a, you know, difficult place to get into, and he rolled right into it, and he did really good. He's had an incredible career as a result. This is not happening. Yeah, all those sound right, to be honest with you. So I can't say one way or the other. Carrot Top was on Steve-O's podcast, and that made me like him a lot more too. Couldn't stand the guy growing up. Yeah, same here. I always thought he was kind of a, you know, a has-been in the waiting kind of thing. I was like, oh, this can't last. You know, this is only going to be funny until you grow up, and then you're going to be like, this is dumb. But no, he's been killing it, and good for him. It's hard, you know, to find a job and a career, especially in the entertainment world. It's like, it's so much work, and there's such little return. You know, like I think I showed it earlier, like, well, not earlier, like a month or so back. This friend of mine, she's an actress, and she's a working actress. And she did a post on Instagram or whatever, and she was like, you know, the end of my 25 year, and she's like, this is how many auditions I went on. And it was hundreds. Like, it was 300 or something like that. It was insane. She got called back 20 times or something. Like, I don't remember the numbers, but they were all like really earth-shattering numbers. Like, I can't believe you auditioned. You know, you went all that, you got your hopes built up so many times, had to learn this thing, learn this, and then they don't even call you back. They go, thank you, and then that's the last time you ever speak with those people again. And then from those, it was even less that she actually got a gig, a job from that. But she's still cracking at it, and I think I even left her a comment like, keep at it, you know. It's, as I understand, that's the way the biz is, and sometimes you can audition for something, and that person would go, well, she wasn't right for this, but I'm working on this other project, and I think she'd be great. Let's have her come in for an audition, and you'll recognize them, and they'll be like, hi, we did the such and such show. I thought you'd be great for this. I wanted to have you audition. You're playing, you know, just basically set it up. And I was like, I understand that's a lot of the job. It's just kind of networking, but, you know, I think putting your time in and doing your dues is important. And I've seen her work. She's really, she could definitely be like a character actress or actor, however the term is, like, because she has like a lot of unique things about her that carry over. It's like, you know, I remember she was in a sitcom with like a bunch of famous people, and it like got canceled after like a few episodes, or I don't even know how many. I never even got to see the show. I was like, oh, awesome, I'm gonna watch this. I like these other actors. Like, one of the guys was from The Office. He played Daryl. He was Daryl in The Office. He was like one of her co-stars, and everything like that. I was like, all right, here we go. This is gonna be it. And then nothing happened. Like, it got canceled or whatever. And so I'm like, man, that's got to be so devastating and so hard to deal with, and not just go, fuck this, I'm gonna go do something else. And she actually dabbled into other stuff too. Like, she's worked with effects makeup and so forth, because that was her deal in the beginning. She'd do a lot of crazy costumes, and it would use a lot of effects makeup and so forth. But the problem is she was kind of like competing against all these women that, you know, do cosplay and stuff like that. And, you know, that's kind of a thick market. Like you know, how are you gonna come out different in that? And she would do like scary makeup, and I think that helped. But you know, it's not gonna win against you know, Sexy Mario or something like that. You know, when a girl will do that, and you're like, oh, yeah. Creepy clown versus Sexy Mario. I don't know. This one's a tough one for me. Shrek in a bikini. Exactly. And you know, she's a very attractive lady. You know, she could definitely do that kind of stuff. But I don't think that's her bag necessarily. I don't. I don't think that's how she wants to go about things, I guess. And I don't know. That's just me assuming. I have no idea. I've never... She's like an old friend from high school. I dated her sister, and that's how I, you know, still know her and keep in touch and whatnot. Or not even keep in touch. Just follow on Facebook, honestly. And Instagram. And the gram. As Conan Needs a Friend is really good. Yeah, it's great. I watched that. I watch a lot of clips. I haven't watched it from top to bottom. But I don't know. It's... You know, I mean, I wanted to be a musician. I wanted to be in a band and, you know, and do that whole work. But, you know, after a while... I was kind of like, or I could do something else. And I kind of got more into and more successful in just doing audio and so forth and doing that as a job rather than, you know, playing guitar in a band. And, you know, in hindsight, especially with a lot of the musicians I see now, I'm like, you know, I may not have even been good enough. I may not have been a very good guitarist, and I just... you know, didn't notice. And that might have hindered me as well. Alright, I'm gonna go back, because I want to go left to right so I don't accidentally put my hand on some components that need to be snotted. Here we go. So I think we're good there. Yeah, we're good there. This is gonna take forever. I should have honestly started like some sort of clock or whatever to kind of time it. Damn it! I just realized this isn't here. In the frame. But yeah, I don't think I could. I don't think I'd have the nerves to be an actor and deal with all that. I guess rejection. I guess I don't know. That sounds like the wrong word. I did the band thing for a while when I was younger and had a lot of fun, but I just didn't see it turning into a career. Yeah, I kept out for a long time, but eventually I was like, after my last band, I did some solo stuff, and I was like, all right, well, my band's kind of kaput. I'm gonna do solo, you know, my solo project. And I started doing it, and I kind of realized, like, it I don't have to do it, if that makes sense. Like, I kind of realized I'm in a really kind of a better place, especially at that time, because I was like, you know what? I'm part of the Phoenix art scene. I'm not so much anymore. I've quit going to the deal, but if I wanted to get back into that, I could reintroduce myself, run into some old friends. They could vouch for me, but I could become, part of the Phoenix art scene, which is a wonderful art scene. It's honestly mind blowing how such a kind of unheard of state, region could have such a phenomenal scene. And because of that, and I have a lot of friends in clubs and so forth, I have the ability to perform a live set whenever I feel like it. I just need to make some calls, set some dates up, and I'm good. I can perform live anytime I want. And I really like that. I really like that flexibility. And my mind is of that, like, oh, why not that just be the goal? To be able to perform, because I love performing. I love writing music. I love performing that. I love doing all that, but in the back of my head, I've always worried that old phrase, like, if you want to ruin something you like, make it your job. And I always kind of worried a little bit about that. So I kind of felt like this was a better way to go than to just be like, well, and I did a bunch of albums like back in 2009, 2010, somewhere around that time. And I really liked them, and I was like, all right, so if I want to do this some more, I can whenever I want. But I haven't really felt like it too much, which is great, because I'm like, that's cool. I want to focus on, I want to learn new skills and new tricks and new things anyways. Because I mean, as much as I love making music, turning it into some sort of income just seems, as the years go on, it's just less, that just seems like a bad idea. And there's other things like that too, like with streaming. Initially I was like, oh, I'm gonna make a bunch of money from streaming, and that's gonna be the deal. And then as time went on, I was like, that's not a goal. That's just a result. A real goal is what we have now, which is a really wonderful community of people who are into soldering, into electronics. That's the goal. Making money from this and making it like profitable to where I could live off of it. I've done the math, and it wouldn't work. I'd have to give up something like the community and being able to follow chat and stuff like that. I'd have to give that up so that I could, make that. And I mean, not that I would get the option, like it would come up like, would you like 1,000 people, 1,000 viewers or not? It's not like that, but I just started realizing like, oh, that's the wrong goal. And I've kept noticing that. I think that's more what I mean with music. Like, as time went on, I realized that's not the correct goal. That's a goal that society and youth and, being a kid and seeing that, it makes sense there. But for me, I don't think it's a viable, not even viable, I guess, because I could do it, but it's just like, I'm not gonna be happy with it. After like 10 years, 15 years or whatever, I'm gonna be like, this sucks, but I put all my eggs in the becoming a rock and roller basket that it's gonna be hard to get out of. And I've kind of learned that I was right, because I have friends that are professional musicians, but a lot of them are kind of trapped. And, you know, it's a young person's game. You know, you can be, you know, in your 40s and 50s and 60s and make great music, but how commercially viable it is a completely different story. You know, if you're going to move records, if you're going to sell streams or downloads or anything, that's a totally different part. And, you know, I see a lot of my musician friends kind of trapped in that world, and they'll veer off to other stuff. Like I have a friend, he did around COVID, he did what do you call it? Scores for film and television. I have another buddy, he does production. He's gotten really good at mixing and engineering, so he just kind of knows how to do it, and he's been hired by bands to do that. So they, you know, but those are like one-offs. They're not like something you're gonna always get a bunch of money in the mail from. What, did I miss something? I got a job at Fender Guitars doing setup in their final department a few years after that last band I was in. Band issues, right? I used to love coming through Phoenix when we would go on the road. I'd imagine it's even better now. Yeah, I mean, when I worked at this venue here in Phoenix, the Marquee, they we'd get, you know, bands, and whenever they'd come, they'd be like, "Oh right, we're in Phoenix. Oh, awesome! That means we're gonna get out of here in time to hit the bars," because I guess we had this reputation on the road that, you know, if you come to Phoenix, the hands, the staff, everybody works fast because they just want to get it over with and get it done. And they're paid a flat rate, so the quicker they get it done, the quicker they can, you know, the more money they make. Oh, thanks for the link there, Mr. X. Man, I don't know. I was trying to figure out a way to do Attack Ships on Fire live, because that's like the only album I really feel like doing again. But it's like a 2 MC thing, and the other guy I'd rather not deal with anymore. I'm kind of sick of that dude. He's kind of just... So I don't know what to do. I don't, you know, to be fair, I never really liked his parts. So I don't know. I was like, well, maybe I could do my version of his parts, or just not do them, or, you know, a little bit of both columns. Because it'd be really fun to do Attack Ships. I love that album. But one thing though, it will probably take me longer because I'm older now. It'll take me at least a month to get in shape to sing that album, because it is so insanely physically demanding that it's like, you know, it's like you can't just run a marathon. You got to go and do some short runs and work your way into it so you can do a marathon. Surviving, yeah, exactly. It's kind of, I don't know, I kind of like just working in the industry, and more so, at least for the last 15 years. Kind of bored of it now. I want to get into making my own ShamWow. So there's two projects I did around the early aughts. One was The Ahe or The Age, and then the other one was the Autopsy Report. The Autopsy Report, and the Autopsy Report was the band, and we had we were 4-piece. We had a guy who played bass, but he could also play keyboards, and he did a little bit of vocals on some songs, and then there was me. I did keyboards and guitars, and there's one song I played drums on, and then the two other members were the original members, and they were both brothers. The oldest is he wrote most of the songs. Like after a while, we started writing stuff together, but like the majority of the songs were stuff that he wrote, and then we would write our parts to it. And then his brother was a younger guy, and he played. Yeah, that was in Clear View of Nothing. He played drums, and he was our vocalist. But it was interesting. He had a congenital disorder, whatever. He had muscular dystrophy, which is basically your muscle tissue never develops, and it usually breaks down, and you succumb to it, like including your heart muscles, stuff like that. And he had a weird form that they never really could figure out what it was. But he lived into his 30s. He made it into his 30s, but he was only supposed to have survived, been lucky to make it as a teenager. But he did all right in his teen years. That's kind of, I met him in his late teens, I think. But as time went on, it was more difficult for him to get up and move around and things like that. It's pretty rough. But he would play drums in our fucking band. And, there was a couple times when he wasn't spot on, but those were rare times. Most of the time, he was a pretty decent drummer. And because of his disorder, he looked extremely emaciated. And so he would play up to that in the performances. And we were an industrial band, so, very spooky, and, we had a lot of stage blood and stuff like that, and props, lots of props. We built so many fucking props. It was hilarious. So he, looking the way he did, he would play into that for the show, and he'd basically would just he would like do this really cool technique where he'd take liquid latex, real popular these days, but it was kind of rare back then. And he would take the liquid latex, and it, like, once it gets to your skin, your body temperature, it causes it to cure and it'll solidify, but it still takes a few minutes. So he would rub it into his skin and use and at the same time he'd have like all this like black and red body paint and stuff like that on it. And he would do it in such a way he would look like a burned victim. Like he would just look like it kind of would look like the character in Beetlejuice that was in the waiting room. The guy that would be like, cigarette? Yeah, I'm trying to cut down myself. He kind of looked like that guy when he had his makeup and everything. And it was so spooky, and like we literally had people coming up asking if everything was okay so many times. Him and I had a project, like the first we started The Age, it was initially him and people would come up and ask if everything was okay. Because it looked like we were like losing our minds or going, mad or whatever. And it was honestly the greatest compliment, because we would be like, no, everything's fine. That's a character. We're playing a character on stage. I mean, it's not method acting or anything like that. We're just like, pulling from these emotions that we've had in our, and using that for the character. But the character is this crazy psycho guy. But we're good. We're good. I mean, yeah, we could definitely use a little good news now and then. But all in all, we're hanging in there. Yeah, I was thinking I have like this VHS to USB converter, and I was like, man, I really need to take our old shows and dump them down, because it was good times. Those were the days. It was good. It was fun. Always miss it. I mean, and we had like opportunities too. Like we were in. Like Spin Magazine did a thing on us years ago. Nothing came of that. We never got any bookings. We never got anyone saying, yeah, I saw you in Spin Magazine. So it was, it was like, oh man. I don't know how this record industry thing works. We need to get in Rolling Stone? Is that it? Spin's not in? Got a banana dial, welcome in. But I don't know, I over the years I kind of realized that, oh shit, I'm missing 470. Did I knock it somewhere? Oh wait, maybe that's the 470 I've been looking for this whole time. Hold on. Full fucking circle, baby. Full circle. Yeah, right? That's what, yeah. Yeah, I grew up with Rolling Stone magazine. My dad would always get it. In fact, he had like a lifetime subscription. This, one of his students' parents worked at the printing plant in Stillwater where they print them. The magazine, and like I can't remember what happened, but the guy like hooked my dad up as a thank you with a lifetime subscription. And when my father passed, my mom was like, do you want this subscription? Because I'm pretty sure we could just transfer it over to you. It'd probably just have your dad's name in there. And I was like, nah, let's end it here. I was like, I don't need a bunch of magazines, and the house like had so many, because he would keep them all. So we had like just boxes of Rolling Stone magazines, and he'd build like little things to show them off and whatever. But eventually I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to carry that tradition on. I think I'm gonna do something else. Nowadays, I really have a hankering. I'd like to just be on the other side of the console and everything. Like, there's been a couple of music projects that I've met over the years from Golden Shrimp Guild that I've been like, man, I wish that I could, like, that they had the budget and, I had the time and I guess the budget too, I don't know, but to where I could go in and produce an album with them, like, be able to make these suggestions like, I like how you do this with your beats, but what if we added this and this? And they're like, oh, okay, well, I'll try it out. And then they're like, oh, wow, this sounds great. Yeah. And, you know, kind of just be able to help them craft something better, but, you know, not writing anything, just like coming at it from like technical standpoints and just being, you know, instead of a mixolydian, why don't you try like just a straight blues scale for this part? Have you ever just tried a cross harped? You know, whatever. I'm making up these imaginary conversations I'm having, but that's been my desire to get back into it. That and like the metal music project. I really need to get off my butt and get back on. I was working on it for a bit, and then I was like, oh, I need to take care of these other deadlines I have. And now those are in good shape. They're at least wrangled in. And I'm like, oh, I should go work on the metal album. Yeah, I haven't even looked at a Spin or Rolling Stone magazine in probably over a decade. I'm actually mastering some things for a couple of shrubs. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah? That'd be cool. Are you a mastering? I can do it, but I don't think I do a very good job of it. Wait a minute. Where the fuck does this go? And where's my 560? Okay, there's the 560. Oh, man. I think I just knocked that one off. And it flew over here. We still have our spare 470. Go here. Let me solder this on, and then I'm going to go down this in, because there's an obvious pattern, so. Yeah, I did mastering, but I had same thing as you. I had good tools, but I don't know. My ears are so sensitive to breathing and stuff like that, and I'd always have issues with it, and so I never really pumped it up as much as I think the client wanted. And so I kind of was like, oh, maybe I'm not good at this. You know, maybe there's something I'm missing. All right. Yeah, I've still got a spare 470. And then we have a bunch more other ones on here. So that means, of course, it's time to swap out to the other board. Other board. Brought to you by Other Board. Which way is the wording on this one? Looks like that's the top. I like it when they put question marks next to component values. Brings me a sense of calm. All right, well, I'll just start at the top right or top left, and then I'll work my way across, just like the ancient settlers did. It's giving you PTSD. I'm gonna have another gummy. Yours doesn't quite work right? That's not good. That's unsettling. Oh, wait. That's right. I zoomed in because I don't know. I needed a better shot. That's the only way you're going to take my spot is with a shot. Here's something funny. So, if you follow our YouTube, I have like a close-up soldering video, and I don't know. They're somewhat popular, so I put one out every day, and I bank these in advance, and I kind of have a little system and everything, and I'll do them in bursts where I'll put a bunch in, and then I'll sort through it, and then I'll not touch it again for like a month or so. So I was doing that, and when you're doing it on YouTube, it'll it's like, do you want to add a song? And all of them are audio lists, so I just put a song on there, and I try to, I pick different stuff I wouldn't normally pick, but I'm like, oh, this is popular. It other people like it. It's not for me, it's for them, blah, 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 blah. And on this last batch I did, I was like, you know what? I'm going to make every song a jungle song. So I'm like, trying to think of like, just old school jungle songs, and then trying to remember, where they are and searching for them and all that. And I run across, one of the songs I think of is this song, from Shy FX, original Nutta. And if you look that up, there's like a bajillion, like everyone's done a remix or some version of that. I couldn't even find the one I was looking for, and I just kind of gave up. I was like, all right, whatever. And so I pick one, and I put it in, and then I'm going on to the next song, and then like a few moments later or whatever, I get a notification from YouTube that oh shit. Well, I just grabbed one and the tweezer slipped and I don't know where it went. So we might be missing a 1K. It told me that that song was blocked in some territories for copyright, and I'm like, but it's your song, bro. All this music I thought was okay to play because the artist is getting their cut. What the hell's going on, bro? So, that happened. That was weird. How did you make that board? I did not make this board. This board I ordered from this dude. Well, that's not going to be a good example. Well, it's just not going back the way I want. Hey, bugger. Here, I'm going to do it this way. Should have done it this way to begin with. So, this board, and all our boards, a lot of our build for the last year, year and a half? Oh my god, it has been a long time. It's all been from this guy. It's this guy out of Australia, Nonlinear Circuits. He's got a lot. A lot of modules. No. He's very old school. And so I was talking to a buddy of mine, and our current theory is that he's using an ECAD program that runs on Windows 95. And he's good with it. These traces are insanely triggering for a lot of people, and I totally get it. The lack of a ground plane is my problem. Guys, hold up. Get ready, because things are about to get heavy. Jump up, because we're going to bump up. Get down, because there ain't no clown in this here town. We got none other than the Brutzer coming in with that piping hot. Won't stop, skilly bob. Oh my god, freaking hot. Ray! Oh my goodness. Oh my god. My god. We got none other than the Brutzer in the house. Willkommen. Guten Abend over there in Deutschland. How you guys doing? How was the stream? What were we all up to today? I was showing off the, what, you had a funny name for it, for the Game Boy clone, the Brutzel Boy or whatever. I showed that off to the other day on stream. We were talking about y'all. And, good stuff, good stuff. Hey, Super Critical. Yeah, over on YouTube, but we're streaming on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. For, you know, for cools. Good morning in the morning. Guten Morgen. Wir sind geil. There you go. Brutzer and Raiders simultaneously. Welcome in. Guys, if you're not familiar, we got a shout out to the Brutzer. Guys, go check out the Brutzer. It is a electronics channel. They do some really high level ECAD work and designs and builds. I was over there the other day, and you're doing the squiggly lines to make it for a BGA, and I think it was a BGA. It was gnarly. It was insane. I was like, oh man, this is intense. But their channel is in German and English, so if you want to brush up on your German skills like me, it's great channel to go hang out with and absorb through osmosis. And great community there, really nice chat, really great people. And the Brutzer's there too, so you know. That's like all the boxes. They're all ticked. Thank you. Oh, you got partner. I'm surprised you weren't already. Kudos. Let's go. Yeah, I'm like, wait, they took this long? Yeah, that's awesome. That's so awesome, mate. I'm super happy for you. Well, anyone who's new to the channel, just a reminder here, these little duders down here are your stream avatars. If you say or emote anything in chat, they'll spawn. They kind of grab like these apples and stuff. Like they have some default ones that they grab. But if you want to customize yours, if you're on Twitch, there's a panel below that'll say, it's like purple and it says stream avatars. It might take a little bit to load because there's a bunch in here, so just be a little patient with it. And then if you're on YouTube, it's down in the description. There's a link for stream avatars. It'll say, you know, change your stream avatar, dude. I can't remember the wording. It's not very poetic. Could have gone a lot better. But either way, that'll bring up a little pop-up, and you can go in and do the same thing there. There's a bunch of moves they can do. Exclamation point commands brings up a list of all the moves and grooves they do. And then there's some Easter eggs in there too, if you're clever. I think right now, about 1 month now. Took only 5 years. Oh, wow. Well, hey, good things come to those who wait. I think that was spoken by Rocco Siffredi. I think he was the great wise man that came up with that statement. That great things come to those who wait. But come is spelled funny. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm riding to bed. See, no worries, mate. Take care. Have a good rest of the night. Stay guile. And can't wait to catch you next time. Thanks again for raiding. Always appreciate it when you guys come in. Always makes it all super guile. But, yeah, you guys came in. I was talking on the Twitch there. Yeah, gute Nacht. I was talking on Twitch and, or Twitch, YouTube. And then we were talking about this, the traces on here, because they were like, these look crazy. This is like a crazy person did it. And I'm like, yeah, that's accurate. But, it's also the crazy software that I think that's used. But yeah, there's no ground plane, and that's always my problem. Like, he draws ground to everything, like a trace, and I'm always like, man, do you not have that option or something? Is that why? Because that's like my favorite part, is when I like go make a ground plane, and then I hash it up with some vias, and then I crank up Mississippi Queen real loud, and you know, rip one. Interesting technique. I'd personally drop some solder paste on those pads and put the parts into it. Looks like you're going to use use roll solder. Yeah. So the technique I like to do is I just hand solder them on, because it honestly takes a lot less time. I don't care for solder paste too much, because I can never get like a small enough amount out. We do have some these LED arrays that we've been working on, and I've been using solder paste with that, but I have a stencil. So I just fill the stencil up and then rip it off, and then drop the components on, and then I have a hot plate that I'll use to reflow it on, and that's it. That's kind of for that, because it would be too hard. Like, the components are really, really close to. Yeah, I can show you what I'm talking about. Well, maybe. Where are they? There's one. So it's this. Well, let me do this right. So it's this LED array. And the LEDs sit on the back, and it's for a fabrication, because we didn't want to pay to put LEDs on this side, and we thought about it more, and we're like, and honestly could look pretty good if we did it this way. So we have the LEDs, they're gull wings, and let me see if I can. And you can see that solder paste, it's got those little tiny stupid beads, but it's not that big of an issue on this. So I just kind of, you know, who cares? But yeah, we did it that way, and it worked really good. These LEDs don't lower enough to where they'd sit on the hot plate, so they were fine. We never went over 210C, I think. So it was pretty easy. I mean, it was leaded solder paste, so we didn't even have to worry about going over 210. And it worked out pretty well. Squeeze it on a post-it note, and then dab it with a needle in it. Oh yeah, I guess you could do that way. Once we get to the soldering part, if you're still around, you can see my goofy method that I do. That it honestly works really, really fast. This particular thing has like, I don't know. We don't have a component count, but it's at least, it's probably close to 1,000. Might be like 800, 600 maybe. I don't know. Like if you look at the list here, there's a lot of big numbers here. 44, 29, 45. I mean, you know what? It probably is less than, I probably overshot. It's probably like 500. These don't count. These are the jacks and the hardware, so we'll just count this stuff. And I don't know. It's quite a bit. It's going to take me a minute to solder it all on, that's for sure. I work 402 all the time like that. Yeah, 402 would probably be the way to go in that method for sure, because it's, you know, even with a micro pencil, it's still a pain in the ass to try to solder with an iron that way. I really enjoy using an iron, so I kind of prefer it. But again, I'm kind of unconventional. I'm a loose cannon. If there was like a police academy type thing or a police squad that I was in for soldering, my captain would be like, "You're a loose cannon, Heresy. You got the suits back at the DA breathing down my neck. They're saying, why doesn't he use paste? What the hell's wrong with this guy? You talk to him, right?" And I say, I talk to him. He doesn't listen. I don't think he can hear. So I go to the other ear, tell him the same thing, and he goes, "What are you doing? That doesn't work up there with the brass. It doesn't work at all." I use iron with the paste? Oh, well, there you go. Well, I don't have a micro pencil. I just have like a Hacko the FX 888, so. Keep in mind, all this is 805. So 805, like, so our stream is, you know, our focus is try to get people into soldering. And so I try my best to keep all the tools and all the difficulties within, like, you know, an average person's abilities. Hey, Lobster Chung, welcome in. You get some solder paste to try out. I can tell you the one that I got. I'm okay-ish happy with it, but I kind of feel like there's got to be something better. It's Kester EP256. It's a 6337 mixture with a no clean flux in it. Melting point 183, which is what leaded solder is. It's like 182, 183. Oh, this one's for professionally. But CML Supply, they're on Amazon and stuff. They sell it. If you don't want to buy like a giant deal of it, because I don't think Kester sells like a smaller, like a single syringe of it. I think you have to buy like a bunch. Yeah, honestly, super critical. The other day I was editing some videos, and it was like a bunch of 1206 because so this designer is, you know, like a lot of people, he initially it was through hole and it was vertical resistors and everything like that. And then as time went on, he started like working in, you know, okay, but all the 100 nanofarad caps, they're all 1206. And you know what, and the 100K resistors. And he started slowly working in SMD, and eventually it went from 1206 that had a footprint that 805 could fit in, like the really big pad, so you could do either or. And then it just went to 805 and a mix of through hole, and now it's all SMD. The only stuff that's through hole is the stuff that has to be. Like he uses Vactrals a lot, so Vactrals a through hole. Obviously jacks and pots, those are all switches. Those are all going to be through hole. But if it's like a, you know, a dip chip, you know, like an op amp or a CMOS chip or any of that, he just gets usually the SOIC spacing too, like the wider pin spacing. He just goes with that every time. And I've been a huge fan. It's allowed me to get into SMD soldering, and that's what I recommend to a lot of people too. Like, oh, you should check out his stuff. It's the, you know, it's going to be the most accessible way to get into it that I'm aware of. And at the same time, if you're into eurorack, which obviously you don't want to mess with it if you're not, but it's some of the most original modules you ever get. So it's like a win-win-win-win-win. It's a super win. That's the one you have in your Amazon cart? Yeah, it's done fine with me. I just like the solder balls don't really goo up as much, so I still have like little balls and stuff. They're hardened, but I don't know. Maybe that's just on me. Maybe my hot plate doesn't get hot fast enough, and that's a side effect. Thermal paste. Oh, I think that was a typo. Yeah, 189C. Is that 60/40 mixture? Because isn't 6337, isn't that like 182, 183? I thought it was 182 until I saw that thing say 183, but you know, I guess it's almost subjective. I don't know what to do RL. I figured I was like, I think I'll just come back to that. They're all on one board, so it's not like it's a big button of pain to revisit. Mr. X with the clips. Let's go. Clipzilla. Duke Clippington. Clipperelli. clip. Ah, shit. Have the cameras backwards. Oh, look at this. We're just going to do this the whole way around. $12? 12? Is that how you're supposed to pronounce it with like an upwards inflection? 12? 12. I'm impressed you're working on a camera and not a microscope. I need the depth perception for the binocular scope. Yeah, it's a trade-off. I bought this from, I got this, there's a YouTuber who has the same setup, and I really liked it, so I went ahead and he sells the kit, and so I went ahead and bought it from them. And I have a binocular, a stereo microscope off to the side here, and I used that in the beginning, but it was really uncomfortable for me, and I really didn't care for it, because one, I'd have to hunch over, which I don't like to do, and then two, I don't know if it's obvious, but these glasses, they're not for show. I have really, really bad vision, and it's really hard for me to switch from focusing close up and then having to look away and go back to normal depth, and that's all a microscope. You know, the whole time you're just dealing with like, okay, so where's the part? Okay, now I'm gonna hunch over, and then I gotta wait for my eyes. There they go. Okay, now I can work, blah, 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 blah. All right, where's that other one? Let me wait for my eyes. There they go, there it is. And it just took more time. It was more of a button of pain for me. And then instead, I've got the view of it on a giant monitor, and from like a 33-inch monitor, and I can zoom in. You know, this has like tons of zoom. We're actually kind of far out on it at the moment. Let's see. All right, I go too much. There we go. So you can get a really high degree of magnification. I have a ring light too, but I'm not going to reach over and F with it because it's just too bright. But you can get like really high magnification, and it works pretty good for like the size I'm dealing, because I'm rarely really needing to go that close. This scope has about 2 fists of height. Here, I'll show you the unit. You can see it. Since Janu give you the tour here. So this is the scope that I have. You've got the camera on here. It's like a Sony sensor. And then you've got your optics, and then I've got a ring light, and then I got these 2 little, I don't know, gooseneck lights. Sometimes they call them anti-glare lights. I just feel like they don't know what glare means. I feel like that's a linguistic issue. Yeah, so I have a 0.5 and I have a 0.75. The 0.5 raises it up really high. It's so high that it's just kind of ridiculous. Like it's a good 2 feet off the table. And so the 0.75 gives me about 2 fists of height, which works out pretty well. I still get plenty of light on my subject, and I don't have to have ground supported light because I don't have a lot of room on my workbench. So it works out pretty well. But I will give you that for sure, that the lack of depth perception took some getting used to. What I ended up doing is I used to use curved tweezers, but now I only use straight tweezers, because over and over I'd have like, oops, let me go to I'd have a situation where I'd be like, all right, let's grab this component. Why can't I grab it? And then I'd turn it sideways and realize the tweezers were pointing upwards towards the camera, not downward, and I would just be grabbing at, the air. So that took a while to get used to, but once I did, it's rarely ever been like an issue for me. And I honestly, at the end of the day, I prefer being able to lean back in my chair, stare at the monitor and work, and do all my stuff, rather than be hunched over and look down. So it's a trade-off, but it for me, and I'd have to get a trinocular system if I wanted to stream it, and those aren't too much more. I think they're probably about the same cost as this, but I was I don't know, I kind of just made my decision. And plus the trinoculars, it's, at least at that time when I bought it, it's probably improved. It was really hard to find like a good camera. Like they always put cheap, shitty cameras on those things. But you got well, no, I mean, I have a 0.75 lens. I mean, you saw it. It's actually a nice set of optics. It's not a camera, like an overhead cam or anything like that. That's this rude boy. Oh, this is fucking mad. Lost my spots. I want one of those at some point. Seems a lot nicer than the goosenecks magnifying glass I'm currently using. Well, work what's going to make it done. As time goes on, the more you get into your hobby, it's like, I got this saw, I really like it, but it really, I really could use that chip count, better rate, speed, blah, blah, blah. You have all these reasons to upgrade. And then you can put your, your disposable money into your hobby that way and get like an upgrade. For this camera, if you're in the US, you can buy it from Northridge. If you're outside the US, or if you want to try to save a little bit of money, you can figure out through a little bit of research and YouTubing what the camera is that's in here. And you can find the lenses online pretty easily on AliExpress and whatnot. So you can DIY it if you wanted to. And I don't think you're going to have much of a performance loss. You're going to have to white balance the camera yourself, but that's not very hard. It's honestly it's pretty easy. All right, for some reason, I have a leftover 1K and a leftover 470 ohms. I'm wondering if I can't count. We'll never know. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go across this and solder these sons of bitches in, and then we'll I don't know. We'll do more. We'll figure out the mystery. I mean, I still have a bunch of 10Ks too. I don't know where the fuck these go. Yeah, I've got like 4 10Ks left. Whatever the fuck that is. Some more of that. Yeah. We got some missing, I missed some parts. It must be from my talkie talks. Yeah, 4,500. That sounds about right for like a good system. This was about $1,000, or it was like 1,200, I think is what I spent. So yeah, you know, it's just one of those things where, you know, if it's since I was streaming and I was like, you know, it makes sense. And before that, when I did have the binocular, I wanted to be able to stream like the zoomed in view like this. So I took one of my cameras and got like a telescope mount for it, so you could, you know, put an iPhone or a camera on a scope, and I just mounted it onto the other eyepiece because it was just a stereoscope. So I mounted it to the eyepiece, and then I sent it to my cameras, and I was like, I can, you know, I tried it out, basically tested out, like, could I do soldering this way? And I really liked it, and it honestly wasn't too bad from this. This has a much richer color and a higher definition. The only difference, the big difference, was that like it was a giant vignette. So like there was basically a circle in the middle from top to bottom, but so the sides there was a lot of dead black, you know, negative space that you couldn't use. So that was the downside to that setup, but I was more than happy to, once I got the upgrade, like, oh, that was worth it, and no regrets. Mr. X, take care, mate. Thanks for hanging out. Let me definitely throw a little shout-out action there in the chat. Guys, you know Mr. X. Our master musician from Deutschland. Go and give them a follow. They do synth jams. They got modular jams. They got all kinds of jams. All the jams except the edible jams. Then they have berries jams. No. Go and give them a follow. Check them out. They're in the Twitch chat. I poked around for them on Express a bit. I think next time I have a big project to do, I might try to pick something up like that. As I get older, the magnifying glass doesn't work as well, or is it me? Yeah, no, that's my problem. My vision close up is pretty, and like I can get it working. I can get improvements, but it has its limitations, and it's just way easier for me to just look at a 30-inch monitor. Yeah, Dan, if feel free to hit me up. I can if you're having trouble finding it. If you look on YouTube, there's a video of where someone takes apart a Northridge fixed camera, and they go ahead. They found the what do they call it? The JTAG. I can't think of the other term, but they found like a serial port to connect, and they went in and watched it boot, the boot sequence, and it mentions the sensor that it's using, so he was able to confirm which sensor it was, and then he was able to go, I think it's this camera from this company, and I went and looked, and there's that camera and everything, and I was like, holy shit, this is the same camera. Awesome. I'm gonna think about it, and it was substantially less. The most expensive part you're gonna really spend money on, and I recommend that's where you want to spend your money, is the articulating arm. It's about $200 to $250 to get to, you know, shipped. It might be a little bit more, but it's expensive. But it is, I have no notes. The thing is the Rock of Gibraltar. It has been unbelievable. Like most clamps, like any light clamps, anything that clamps onto the side, you have to tighten. You know, you got to do your semi-annual tightenings of it. Every time I go to do it, there's nothing to it just doesn't move anymore. So it's not weakening. The metal isn't stretching or anything like that. It's solid. And I mean, you can tell the balance is pretty good. Now I do have it on a separate table from the table I'm working on. But I mean, they're still kind of physically coupled anyway, so it doesn't really help that much, but it helps a little. But it is rock solid, and if you know, that's the one spot I wouldn't say go cheap, or go and buy the AliExpress or whatever. Like, get a real Amscope articulating arm. They're very expensive to ship, so if you can find it locally or if you can find a good deal, grab it. The rest of this you can get anywhere on AliExpress, but the camera itself you can get on AliExpress. You can get the name and everything, and it's really good, but it's much cheaper than what Northridge is selling. So I mean, it just depends on your budget. I didn't really give a shit, and honestly, I was like, yeah, I could get it. I know he gets it off of AliExpress. I get that, but you know, particularly at the time, I was like, I don't mind supporting his, you know, his content and everything, and I like the fact that I have recourse if there's any problems with it. You know, I can reach out to him. I'm not reaching out to, you know, an AliExpress account and, you know, really kind of, I don't know. But that's just my rant on that. Yeah, your camera's tight. It's a good camera. We changed. So we used to have the ring light, and that's pretty good, but it's got its drawbacks. Now I just have it at about that level, and I put that together so I have a lot less. I still have shadows from the two lights. I'm thinking about zip tying them or something so they're closer up, but it works pretty good. This is a 1080p, but you can find 4K versions of this camera, so it's pretty wild. Yeah, I mean, that video, he mentions the camera, and then yeah, you can just look around for microscope, and you'll see these here, I'll do it again. You'll see these oops, wrong way. You'll see these optics here, like this camera, because this all is one piece, and it has a little collar that sits on it to keep it in there, and then it rests on this. You have to get this little ring for the Amscope, so make sure you get that too when you buy it. It's a little collar that fits in, so it'll stay in there, and then the rest of this is shit I've just attached because I'm, you know, goofy. But there's other cheaper options out there. Like there's some pretty good like standalone little units I've seen. Oh, show you some. Where it's got like a little stage, and then you have these struts, and then you have like a little video monitor, and then the camera is in there, and it'll have like an HDMI out. I've seen those, and I've seen some that are really good. Some of them in the beginning, like a few years back, they had latency issues, but nowadays I don't ever hear anybody complaining about lag or anything like that. So I think whatever they were using back then, because some of them are good for, like, you know, coin collecting or something like that. But if you're, you know, if you're doing like any fine work like model painting or electronics or something like that, those are the applications you're looking for those smaller units and whatever. And you can get those for like, I've seen them for under $100, and I've seen some for under 200. So they're not too bad. Oh no, the nose and the eyes were the nose is from Oddball, and they originally I had the eyes on there, and yeah, well that, and there's like a fucking GoPro hanging off of this. There's well, you can't really see it. There's a bunch of wires loomed. It's a little bit like Mad Max looking. That's bait. Going to head out. Have a good evening. Yeah, mate. Take care. Talk to you soon, hopefully. And keep it super guile. Oh, come on there, buddy. These guys are just wanting to lift up. That's where love lifted us. And it's where we belong. Oh, fuck you, man. Fuck you, asshole. Thinking. Oh, there you go. That's beautiful. That is a 0 ohm resistor coupled with a 1K resistor in parallel. We call it the feeble coach. I'm kidding. We don't call it that. We call it Lieutenant Mustard. The paparazzi surprise. The plaintive's sock puppet. Oh, there you go. All right. You know what? Oh, one more of these guys. Oh! Super Critical, thank you so much for joining over on the YouTube. Take care and keep it guile once again. I think I just like the flavor of these gummies.
Hello, Sydney. Hello,
Leo, welcome in, mate. How you doing? I like to play on my fat belly, or at least when it feels that way. I don't know. The drums to Ministry's song "Thieves," so it's like. Dun, 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 dun. We dominate, we dominate, we dominate this fucking hate. We dominate every freedom. Inside, outside, which side we all know. Not a lot of Ministry fans in the chat. Get it, get it, get it. I get it. Remember, Remember Uncle Al? When you need a good riff. I'm fine, thanks, Abby. I'm doing all right, mate. I'm getting ready to start a bunch of jobs, so, you know, mixed emotions there. I won't be able to stream as much this month. And then I've got, well, I guess that's it. I just won't be able to stream as much. But, you know, I'll make some money, and then I can go back to slacking off. Like Sepultura? Similar, like they could play together. They could headline a show together. Absolutely. I think Ministry and Sepultura's crowd, it'd be a lot of kids wearing black shirts and having long hair. Oh shit, I could have just gone down. Jesus. I got my Hive Mind prototyping module in the mail tonight, so I probably need to build it or something else. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I wish Doey would be in chat when this is brought up. And then, or I could remember to bring it up to him when I'm in his chat. Oh, that, you know, you got one of those. So, you know, he might have some info about it. Because I did like, I had a bunch of notes. I was like, oh, you know, if you're going to do this, you should do that. And you probably want one of these in here. And you want to have this and this and because the one I have, the one that you saw, that was like a first gen, and they've definitely moved up in their second gen. I don't think I got a credit though, which is fine. I remember I think I got a shout out somewhere. Can't remember. I was like, oh, all I did was complain, and I thought I was more of a pain in the butt. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's a guy over here. We just do him now. Get him out of the way. Oh, wait, there's a guy in the middle, too. All right, we got two weirdos here we gotta do. And then the rest is like, does itself. God. Man, this is the most inconvenient space. I'm trying so hard not to get solder in those holes. Oh shit, there's stuff over... Oh man, there's a bunch of shit everywhere. We were lied to by the establishment. Hey, yeah, I did... Well, no, it says 47K, doesn't it? Alright. Here, I'll just do the top, and then we'll just get this... Oh, man, there's like a couple tops here. I didn't see that. The light, it plays tricks on me. Fools the eyes, you understand? Turns your brain into a truck stop. Full of fiendish individuals. Hey, there's another 10K. I think I missed that one. Oops. I just want one, dude. Look at that. They even face in the right direction. That's amazing. That's America. Dan with the win there. Don't forget that gold can be used at our fine casinos. We have some of the loosest slots on the internet. Slots. S-L. What? O-T. Oh, God. Loose slots. Doesn't sound comfortable. Yeah, I don't know where my missing components are. I guess we're gonna have to do a flyby. We'll solder this and then we'll do a flyby. And because, yeah, I still have like shit left over and I don't know where it goes. I also don't know what language hyenas speak either, so kind of just batting 1,000 over here in the failure games 2026. Hell yeah, is what my attorney would say if I were to ask him that we should plead guilty. There we go. All right. All right. All right. All right. Do 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 do. Do do do. Nice. All right. Oh wait, there's more. All right. If you say so. Components. Alright, I'm just gonna get this guy out of my way. Actually, you know what? It's like a mixed blessing, isn't it? There we go. We'll just put it sideways. That'll be cool. Alright, whatever. Done. More. Pardon me. Just had that sudden. Oh, look at that. There's a 1K missing. Who do we blame for that, huh? 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 This might be the missing link. Where am I? Oh. Is this the right value? Hold up. I gotta put the right tweezers on here. Well, I'll be damned. That's not good. I have a spare 1K here. Well, do I have one over? Is this 1K? No, it is 44.7. Now we've got problems, Cook. Or Captain. Or Captain Cook. Captain Rick Ashley. Yeah, there's another 4.7. What the fuck? Alright, let's see what we got over here. We might have a spare 1K that we can use. No, that's trash. It's the devil's foil. Sorry, I forgot to fucking steer back. Oh shit, I dropped it somewhere. And I don't know where. We're doomed. Alright, I think I found it again. Alright. No. So, I don't know. We may have to actually turn to our lefts and open a book. Nope. Thank God. Book avoided. I was scared there for a moment. I was like, oh no, the jig is up. Time to pay the Roddy Pied Piper. All right, well, let's move on with absolutely no consequences. Man, this is crazy how close this is to the stupid jacks. All right, I think that is all the resistors that I can see. I'm going to turn on its side, see if we lose anything. Oh, we did. That's great. I will never know. Oh, wait a minute. I literally can see it. That's a 10K? Oh. I lost it. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. And you are... Oh, shit, it's a 1K? Ah, the plot thickens. Alright, we'll definitely need to do a flyover on this whole board. Because I could spot the missing one from, like, without the magnification. So, yeah, there's definitely... I like this big hole in here. It's like an episode of Laugh-In. Whimsical Ravioli! How you doing, mate? How's everyone doing this? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm finding 10Ks I missed. Means a lot. Forgot which way I was going now. Hey, there's that 4.7K that I was looking for. Nope, that's 470. There should be a 4.7K though. And yes, there we go. All right, we're doing better than I expected. I expected failure, humility, and a wash of despair, like a warm bathtub filled with despair, like a despair tub. You ever had one of those? Baloo! Good to see you, mate. I hope you're doing well. It's hanging good here. We're just putting together the vocoder because it is massive and there's no way we're gonna be able to finish this in one stream. But I'm trying to figure out where I missed something, which is starting to become more difficult than I expected. Where was this lone 1K? This is hilarious. What the heck? I don't know. I have no clue now. I thought I was gonna figure it out. Don't have that confidence anymore. Well, here, we might as well solder what we have in here, because I'm gonna miss it. Probably should have cleaned my tip off there. That looked pretty crusty. But it's fine. Hey, there we go. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. Here, let's solder these guys in here. So I have a leftover 1K, a 470. I never figured out where the hell that went. Uh-oh. Gotta run away. It's a little scary when it goes AWOL like that. A little scary. Alright, back to whatever the fuck I was doing. Oh yeah. I was doing this. I really wonder if we're even gonna get to the silicon. Like, I feel we could probably get all the resistors done today. Caps too, maybe, but I feel like anything beyond that is kind of pushing one's luck and expectation. I like these. They're great. The emo solder, the emo resistors. It's just got like a big glob of solder hanging in front of their face. It's cute. It's hilarious. What the hell are we doing again? We're looking we're looking for components. Really, we're just looking for 1K, which fell off the board when I was tipping it. So I thought I'd soldered everything, and then I tipped it, and it fell off, and I was like, oh, well, that's stupid. And then, I don't know what the rest of that was. I'm actually now really annoyed I can't find it. It's not, where the hell is it? Dude, it was on this frickin' board, and now it's not. What kind of crazy magic is that? Is that evil magic? Is that the old ways? Okay, it's not that 22. It's a 1K resistor. It's got to be here because it was there. I don't know, maybe I knocked one loose and repopulated it, and that's what that is, but then it means it's the other board and I missed the 1K. I guess I gotta look over that board anyways, so I should be doing the same here, double checking my work, and alright, and I'll do that. I'll do a pass here where double check, and I will beva check. Although I am getting really hungry now. It's those gummies. They have the side effect. Alright, this is fucking unbelievable. I am beside myself with rage. Yeah, I don't know where this freaking other 1K is. I don't know. I don't see it on this board. I'm gonna flip this board over. Hope no more falls off. That's a good sign. Shall we have a little talk by Robert Sheckley? Scheisse. That's funny. He's a funny dude. Alright, let's float this guy across the eye of the sky and see if we can find 470 and 1K. Because for some reason I have spares of those and I don't think I'm supposed to. Here we can go to this whole row because none of this shit. Well, here we'll stick to this side. It's on the other board. Yeah, I mean, Murphy's Law dictates. It's not on the board I'm looking on, for sure. So this is the other board. This is going to be the main board where the filter and everything is. But, there's one 1K. Okay, so there's the other one. Oh, there's a 10K that's not accounted for. Oh man, that's not good. Unless it's part of this pile. Then it could have flown over there. Nope, that's that damn 75. It keeps fooling me. Making me believe in things I shouldn't. Nope. It's 20. was this guy? That's 100K. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I don't have the 10K over here. I don't know. Yeah, it's like an extra 47 that I don't even remember where that came from. This is a 47. Or no. This is a 1K. See, I'm wondering if I got 10 and 1 backwards. That would suck. These are the tough decisions. These are the things the Academy never prepares you for. How could they? How could they know? Or did they know all along? That is a question for the headmaster, I suppose. Which honestly does not... That I'm kind of giggling on that one. Oh my god, it's just more not the right value. I'm tired of playing this game. I'm Sid Heresy, and welcome to Not the Right Value. I can't wait. Let me, you know what? Let me look at this board one more time. I'm going to flip it so it'll be a little bit different. I want to make sure I put the 1Ks and the 10Ks in the right place. All right, I'm satisfied. Emotionally satisfied. Sure. How did I do this? I don't remember where it was now. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't remember now. Whatever. We'll find it. Sure we will. With violence. Actually, wasn't it up here? Yeah, it was up here. There's a missing... Oh, that's right. God damn it. I got fooled again. That's not 10K. That's 18K. Ah, you little snickerdoodle. Snickerdoodle. Alright, so I think other than the... Let's see if we can find the 470. So it's 470 ohms like that, which is only in this cluster here. So there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, 6, 7, there's 8 of these 470 ohms. times. How many were there supposed to be? What's the real math? Oh, 16. Jesus Christ. All right. I don't know where the rest are. There we go. All right. So, what, 9? 10. 11, 12, or 11. There's gotta be one somewhere I'm missing here. Oh, there's these ones over here. Hold up. Oh, those are 150s, aren't they? All right, well, I kind of don't care anymore. So we'll just put it off to the side. It's just 2 components. We can just pile them together, and then we'll cross that bridge when the bridge comes crossing. Oh, there, or we'll just find it right then. Look at that. I gave up and found it. Don't forget the importance of giving up, kids. A lot of people say don't give up. Give up on those people. They just want to see you fail. No. The true thing is to fight Murphy's Law at every step of the way. And that might mean giving up a little bit. It's perfectly normal. I remember the first time I gave up. And afterwards, I was rewarded with a terrific nap. It was so calming, so peaceful. I woke myself up with my own little snoring. And the SWAT team, they woke me up as well. Apparently, I've been snoring so loud that they thought there was some horrific act occurring inside my home. And in the way things are these days, the city decided it would be frugal to send an entire 20-man SWAT team to tear up my front door lock. I never got that fixed. They don't fix that for you either. And then wake me up out of a perfectly comfortable nap. I gotta say, I never gave up quite as easily after that. I always knew there would be ramifications. Ramifications kind of sounds like a name of a Nintendo character. It'd be like some ram or something that would fight Mario. Because he owes him money or something. I'll pay it next time. It's too late. No ramifications. Oh wait, I made Mario sound like he was Jamaican there for a minute. You know. That'd be fun too. Rasta Mario. I think we've all fantasized about that once or twice. Reggae Mario. I'm feeling irie. Let's go. I still have Italian. Be like this hybrid. Like Mario went to Jamaica, just blew his mind, and then after that, he's like always trying to trickle in little bits of Jamaican culture and language. I would watch the living hell out of that television show. It needed to be a live action, though. I don't think I could take it seriously if it was anything else. Oh, I'm kidding. That's a terrible idea. Oh, you know, I should be... No, I'm good. All right. was going to get up and swap this book for another book. We call this the book swap. That pile of shit tried to give me sass. But you saw what I did to it. I sassed it back. Oh my god, this is a great book. I don't know if you guys have read Resistors 805, 12K to 91K. No? Nobody? It's a page turner. I'm going to tell you right now. I don't want to ruin it for anybody. But 47K isn't where you think it would be. Yeah. And there's a couple of parts in here where you got some precisions. I don't want to... Okay, I think I've said too much. I don't want to spoil it for you. But it's a great book. I don't know where you can get it. Probably nowhere. It doesn't sound like a real thing. But if you were to attempt to acquire this through legal means, it would involve anything unsavory. Whoa, I need 21 of these? Ah, shit, dog. I should have just ripped this whole strip. I don't know. What do we got? Oh, we almost could. I think I have to count it out just to be on the comfortable side. So 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21. Yep, that's what I thought it would be. It was like, I think that's just one left. That was amazing. Almost as amazing as my no-arm juggling trick. But I'll save that for another time. Oh, shit. We're going to use so many of these components that I'm so tired of having. I know, that's not nice of me to say. Some people say that's rude. That all resistors are great. But, you know, after a bit, you start picking favorites. I don't think that came off. Like peels like a snake molting. Or mulching? Is it mulching or molting? Alright, that should be 25, but I'm not gonna count that. That looks like a headache. In tiny pill form. We need 29, so I just need 4 more from this pile of shit. I love it. I don't know what I added. Shit. No! I gotta count it. Alright, 2. 4. Oh my god, I'm trying to... 6, 7, 28, 29. All right. It was a waste of time. But it fed a deeper desire. Oh, wait, what the hell are you, dude? You're not part of this group, are you? Oh, I hope not. Because I just did my count. I gotta find out, don't I? Son of a bitch. Alright. Oh, hold on. I think you're that 10 from earlier, right? You motherfucker. Totally got us. I tell you, a lot of people don't think 10Ks are very funny. I would disagree. I think they are probably one of the more comical resistors out there. You know, there's a lot of resistors that try to be the king, you know, or the queen, you know, of comedic components, but I really feel like 10K, or I'm sorry, 15K. Wait, what fucking value? I already forgot. Yeah, 15K is really breaking it up on the scene. I don't know. Now the bit lost it because I can't even remember the name of the component to properly cite it. Oh, God, that's terrible. Alright, that was good too. That was kind of cool. Not as cool as I thought it would really be, but I don't know, kind of cool. Okay, we're gonna get all this shit over here so it doesn't infect our awesome pile of components. This little kitty here, this is 22. There's gonna be 10 of them. 3, 4, 5, 6. Whatever comes after that. And whatever comes after that. 27. Dude, there's a lot of that 24 action in there. It's weird. What's your favorite value? Well, I don't like to play favorites. But if I was alone in, or if I was, you know, out in a combat area in a foxhole, you know, the enemy's closing in, and I only had one component to share my final possible moments with before the cavalry arrived, if the cavalry would arrive. Probably 1K. You know, 1K is just, it's always been with me. As a component, you know, I feel like it's the universal component. You know, very funny. Not as funny as 15, but still really, really funny. Lots of jokes, lots of bits, lots of characters. Some of them problematic, yes, that's I agree. But you know, it's a resistor. They're old country, you know, and their heart's in the right place. It's they're just, you know, they don't know any better. You know, you have to give them a little bit of slack so you can get enough rope for the noose. I don't know. Anyway, it sounds like we're talking about killing resistors again, and I'm afraid they got me in a lot of trouble other places. All I need is the trenches in a lone melf. There you go, the melf. That's where I should have gone. Oh, there's only 4 of these. Oh, that's so annoying. There's 3 in here. Well, here, we'll do 1, because that'll be comical. And then we'll do the 3. Some bitch, doing it backwards. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that sounds such a fast one. Yeah, it's not. All right, I'll stop. Don't want to get this satanic panic in an uproar. Oh wow, that must be embarrassing. Well, I need how many of these? 4? No, we already did 4. 14. Oh, that only has 1 in it, so I guess that'll be the first one. Running out of room to put these little islands of components. This is the big island. They sure love their tobacco there. And then we have the mid island, and lots of skateboarding, lots of head tattoos. And then we've got Quasi Island. It's still an island. They just call it Quasi because they didn't know what it meant, and they thought it was a type of lotion, I guess. And then we've got the smaller ones here that kind of top it off. What was this one? Dopey, Sneezy, and Blinky, I think, was the name of the islands. I don't know. I really don't. I know where to get a good meal on the mid island, and that's at Toucan Tony's. It's great. They have Mimosa Mondays every day. I forgot what count I was at. I used too much brain power remembering the days of the week. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, I should have guessed that. What did you go for? 14? 10, 12, 14. Nice. Anyways, yeah, it's a great place. Not a lot of not a lot of fans of Carrot Top there for some reason. I'm not sure what it is. They don't seem like they outwardly dislike him, but when I bring it up, everyone's like, ugh, like I brought up a sore part in their history or something. I don't know. I mean, Carrot Top we just were talking about him earlier. He's great, so I don't know what their problem is. I almost brought that up earlier, but I felt like it was too non sequitur. 2, 4, 6, 8. Why do I keep losing it at 8? I don't know. That's the maximum. 12, 14. I got 16. I don't know. No one knows. We'll never understand it. Maleficent Mid-State. Ugh. I think that's a tongue twister there. Now my tongue off. Welcome, man. Hey, how are you doing? I'm doing all right. I get ready to go on the road again for work, so streams are going to be a little infrequent for the next few weeks. But that is the way, and once that's done, I shouldn't have too much for a while. I have like a little bit of shit in April, but that's fine. Oh shit. Damn it. What the hell? I think I launched one. Oh, I gotta count this. Sorry. It's so embarrassing. It's Walmart all over again. So I need 14 of those. Or wait, no. I need 19. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Gold. All right. That was way more complicated than you need to, and I'm kind of convinced I might have hurt my brain. Not permanently, but dong. Oh. No, come on. Don't do that. That's rude. It's not very cool. Okay, be cool. All right. Oh my God, we need 21, dude. I'm just gonna do this strip -4, because this is like 25 strip. Kind of screwing this up. All right, there's 4. There's 4 left over. That should be 21. Ah, shit. That was the wrong value, wasn't it? Ah, damn it. I screwed up. Oh, man. Damn it. How do I undo this? I can't put them back in there. I don't want to throw them away. That's so many. Although I do have a lot, don't I? Such an ethical problem. I'm just gonna I mean, it's such a weird value, you know. Well, you know, maybe I did spend money on these, you know. Maybe they did cost something. I got 1,000. Or I got more than, I got like 500 or something. I saved these. They'll turn into a beautiful butterfly. That'll be edible. How much do you know about rotary switches? I know that I dislike them. And I try to avoid them as best I can. But, you know, what up? Got a funky rotary switch, or does a rotary switch owe you money? It wouldn't surprise me at all. Let me guess. You met this rotary switch at like some place, like a bar or you know, a hotel lobby or something, and they promised to make you rich. And you kind of look into it and you realize it's just a pyramid scheme. It's just an MLM, you know. Or a rotary switch borrowed your car because they had to take their nephew to the hospital or something like that, and then they brought the car back and they didn't wash it, and the tank was almost empty and it was like covered in dirt and there were like scuffs, you know. I mean, they could got out, but it was still like, you know, completely uncool. Is that what happened with a rotary switch? Because that happened to me, all right? That happened to me. A rotary switch really, you could tell I'm not quite over it yet, but really did me wrong. And, hey, Ride Labs, welcome in. Yeah, it really did me wrong. I was pretty upset with that rotary switch. But, you know, it's a rotary switch. You can't stay mad at those guys. I mean, there's some good ones out there. They're not cheap. And sure are more annoying sometimes. Anyways, Lo, you and me both, I have the wire one for my job, and I cannot figure out how to do it. Oh, well, do you have the data sheet? Or have you been able to look up the data sheet for it? Or is it something that's undata sheetable? I filed another right to repair small claims lawsuit today. I need someone in Ann Arbor, Michigan to serve them. Let's go. I've been following up on your thing more since the last time we chatted. I went and watched that video and went over it a little bit, looked at yours and so forth. So kudos on fighting the good fight, mate. I don't know, that sounds kind of cheesy. I hope you know what I meant. Oh, but it wasn't intended to sound corny. Or whatever, I don't know. I don't think it's my best statements. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay. That seems unlikely, but we'll play with it. They moved the courthouse, of course. They say justice is slow. What's going on here? That was my Rodney Dangerfield. That was terrible. I feel bad. Okay, so I don't know how many components is. At least it's more than 5. I think there's, well, yeah, because the first number is 21, so it's definitely higher than that. Then 29, then 16, then 10, then 8. Oh my God, it gets more sad the more I read. This is all over. Oh, this is separate from. Now I'm understanding. Now, when you say C-mount, is that the clamp that? Are you talking about the part that mounts to the table or the wall, or are you talking about the part that mount the interfaces with the camera part? I guess I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Feeling dumb on that one. Dumb. What time is it? 7:30. Or it's 7:26. I might need to check in with Mrs. Heresy and see what she wants to do about dinner. We've got this beautiful spread here to put on. God, this is a lot. I don't know what I was thinking. This is like making a jigsaw puzzle, but with fire and heat and desire. But mostly heat. Not a lot of fire at all, really. It looks like it from afar. The trinocular tube and optics for the camera. Ah, okay. The camera mount. Okay, my bad. Well, I'm in Phoenix, so I wouldn't... about as far away from Michigan as you could. Well, you could probably get a little bit further, but it's a pretty good distance. Let me see. I'll move over to this. Start in the top corner, and we'll just go through it. Put all these dumb components on, or dumb components. Man, I don't know what I'm hungry for tonight. I have The Hunger. Not the movie, The Hunger with David Bowie. That one's a good one too, though. I think I do have that somewhere, maybe. Court date is April 20th. Nice. Nice. I see what you did there. We're thinking of servicing them April 1st with a cover sheet. This is not April Fool's. Well, that would be fine too, since it's April 20th. You know, you got that double entendre on or double on dataron. I don't know. That's the same thing. And then you got April Fools on top of it. I mean, double whammy. It's actually, yeah. You might be able to get a summary judgment out of that. I don't know. We served them. They confirmed. All right. I'm going to be back in just a few minutes here. I'm going to order some food with the missus. And I'll be super duper 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 quick. And we'll get these some bitches soldered on, et cetera, et cetera. Be right back. Alright, thanks for waiting, mates. Wow, how'd the price go so high? I just got two of wait, why does it say it's that much? Hold on a minute here. Oh. Let me do that instead. Okay, I thought I had it, and then I looked at the price, and I was like, that's really expensive. What the hell? And then I realized we ordered like 2 family packs for ourselves, so. Just a second, let me get some. That's way better. All right, thanks for waiting, mates. I apologize. You know what? I'll just go ahead and do that tip. All right. Anyways, let me catch back. Default happens often. Yeah, I know. That's why I was wondering if you could get a default judgment. Well, best of luck on that. I'm definitely rooting for you for that that whole thing. For sure. All right. Let me see here. Yes, I have a data sheet, but it doesn't give the pen outs, and the pen outs are buried in 24-page PDF. Sorry, my computer is ridiculously slow. Is it Gray Hill Series 71? 36 degrees throw, 2 deck, 4 positive, 10 position. So typically, here, let's see if we can find a rotary switch. Switch data sheet, or just a regular sheet. So yeah, like typically, if it's so if it's 2 decks, so you're probably gonna have 2 sets of lines. This actually isn't gonna work for your scenario. How do they? Oh, it's one of these. Yeah, so this is 3-pole, 4-position switch. So yeah, it's like it'll line up with. Oh my God! There you go. God, that was killing me inside. Yeah, depending on what kind of switch it is, it'll line up to the deal. If you have like a multi-pole, otherwise you just, if it's just a 1 to 10, then you just have a single pole here. You might also, to better get it, you might just try using a multimeter with continuity to try to figure out who's on first. Process is going to cost them for sure all over the proprietary part. That should be 50 to 75 bucks retail. Nice. $60 no step. Oh, that's going to be fun to find. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the ads were up. No, these aren't encoders. These are rotary switches. Encoders, man, I haven't looked at one in a while. Actually, I'd have to look it up again because I got a blank on my brain. Okay, Misty, I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't realize the ads were going there, so I don't know what all you missed. But the way they typically work is that if you have a single pole, you'll have one, and it'll link to, you know, the adjacent ones. And but it's yours. You said 2 deck. So I assume there's this one, and then there's another one. So there might be a set of inner and outer pins. You know, if the data sheet isn't telling you what's up, you may be best just to try to figure it out with like a oh, what am I trying to say here? Like a multimeter in continuity mode. That way you can confirm, like, okay, this connects to this pin when it's turned fully counterclockwise. Let me turn it 1 tick fully counter. Okay, now it's lighting up this pin. Okay, now I understand it. And you can kind of map out what's going on, and it's going to just mirror itself over and over. That's how these are set up. Let me pull up the page and see. I'm trying to figure this out myself, actually. So there's 2 decks. But yeah, it doesn't really spell out the pinout. This is more physical dimension stuff. Yeah, I get what you're saying. See circuit diagram. What circuit diagram? Unless that's the note that we're supposed to see. There's detail. There's note. Okay, so yeah. So your common is going to be in between here and here. So, and that'll be pin 5 and 10. And then it should go through these positions as you rotate it, but it'll be in the middle. I think that's what I'm interpreting from this. But it's a total guess. But again, you know, just take your multimeter and map it out to be sure. Yeah. If you see here too, this one's on the 30 degree, which is gonna be like 6 poles or 6 points. So yeah, I think that's how it's supposed to work. It's my best guess. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm getting distracted. Getting confused. Confused again. Speaking of confusion, where's our food? They're preparing. Oh, they're picking it up? Alright. Good shit, man. Hell yeah. I got chicken Alfredo. Was I not afraid of no ghost? Thank you. Oh, you bet, mate. No worries. My pleasure. Hopefully that helps. I'm still a little tiny bit uncertain on my answer because like I'd like to have like a definitive thing, but I'm like, I think that's what they're trying to say. I don't really know. Get off my pen. Oh my god, why are all these hating on me? Why all the haters? I think it would help. Have you ever had to fix a Quest 3 before? Like the VR thing? No. That's a little scary. Wait, a Quest 3 has like a switch on it? A rotary switch? Well, it sounds like that's a known issue if it has a nickname. Although it's not a very inventive nickname. Oh, okay, this is a different thing. Okay, good, because I was like, I think putting a rotary switch in there is kind of a bad idea. Nah, I'd have to look up and see what the fix is for it. Isn't that weird how this 1202 looks nothing like its brother? You think it's still good? You think it's gone bad? Like it doesn't have any flavor? Or it tastes bad? Ooh, I don't know. Now I'm kind of curious. Kind of curious. I don't know. I can't explain these feelings I have. Just know they're there, and they're quite pungent. Ugh. Why do cats do that? I never got that. Like, I gotta pee on stuff. So silly. If that happened, it probably caused a short. Because cat urine especially will like get pretty nasty when electricity is ran through it, and will do a lot of damage. At least that's what I've seen on them internets. You know, it may not be that bad, but that's what you get for trying to put a VR headset on a cat, though. You know, they're gonna retaliate. It's not their fault, they're cats. Retaliation is the only thing they understand. That's why they're called nature's mobsters. They hit us back. We hit them back twice as hard. You hear me? But boss, what if they hit us back even harder? Then we double it. But boss, eventually, you know, we're not gonna have the guys. Then we'll get guys. Boss, I don't think you're running an efficient crime organization. I don't think you know about plastic explosives. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I don't. And with that, Mr. Pepper's kitty cat empire grew tenfold to include all of Catland, sometimes called Pussydom. And there was much cream to enjoy. You're first on my list of channels I follow, which is right where you should. Oh, mate, thank you very much. That's so awesome. So awesome of you to say. Man, it's gonna make going back to work all suckier. Old 6802, a number as old as time itself, a giver, a philosopher, and a cruel tyrant who shows no mercy. But yeah, 6802 is pretty cool, right? Yeah, totally. I mean, I'd hate to see what happened to someone who wouldn't like 6802. Probably get like a really bad haircut. Just remember, man, you can chuck the SMUN in a drawer and build a little 4 HP module. Yeah, don't threaten me with a good. Actually, I'm out of 1/8 inch jacks. I need to make a Tata order, which I'm gonna try to put through tonight. As long as the stream didn't go insanely late. Which reminds me, my food. Where are we at? All right, they're still on the way. How are things going? They're going pretty good. I have to start work up soon, so I'm kind of, like I said, a little, I don't know if bum's the right word. I'm just, you know, I'm not gonna be able to stream and do that at the same time. And it's like a bunch. It's all happening at once. But the nice thing is, if I can get it out and over with, that'll probably be easier, and I'll have some more free time. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. An in-stream order. Yeah, I mean, we put some of it together. I don't know if you were here. Everyone's out of banana nuts. Like, nobody has any right now. And Amplified Parts, like, jacked up their cost on it. I could almost be willing to pay it, but even with the free shipping, it's still a bit high. And I couldn't find anybody less, so I'm like, you know, well, you could order from Bufaco, but I think after tariffs and everything, it's going to be more. And then Modular Attic, they're out of stock. They say they have some, but when you go to try to order it, it says too many. I was trying to remember. I don't know. It's a little bit of a bummer that this is happening. Oh yeah, and then Bufaco is low as well. Like, I don't, you know, maybe their production facility is. Man, I hope they don't quit making those things. I will be livid. I will be livid. I might just go ahead and buy the expensive ones from Amplified Parts just so I can make sure I get them. I might buy extras, in fact. I might see if I can, instead of buying 100, I might buy like 500 maybe. I think for AC outs, which is going to be audio out, and a lot of CV out, it makes sense to probably have like an ungodly amount. Oh, the dress nuts. Thank you for reminding me. I need that too. Those are, where'd you say you got yours from? I don't think Tata carries them. I think it's just Amplified Parts. Yeah, here they are. Nobody carries those, so I'll be happy to buy bulk from there because I don't know where else I would go. Yeah, this is weird that the price is up. I don't get what that's about. What horrible things did I do? Oh, you ordered them direct. Well, I could order them from Bufaco if you think it'd be less. Like, I'll get free shipping for this order, so it would just cost me, you know, the $75 or whatever it is. But if they actually have it in stock, then I should get it because everyone else is out of stock. And I have a bad feeling I'm going to order several hundred, and then they're going to be like, oh, we don't have that. You're going to have to wait 3 months. And I'll be like, why with this bumpkiss accent here? What you talk about? That, the way you're talking. I ain't talking weird. I didn't say weird, I said bumpkiss, like, you know. That sounds like a pejorative. It is. It was absolutely meant as such. It was not a compliment. And I won't let you turn it into one for your own dirty pleasures. Oh, mate, I missed the hydrate in the stretch. All right. Here, let me. Oh, shit. Okay, good. Yeah, I might just see if I can get bulk from Bufaco. Maybe they'll recognize me. Like, hey, Sid Heresy. You should just give me all this stuff. No, I'm kidding. much further is our food? Jesus. Must be traffic or something. Alright. Yeah, it says we'll be here in like 2 minutes, though. I don't know about that. Seems a little thinking high of themselves there. I had them go in the other direction? Oh, shit. Alright, let's just fucking make it weird. Yeah. I don't know, whatever. Doesn't matter. Oh, there's another 12. Look at that. That's great. Hold up. Who runtings? Now I kind of want to turn them all the other way. This is weird. I think I'm being stupid too. And I know I am. It's part of the, well, charm wouldn't exactly be the right word. Bit. There we go. It's part of the bit. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna have to order it from them, which is fine. I like Bafacco. It'll take a while, but, I mean, since I'm gonna be on the road, this will probably work out just fine. My procrastination pays off. Yeah, that's what I noticed. Everybody's low on stock. All right, I think I might have heard a automobile outside. Oh, they're not here yet. Okay, thought they were here. Okay, now they are here, though. Little zippity-doo-dah. All right, guys, I will be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to go get some food out of the food person thing. Yeah, I'm wondering if Bafacco just ran out. I don't know what that's about. Like, I just hope they're not discontinuing them. That would really, really... Oh, no, they missed my house and they went down the wrong road. That's not going to work. You got to turn around. It doesn't connect. Oh, man. All right. Looks like I might have a few minutes. Make sure they don't call or something. But yeah, there's like this development that they did, and it's like completely separate from where I live, but it's right next to it. And you think like, you know, oh, these must connect, and like none of this shit connects. It's so stupid. All right, it looks like they're turning around. Okay, they're pulling. Yeah, now they're pulling back out. They're going on the right road. Let's see. All right, they're pulling out in the main road. Pulling, hopefully, up into the neighborhood here. Wishing them the best. This is going to be great. All right, looks like they made it in. Now let's see if they can go. Oh, this looks bad. All right, looks like they're on their way. I will be back this time. Oh yeah, I guess I came back before, but it was way sooner. Whatever. You get the idea. All right. Oh, wait. Just a second here. Probably fine. All right. Thanks for waiting. I know mealtime is the most annoying time. But it is a time after time. The tariffs, but they're in Spain. I don't think they're getting their stuff made in the USA. I think it's made in Italia. I'm guessing. I don't know. Here's my meal. Delicious fettuccine Alfredo with way too much bread because I accidentally ordered too much. Again. That was messy. I don't know what good videos to watch would be. There's nothing really grabbing my goat. I guess I go to Dave Ratt's page. Yeah, it's been hard. For a lot of synth businesses, since COVID, really. Actually, when I think about it, the market hasn't been nearly as vibrant since COVID. Like prior to that, it was pretty good, pretty steady. This actually looks like a good video. Ooh, this actually looks like kind of fun. Let's do this. We got Dave Ratt, famous audio engineer. I'm a big fan of his work. Love his thoughts, love his ideas. And he's got a video that's how much does a concert dB cost? Oh wait. Oh, the rental rates, yeah. Let me turn this music down just a little bit more.
how much does a decibel cost? We're putting together a sound system or speccing one and looking for a certain amount of volume and coverage. Assuming we've got a sound system that covers the audience area properly and we want more volume, how much does it cost to add that additional volume? Is it linear or is it not? Is it exponential? What about if we're asked to reduce the cost of a sound system? How much PA can we cut? And if we lose a dB, how much money do we save? How much is that worth? I'm gonna poke at this from a bunch of different angles, and yeah, it should be interesting
I love
to
this guy.
look at. It's a project that I'm facing right now, so I thought I would share it with you. So here's Sound Vision, and I've got a K2 system, and we'll look at a K2 rig in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12 boxes. Single hang, just to keep it simple rather than stereo, but you'll get the idea. Here we go. So here's a 6-box hang of K2. We can see the frequency response, and we're looking at these probes here, these 4 probes that are kind of at the perimeter of the listening area. We can see their distance by clicking on them, and we can see that it's about 264 feet away. This one here, position 363. So we're about 100 meters out looking at the volume, and there's our frequency response of those 4 probes. We can look at the mean as well, gives us the average. So let's take a look at our SPL levels that we're getting from these various configurations. And we'll grab that here, SPL target, bring that up, and here is our 6-box system. And we can bring that out. And we can see that it's just over 94 dB at this reference point, which will stay constant. And for our next one, we've got it just under 96 dB. And then we go to just over 96 dB. And here with our 9-box system, we're somewhere around 97. And here we're a little higher. And finally, we're just below 100. All right, so there's our SPL outputs of the various systems. The next thing I did was I level matched them. So I added gain, 5.2 dB
Right on, Ryan.
gain to the 6-box system. The 7's got 4.2. And I added gain to get these coverage volumes very close to the same. And we can go through those. So this is my way of deriving the dB advantage. Now, we wouldn't be able to add 6 dB of 5.2 dB of gain to a 6-box system and get the same volume levels as a 12-box system at its maximum output, but we can see our coverage and we can kind of get that number out of there. All right, so the goal is to find out how much a dB costs us as we increase the volume of the system or its output capabilities. What I did is I extracted all of this. Let's go ahead and look at this here. I extracted all this info and put it into a spreadsheet. But before we get into the cost per dB, let's take a look at the cost of a system
Holy shit.
itself. These are K2 boxes, L acoustics, and they are not inexpensive. If you're not familiar with the cost of these, this may be shocking. I used list prices here, and one K2 box, $15,600. Now, each LA rack, which is
That's
the amp
one
rack, which
box.
has 3 LA12X's in it, an LA rack 2, costs about $56,000, and it can power either 6 K2 or it could power 9 K2. If you put 2 K2 per amp, you'll get the 6, or if you put 3, you get 9, and you can mix and match. You could put 3 boxes on 2 of the amps and 2 boxes on 1 amp and get 8 out of the amp rack, or 7 or whatever you want. But anywhere between the minimum of 6, actually the minimum is 1, right? But anywhere between the maximum of 9 all the way down to whatever you want. And then I took, and they travel in packs of 4. You can travel in packs of 1, but I did packs of 4 for this, for the Chariot and the cover, about $3,200.
Damn.
The fly bumper and bar that hangs them from the sky, I used a 1/6 ratio here, and that is assuming that we're using a bar to hang 6 boxes, and then motor, cable, and accessories. So what I'm kind of doing is determining a deployment per box cost. We know a single box costs $15,000. It uses 1/6 of the rack or 1/9 of the rack, and of the cost of the rack, 1/4 of the 4-high chariot, 1/6 of a bumper if you hang 6 deep, 1/9 if you hang 9 deep, and you can hang up to 24 deep, so you could reduce that to 1/24 for bigger hangs. And then I threw in a number of $800 for motor, cable, or whatever per box. So now we've got a deployment cost per box of $26,600. That's approximately, if you paid full price for the boxes, how much it would cost to deploy a box. This is a handy number because if you deploy 20 boxes, you know it's going to be $500,000, and so on. Now, discount. If you buy the boxes in higher quantities, you don't pay full retail, you buy them used, or you get discounts for whatever reason, you can reduce the cost. So I use a discount of 30%. Let's go to a discount of 40% here. And let's say you were able to acquire these boxes for 40% off of list, and or reduce your costs somehow, making your own cables and by whatever means. Okay, so now we've got deployment costs of $16,000 and $14,000. Scroll down here, average cost of deployment. What I did is I took those two numbers, averaged them together just to give a simple number to work with. And now we'll take a 6-box deployment, and we take that number times 6, and we know that 6 boxes is $91,000. 7,
God
6,
damn.
and so on, up to 12 boxes at $182,000.
That's for a
Now,
single
we know our
array.
cost to deploy these, and since I did the gain matching, we know how many dB or what fraction of a dB we're going to gain by adding more boxes. We can now calculate a cost per dB gained. So if we put a 6-box system out, we spent our $91,000 on that gear, and we deploy it, and then we decide,
Hey,
well,
Gelton,
we want
welcome
it a little
in.
louder, so we're going to add a 7th box. That dB, we gain about a dB, and it costs about $15,000. 2.2. Now the dBs only cost us $13,000.
Well, there you go, dB in bulk.
Each, and about the same for the 9-box. When we go to a 10-box rig, our cost per dB is now $15,000 again, and 12-box is $17,000. This is kind of
Whoa.
interesting. Our first increase was more expensive. It got cheaper, then it came back to normal, and then it got more expensive. Kind of interesting. I didn't really expect that. All right, so let's look at this as a weekly rental rate. Here I used a weekly rental rate of 2.5% of our initial purchase price, whatever's determined in that grid above, and a daily rental rate of about 30% of that, or actually 1/3 of that. 3 rental days equals a week. And here we can look at how much we're selling those dBs to the promoter or whoever's hiring us for. And we can see that the 7-box, the dB costs $147 a day. Each dB costs $134. We go to a 12-box. It's costing us $170.
So what you're saying
per
is an
dB.
8 and a 9
Well,
box
this
is the
all
deal.
Kind of interesting just to see how much we're paying or it's costing us to supply some extra volume or some extra level to the audience. Now the question is, how important is it? How audible are these differences? So you're planning on doing a 12-box system, and then all of a sudden you've got budgetary pressures and you're asked to cut the budget down. What are the ramifications of dropping to, let's say, a 10-box system? Well, the rental rate drops from $1,771 down to $1,475, so you save about $300, and you lose about 1.3 dB. Is it worth it? How do you quantify that? So let's listen to the various systems and the differences between them. All right, so let's go ahead and check this out. So here's the 12-box system. I'll get the pink noise fired up. And let's go the other way.
That coverage point really shows it. Like, it's just the distance that it can throw. Like, that 12 really
Can you
throws.
hear the differences between the rigs? The audience members would hear that difference in average volume, but that doesn't tell the whole story. We could use compression on the 6-box rig and artificially increase the average volume a bit so we'd lose dynamics or alter the way we've deployed. But this is the baseline of what we're dealing with. Also, with the 6-box rig, you get an engineer that's turning it up too loud and all of a sudden they're distorting, so the quality of the sound is dropped. So this is definitely not fully encompassing, but it is an interesting thing to see how much these differences that we hear cost in dollar values. And you can scale this up or down if you have a system that is much less expensive than the L-Acoustics rig. Maybe you take these numbers and divide them by 2 or 3 or whatever that is. All right, cool. Thought this would be fun to do.
Nice.
If you've ever had dropouts or other data...
Oh, man. He has his cables that he sells and his stuff. I'm almost done with my food. Oh, here we go. Look at this. We've already seen that one. Oh, actually, I gotta see this.
All right, so several people I know have told me there's this thing called D-feedback by Alpha Labs. Now, I don't know Alpha Labs. I don't know anything about this thing other than people say it works. And when I was visiting EAW the other day, I ran into Robert Scoville, who's a good friend, and he said I really should check it out. So we borrowed one and fired it up at the Rat Shop to give it a listen. And what it does is it's got a little computer and some software that you buy, and it removes feedback, allegedly. So let's go ahead and check it out. All right, so let's try this D-feedback unit. That's it right there. Computer thing, and I'm gonna turn this mic on, and it's going into that speaker there, which isn't pointed at me, and we'll just turn this up until it sounds great, like this. Hey, 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 two, yeah, hey, hey, yeah, and yeah, hey, hey. All right, so here's your wonderful podium mic, and we'll switch to the same thing going to the D-feedback. Hey, 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 two, all right. And this is normal, yeah. All right, so we can take that to that. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it actually does.
The sound quality seems to be reasonably the same. And back to the normal here. Yeah, people I respect say that this is a good thing. And it seems like it definitely could help things out a bit. All right, this is for those bands that sing like this. Hey, 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 two, let's crank it up. Hey, 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 two, hey, hey, hey. All right, so, hey, yep, hey, and one more shot. I'm afraid to turn on feedback. Watch out, JC. Hey, all right, this is a good show. All right, thanks.
Wow, that sounds really good. I was super skeptical because I've used stuff like that and it's okay. But it's kind of dumb too. Also has a low opinion of wait. Oh wow, he's got like a vlog of nonstop video. Oh wow. Dude, that's insane. got like what, three? No, yeah, he's got almost three. All of them are 3.5. There's one that's 3 hours and the other 3.5 hours. That's insane. 10 hours of motorcycle riding. That sounds great. Wait, how popular was that video? Now I'm curious. Not very popular. All right. His other stuff does much better. Do you ride? No, I did a little bit, but not anymore. Not anymore. Phoenix is like a bizarrely unsafe place to ride a bike. It is weird. It's like you're completely invisible. It's quite weird. You could be on a motorcycle with flashing lights and like a trapeze like clown area, you know, like just hanging off of you and everything and like doing all these cool tricks, and still someone will just like change lanes right next to you. It's so weird. Science doesn't know what's up with it. A lot of people think it's subconscious. It's some sort of thing, like they were hit by something like that. I don't know. Yeah, it's a bizarrely. It's like I don't know. I remember seeing the statistic one time, and Phoenix was unusually high, and I was like, oh, didn't know that. And then I've known several really bad stories, and then some not so great stories, you know, missing a foot kind of stories from people that did. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna curb that whole desire. If I ever move somewhere other than here, I might revisit the topic, but yeah, I'm pretty confident I'm just gonna not ride anymore. We were watching though a guy who was doing a ride across Mexico, and it was really scratching that itch. I was like, oh man, I really want to. I was like, I really want to do that. Yeah, honestly, yeah. I mean, it wasn't kids for me. It's just my lady, you know. I wouldn't want her to worry. And I don't know. You know, there's nowhere to put one. I mean, there's a million other reasons, but one of them is like, don't really want to put anybody in a bad spot. All right, I'm going to throw my plate in the trash or whatever the hell, and I'll be right back. All right. We shall return to the great works of Soter and Sodercles. Not to be confused with Thundercles. He was awesome. Yeah, the snowbirds, exactly. So I had like a bike. It was a Honda CBR 650, a little crotch rocket bike. It actually wasn't little by any means. It was pretty beefy. And I had it for about a week before it got stolen. And in the short time that I had it, I, like, multiple times would just have, like, a car or a semi or a truck. You just see their blinkers. And that was the best part. Like, I think they all use their blinkers. But I just see, and they just, like, just change lanes right into me over and over and over. I had a semi, like, try to flip a bitch in this 5-lane road. And he didn't see me behind him or something. And I was properly behind. It wasn't like I was riding him. And, yeah, I had to stop pretty hard. I almost dropped it. Because he just made a big fucking turn for no reason. Well, he went the wrong way. That was the reason. Not a good reason, kids. I don't know if there's any kids at home watching, but I try to talk to them. So, like, an stable. Hey, Hellraiser. I'm sorry. I just slow to read that. So, like, yeah. I wish that company was thriving, or someone would, take over the reins and. I spent forever trying to grab this one component, and I dropped it again. Yeah, well, I don't think they were ever very popular. Because one, their price was insane, and two, their distribution was just that website, as far as I was aware. I looked around for them, and that was like the only place you could get it. So they didn't have anything in Amazon or, any other retailers or anything like that. So. And it seemed like that company's focus was for keys, for like, custom keyboards. So I'm like, pick a lane. Just get out, take a look, pick the lane, get back in, and stay on that lane. I think the custom keyboard thing is a great idea. But I also really like the mats. I think you guys need to decide which one you want to do. Oh, you're going to do neither. All right. That's great. Real fucking great. Glad your mother isn't around to see this. She's out getting food. You're kidding, right? It's been a thing for a while. Like, they go down to the types of switches that are in the keys. It's like a whole fucking subculture. I think they call it keyboard gooners. No, I'm kidding. I made that part up. I don't think they call them that. That seems really mean. Funny. Very funny, too. I mean, I can't stress, like, how it's funny, but it is very mean. You know, you shouldn't call someone a keyboard gooner. That's... I mean, it's funny, but, you know, very, very, very insensitive. Did you see that Adam Savage tested where he interviews that keyboard nut? No. No, I haven't. I learned about it from a friend of mine, like 7 years ago or so, 7 or 8 years ago, and yeah, it's I think it's done nothing but take off. Oh yeah, like you should check out some of these custom keyboards. There's like I think there's a whole subreddit that's like probably a good place, but yeah, aside from just aesthetics and the mechanics of it, a lot of them will do like custom layouts as well. They'll put little OLED screens in there for feedback and like all kinds of shit. It's kind of and this is typing keyboards, just so we're on the right track here, just to make sure, because this is a synth heavy channel, but I'm talking about typing keyboards. Oh, I forgot to put the 47 in here. Oh man, I don't know where the 47 is. Oh, it's near the end here. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's, you know, it kind of goes from being, you know, like you get like one modular system built and you're kind of out of room and you're like, I don't know where to go. And then you just build like another modular system, but you don't want to get rid of the first one. The first one's still cool, but you like what you got in this other one too. And so you got two. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. And maybe somewhere along the lines you get like another one, you know, but it's more of like a little bit of novelty. It's not sincere, you know, you're just kind of goofing, you know, it's a goof modular. And then maybe you build like a couple of just experimental ones, you know, just kind of like, you know, trip some people out, you know, and trip yourself out, challenge yourself. Maybe it's a little something like that. But instead of modular, you just replace it with keyboard. I think that so weird. Yeah, that would work for exactly what I just said. Yeah, I'd love to get a split again. I was actually looking into it. It's just a lot of money, and I really don't want to spend a lot of money on a keyboard. on a computer I barely use, because I don't really use my Windows system very often except for streaming and Windows related stuff. My daily driver is my MacBook Air, and you know, the keyboard in it is fine. I probably could Bluetooth it in with it, or you know, since it's customized, I could customize the keys so I could have an Apple propeller instead of whatever the fuck Windows has. I can't think of it right now. It doesn't matter. But I don't know. It just seems like a lot of money for something I'm not going to use too much. Oh my God, I forgot it keeps going up. It's like pure evil. Maja made sense and the keyboard thing is weird but interesting. Actually, your first soldering project? That's cool. Now, well, I guess, you know, we're talking about two different versions of expensive. I guess for like a keyboard with that many features, it's probably not at all very expensive. But as a straight up keyboard, it's like, you know, I'm like, oh, I can spend my money elsewhere. I don't need all these little features. Like, I think of the one I was looking at, it was a split, and it was two separate pieces and everything like that, and it had a couple of extra bits. I think it had like thumbsticks. Or no, that was something else. Anyways, it was split. I remember that, and it had some nice little features. And I think the kit was like $300, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. Oh, there's all kinds of shit here. This is wild. Wait, what the is that 18K over there? The hell are you doing over here, 18K? Huh? Yeah, I don't believe it for a second. I don't believe it for a second. Is that whole row just screwed? Is that what you're telling me, 18K? Oh my God. We got problems with this 18K over here. I don't know how to put it, but it's gonna be a molehill I'm gonna try to demountain here. Yeah, look at this shit. We missed this whole row here. This whole freaking row. That's insane, actually. God damn, this is a lot. Well, I figure, I mean, it was parts and everything, so maybe it's like a, you know, an electronics kit. You know, if you buy the kit, you know that you're not gonna get that bulk discount that they got. You're gonna get a loser discount, a Hulk discount, and it's not a Hulk of money. Hey, Genki. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Trying to get this 15 out of here. There you go, you little bastard. I know your secrets. Heyo. Oh my god, wait a minute. It's 15 next, right? Hell yeah, it is. And then it's 18 again, and it's just over and over and over. 15, 18, 15, 18. It's like a cycle of cycling. Man, although I'm almost out of 18s here, I'm hoping that's not going to bite me in the butt. In my new hit song, Bite Me in the Butt. Ooh, it's a funky song about getting bit in the butt. Bit in the butt. Oh. It's, we're still working on writing it. I mean, I honestly, if I could, full disclosure, I had nothing until about 40 seconds ago. But once I heard the name Bit in the Butt, I knew it was going to be a hit. And that the only way it was going to be a hit is if I envisioned it being a hit. If I had faith, my faith would generate its power. They call it gentrification manifestation, with a little bit of intimidation. And a healthy diet of liquefaction. But every now and then a little bit of spaghettification. Or a spaghetti vacation. Ooh, that sounds nice. Even after eating fettuccine Alfredo, all I can think about is eating more fettuccine Alfredo. The doctors called it fettuccine on the brain. And then made these really weird, like, Italian chef kiss jokes, which I felt was incredibly rude. They told me, shut up, nerd. And then, like, continued doing it for like 4.5 hours. At least 4.5 hours. It was like a long time. I left. After like 4.5, I was like, I'm out of here. And then they just were like, what, on and on. Who wants a spaghetti vacation? You know, and I was like, all right, I'm out of here. And they didn't seem to care. They never followed me. I sometimes wonder if that was their plan all along, and they just realized that they wrote themselves into a wall and had to keep making those absurd gestures until I eventually left. I like to think I won that battle. But I also like to think that I'm like a high-level Pokemon that people want in their collection. Is it wrong for me to want to be collected? Maybe. I don't know. What's the laws? Just man's attempt to control things that he doesn't understand. That's all it is. That and the statute between right and wrong, I guess. But, you know. Let's not get too thick in the weeds here. Oh my god, that's not the right value. That was terrifying. Hope I'm okay. Kinda cried a little bit, I won't lie. Just a little bit of tears. Oh, man. I like 22K. I should read the notes on the build. I'm kind of just going at this blind, but I'm kind of in the mind of like, oh, I can, well, okay, maybe I should. Maybe I really should get into the menu. That's not these. Wait, what the fuck is it? 72. Oh, yeah. I see him now. All right. But what about 22 question mark? God damn it. There's no mention of it. There's no mention. It says see notes, though. Did I look over it, maybe? There are two ways to set the noise level. One is the install a gain resistor 4.7 to 10 mags on the PCB to suit. The others is the level going into the summing circuit of channels 9 and 10. The correct gain resistor is the best option. Yeah, I'm not seeing any notes on, I see it on this, but not on 22. So, I don't know what the fuck. I'm just gonna put 22 on there and eat it. I mean, I can barely take it seriously. Where is it here? Yeah. 22? I don't know. Bueller? Alright, well, whatever, man. I'm just gonna do it, and if somebody stops me, I'll fight them. Fight them in the rules of the streets. Non-dominant wrists will be tied together using a bandana. Each of us pulls out a switchblade. Begins the man dance. While Eddie Van Halen stands upon a pile of groceries and jams out on his guitar. It might have been a crate. I don't know what was in the crate, but I always imagined it was groceries. I don't know why. I just feel like that's what Eddie Van Halen would be like. Make sure this crate is full of groceries. I'm Eddie Van Halen. And then you do like a cool riff, like doo-doo-doo. And they'd be like, holy shit, it really is him. That's 18, dude. What the hell's wrong with me? Beautiful. What do you think Bebop and Rocksteady are doing these days? I mean, you know, where's TMZ on that? Damn, this is a lot of components. Is what a weak person would say. Right before being crushed by components. Giant avalanche of death. Let's not forget them and their sacrifice, so that we all can enjoy puberty. Wait, that's not the right value. Ah, never mind. No, I'm kidding. Shit. I need some Dr. Pepper in me. It's so far away, though. All I can do is imagine what it would be like. I hope that it would imagine me as well. Oh my god, there's another 47 here? What the fuck, man? think they're getting paid for 47s. This one's in the 47K lottery. I wonder how much that's worth. At least more than $5,000.
Brand new!
TGO 33333. Welcome in. Earpiece came out. Tooth feels weird. Nobody won't cause me to murder them. What the hell is the next fight? I think it's this guy. I don't know, man. Kind of up in the air. I think this might be wrong. It is not. All right. Negative intuition breeds positive ambition. Breeds two calico cats. Armed with calico facts. There's gonna be like 4 of these, are there? No, let's do this right. We're almost through all these. We're doing pretty good. It's such a massive build. I feel almost... I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel sorry for me a little bit because I'm like, oh, he was such a fool. Such a stupid, stupid fool. Such a naive, but stupid fool. And then I'm like, hey, get off my back. And then I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Didn't know you could hear me. And I'm like, what? Well, you know, with your stupidity and all, I figured you couldn't hear the voice inside your head. And then I'm like, yeah, I totally can hear it. I'm like, oh, well, did you hear that stuff we said the other day? And I'm like, I don't know. I hear a lot of things. It was about your nose. My No, I don't think I did hear that. Oh, good. And then it kind of went on like that for a while. Me, my id. That's what we called him. Cousin id. Just going at it. Passive-aggressive style. With a side of Szechuan. And some other great spices and flavors. Oh, my nose. I love scratching it to the beat. Oops. Well, I didn't have the camera right. My bad. I'll fire me. Make sure I'll never work in this town again. And they'll take my pension away. Hi, man. Welcome in. The Omnivice was well received. Oh, excellent. Yeah, it's so unassuming. You know, you look at it and you're just like, yeah, that doesn't really seem like it's great. And the moment you have it in your hand, you're like, oh, this is as dense as the sun. I get it. Now I get it. I didn't think it would be very good from the pictures. No one brought up that, you know, if I were to drop it on my foot, I'd never dance again. Like my whole ballet career would just be in shambles. So I dropped that thing on my foot. It shattered all the bones into a bajillion pieces, as well as my dreams of being a dancer. Did I mention the dancer bit too much? I think a little bit. We got 215Ks. Nice. Hey, Biznot, welcome in. 4 pounds of raw steel and scheisse. Munimula. I have no idea what that is. This is like my first try with that one. Biznot in the house of the Konnichiwa as well. Let's go. Aluminum. Oh, Valuminium. Valuminium. It's my favorite nickname. No, it's super heavy duty. This has got a white dwarf star in it. Exactly. Here at Hacko, we take a tiny pulsar and package it inside every one of our Hacko omnivices. That's why it's so dense and heavy, because it has a little pocket of the universe. That's why you should never drop it, because if you do, you may break containment. And we don't exactly know what would happen. We've got some bets going on. Some of the guys think that it will open up a Hellraiser type universe with the Cenobites, but the other guys are kind of rooting for more of a oh shoot, I forgot the name of the movie. Event Horizon type thing, you know, which is debatably also the Cenobite universe, you know. You never really know where exactly they're going when they don't need eyes to see, and they do look a little Cenobite-y there for a second. But I pointed this out when they were debating it, but they disagree. They don't think that they have anything to do with each other. And then we've got another guy here at the lab who thinks it will just end all things. Like everything will just cease, and then we'll have to wait like a few billion millennia for time to restart. That guy's a dick. The guy that came out there, I'm gonna just pepper that in. That guy's like he's no fun. I invite him to like my well, we were watching movies, but they were like drinking games. So we watched like the movie Tommy, and you have to drink every time they say the word Tommy. Man, that does not work out very well. I had another one similar to that. It was we were watching the old 1984 Dune, you know, and you had to drink every time he said father. Like, oh man, you get pretty loaded up pretty quickly on that. Like every time, and it just has to be, you know, what's his name? Like the Paul Atreides guy. Oh wait, I'm behind on that. Yeah, absolutely. If you throw that at someone, you're gonna do time. You're gonna do time, because that, you know, all the prosecution needs is to have the jury hold that, to realize how dense it is, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, this person wanted to murder the other person, but due to the lack of evidence and the fact that it was just completely random, we're just gonna have to go with a much less serious charge of man's laughter. Also, word of the wise, don't call it man's laughter. They don't think it's funny. I mean, it is objectively hilarious, though. No, don't get me wrong. Redburn, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. You say hi again. Did you say hi earlier and I missed it or something dumb? That sounds like me. Or is it just hello again? I don't know. Sounded weirder. That says 39, you waffle iron. It's this guy here. Oh, nice. Those are cute. Yeah, I need to do the same. We have like a sink that's like just sprays out water every which way, and it's like, yeah, we need to get rid of the minerales. Oh shit. Oh good. Hold on. Hell yeah. Hey kids. Hey Micro Man, welcome in. Damn it. I was fooled by my own stupidity again. I knew I'd fall for it. Uh-oh. I still got a lot. Oh shit! I still got a lot left over here. Guess what's going on the other board? What's going in my mouth? My mouth. Yeah, I thought so. I don't think there's enough 39s unless this is a 39. If there is, then we're okay. God damn it, we're okay. Excavator? What? What? Ew, gross. Is that my hair? It's a little... I should have saved it. We could do some DNA testing. Find out if I'm the father or the mother. Get Maury Povich on here. Can we get him? Is he like doable? Amik, welcome in. I made a JavaScript DSP plugin API. That was a lot of acronyms. Well, JavaScript isn't an acronym. Welcome in, mate. That's cool. Oh, this has got to go 90. All these are gonna go 90. Oh wait, this whole row on the other side does not need to go 90 though. Wait, what? All right. I guess we'll do these. I don't know. This isn't gonna be pretty. It's not gonna be beautiful at all. It's gonna be gut-wrenching. Hopefully you've got the stomach for this. And if not, I hope you have the money to get a stomach for it. Because damn it, you're gonna need a stomach for it. What is this boy free? Oh, that's Andrew. Okay, let me look again. I didn't see the title part. Chaos and mem capacitors based circuits. Yeah, I think I remembered reading that was his his doctorate for chaos. Relaxation oscillator. That's hilarious. In a mem resistor based circuit, Trilliant chaos in a mem resistor based circuit, analog computer for electronic engineering education. Wow. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that guy's super, super smart. Just a second. I'm taking a little bit of a paralysis. Booze, welcome in. Yeah, I had to do that with my, I think it was my iPhone or something like that. I was like, dude, I gotta read. These glasses don't work for like, you know, hundreds of yards. It's up close. The molecular relaxation simulator. Yeah, maybe they're birds of a feather. Do a quick stretch too. Oh God, why have you done this to me? Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a nice crickle crackle. Oh, scheisse. Do the other side. Oh, shit. What the hell's happening to me? I'm breaking down from the inside. Soon, even these rugged good looks begin to sink and drift away. Like driftwood. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know what to do about it. Because, yeah, that came to Discord. And I was reading about it. And, like, there's, like, no way to avoid it. Like, we can mark the channel as kid-friendly or whatever. But then it auto-mods it. And apparently it's really obtrusive. Or intrusive. It's annoying. And So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. You know, like all this bullshit age verification stuff is ridiculous. I wonder if people could make some fake IDs. That would be great. Let's get a photo of me as Don Knotts. I just hold up my Don Knotts ID. Yeah, this is me. Okay, it needs to go over there, but we'll just deal with this for now. So yeah, it's a never-ending chain of deceit and sadness. I'm gonna try to just do this guy because I know he's sideways, but who isn't these days? Uh-oh. Hold up there, buddy. Well, this guy's an eager beaver there. All right, you two? All right, we might have a little bit of a problem here. All right, hold up. You get over there. You're there. I'm going to clean this off. Real nice and gentle like. And I guess I'm not going to be able to flip you over. Oh. What the hell just happened here? Alright, you guys are all pretty dumb. Oh no, I didn't mean that. That was a joke. Sorry, components. Sorry that you suck. Nah, I'm just kidding around some more. Dude, mind your own business. Oh my god. Here. This bullshit. Can't believe it. Fucking bullshit, man. at least my new good news about Microsoft losing 400 billion due to the baked-in spyware, malware, 10 to Windows 11, along with a special 47 billion in OpenAI massive run. That's a little, it's the little victories, right? Uh-oh. Got this rapscallion here. Ah! You little pooch. Alright, and then you. You ever think like a rapscallion would just be the name of a person that raps about onions? Maybe I should do that. Before that, I was rapscallion. I used to do a bunch of rhymes about onions. Hey. What the hell's this shit, huh? Trouble is what it is. Look at that. Booyaka. They think they can get by. They think they're above the dog. Or the law. Dog law. There's a lot like this. I think I'm just gonna scooch past it, maybe. Well, you know, we might just do it to do it. Prove that we're still technically a man. Viably, not so much, but, you know, by the sheer numbers and papers. What's on our driver's license? Still a man. Although, it's better than the guy from, that band. Stone Temple Pilots, because that guy was half the man he used to be. You remember that song? I'm quoting it. Very dorky, cringy way. You know, because that's my bit. You know, I'm like, you know, cringe is in. And who's more cringy than a guy with giant glasses and a mustache? Like, literally, I'm not, you know, that's it'd only be cringier if I like dance. Oh yeah, I do dance. So it's pretty much top tier cringe, as the kids would say. Oh, come on, don't do, well, I want you to flip around. Flip around. Flip around. Just turn your shit all around. Flip. There you go. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. I keep imagining this argument with someone on Facebook. I'm kidding. Sort of. Draft hold to go. Modular. Are we getting a fade out? I feel like we're getting the fade out there. Because I didn't do it. Oh, no. There you go, you jackass. Trifling piece of shit. Alright, let me see what's up with the jams. Jams are back. Oh my gosh, my butt. Solder worms. Oh man. Gotta get a thumper. Call the worm. I still haven't seen the new movie. I feel so bad. Astral, yesterday I saw Chimes company taking apart 49 GPU that was broken. Or Chinese, I'm sorry. Broken and graphics chips desoldering onto a brand new GPU PCB. Yeah, I've seen some of that too. Where they remove the GPU, put it on like these custom boards, and has all this extra RAM on it, memory. Yeah, what's his name? Or what's that channel called? I'll think of it in a second. I'm drawing a blank right now. That's really eating at me. Gamer Nexus, I think that's the name. If I'm right. They did a really cool kind of investigative journalism thing on GPUs in China for AI and so forth, and how they're smuggling them in and modding them and all that. And one of the things that they'll do is get like doing like these hardware upgrades, like you're talking about. It's pretty cool. The beach was never the same again. Yeah, it is long. I enjoyed it. Honestly, I think I watched it a second time, or I'm going. I don't know. It's I could watch it again. It was so fun. It was such a well produced like little like a 60 minutes or Dateline or something like that. Man. This tooth I have is like acting weird. Damn. There's a lot of shit down there. Damn. Been a few graphics cards in the past. Yeah, I've seen some repairs on some before. The hell is that on my iron there at the top? I think it's like plastic that melted. But from who? And what? Oh, come on, don't be a bitch. What the f... Circuits of love shining through the night, getting me real tight. Rock on, baby. Oh, wait, what? No, that's... Oh, no. This is great. This is awesome. Remember that scene in Terminator where Arnold chips his tooth on a Jolly Rancher? That was great. He's like, ow, my tooth. My CPU cannot process this. It is a neural net processor, not that. Oh, fuck me. What's happening here? Uh-oh, things are getting really bad. Call the police. No, wait. I can handle this. I have the proper training. Fortunately, my training includes death. So, unfortunately, I must, oh, fuck it. Dude, come the hell on. Quit being such a twat. Yeah, that's a twat thing to do. Here. Get over there. No, get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Get over... Oh, you piece of shit. You want me to get the tweezers? I'll get the tweezers, bro. We'll go tweezering this whole fucking time. You want a tweezer? That's fine. I don't got any problems with that. Here's some tweezer action for you, huh? Does that feel good? Is that what you wanted? You want a little tweezers in your life? Yeah, you little sick fuck? Oh my God, you're killing me inside. I'm literally dead. If your mother was alive... Ugh. Alright. It's over now. That man's gone. Let's not forget that sometimes the components will try to fight you. And the only thing you can do is fight them back. With complete, utter... Oh wait, this guy's well, you know what? They're just gonna have to face the wrong way here. Should be going the other direction, but we're just kind of willy-nilly now. Yes, it is always prone to chaos because it is chaos. It is insanity. Man, this is a lot of resistors. Like, I kind of wonder if this is more than the null. I mean, the null took us like 10 or 12 hours to get, I think, the resistors on. I don't think we got the caps. I think we did the caps on like a totally different day. And that was during a 24-hour stream, so. You don't recall it being that much of a bad thing? I don't know, this is just a lot of parts. It's crazy. Doesn't seem that bad, and then you're like waist deep, and you're like, oh my god. Sure would have had a robot do this. Guy earlier was like, you know, you should use solder paste, and I was like, yeah. This is pretty good. But now I'm like, he might have been onto something. I feel like adding solder paste to all these pads would be really brutal in the time consumption market. Plus, when this works pretty damn fast. And it's so many components, you can't watch all of them. So if one of them kind of goes funky, it's going to be really hard to notice while the board's still warm. Here, we'll do those next. See, there's so many of these 12s I'm missing. I don't know if I'd say I was missing them. Well, I just don't like that I can see the beads, and I'm like, oh, well, that's just failure points. You know what? Let's do these 12Ks really quick, and then we'll rotate the board back around and do the rest of this shit. But I don't want my hand to actually accidentally hit one of these and then have to go tell somebody their daddy ain't coming home. Try building a Deckard's voice. Took me like 2 weeks and about 25-ish hours from opening the kit to build. Yeah, I remember when I first started streaming, people were asking me like if I'd build a Deckard's Dream or something like that. And I was like, yeah, I don't really want to spend like $2,500 on a synth. It's a lot of money, and it's not really my interest. And they're like, oh, well, could I buy one and then you build it? Like, no, because that's going to be $2,500 on me. I don't really want that. I mean, if I bought it myself and I built it and then I was like, yeah, I was right, this sucks, then I could sell it. But, if you do the math, it's so many hours of work, and then your profit, if you break it down hourly, you're making like sometimes less than $10 an hour. So it's not real viable that way. You know, it'd be interesting though. Is hey, Booze, do you know if the Deckard's Dream thing, if the schematics are open source? Like, could I take the schematics and build an SMD version of the whole thing? Because that would be way doper. Then I could have it fabbed and have like 90% of the parts put on for me, and then I just have to do, you know, all the rest, like the through hole and the I'm sure there's plenty of chips that they have that it would just be cheaper for me to solder them myself than to pay a ribbit for it. Built it for a friend, don't do it. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I wouldn't mind converting it into the SMD. That would be cool. I would do that. Yeah, I doubt it is. I kind of feel like that's a oh, there's the 12K. It got flown over here. Oh no, wait, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. All right, so let's move it over there. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, these days if it's a cool project, I'm thinking like, oh, is it open source? Can I just convert it to SMD? So I don't want to do through hole of that project. It'll just take 5 times longer. Well, maybe not 5 times, but a hell of a lot of times. A buttload times. Sour times. Wait, what's on that above this? Bastards. Oh wait, there's a 15K that should be here, but it's not. That means it was stolen. Stolen by the man who would steal any 15K. 15K. Tommy. I think this is a 12. Is this a 12? Oh no, it's 15. Oh wow. That's crazy. It means we're almost done with these goddamn components. But we're not done with... Oh my god. We've been streaming for over 10 hours and we're like maybe halfway through the resistors. Maybe 2/3. Holy moly. What have I done? What the hell have I done? Oh, you bastard. What the hell's that about? No one said you could do that. Piece of shit. Alright. I think I could do this with this shit that's on here. The schmutz. Excellent. There's a lot. I thought there was, well, didn't think there was that many here. These goofy fucks. Wow. All right, well, here comes the rain again. Falling on my head like a memory. I'm gonna dive into your ocean. Is it raining with you? I'd like to talk like lovers do. James Mix, welcome, man. Did you have to heat the board up for the flow so well? No, the board is just sitting on a regular silicon mat, but it's flowing. One of the tricks to making it flow so well is the board is covered in flux. So we can go over here. You can see these crystals, and you can see a bit where it ends, sort of. So this is all flux. And since the board is kind of bathed in it, the solder will just pick it up and put some more in. There's flux in this solder as well. So it's just it's kind of a combination of those. And my impatience. Like all those things together cause it to do this shit. Not very well. Well, look at that. See, this guy's going to be a jerk. He's going to be a jerk face. All right, Captain Jerkface. What do you think of that? What? I can't hear you. They hate this. They hate it, but I think it's funny. The resistors. Same deal for the Deckard voice, except for they have them in a couple of alternative firmwares for the voice. Would not want one myself. Super expensive for the kid. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why also I was like, well, if it was open source, I could just do it myself, and I probably would save quite a bit. I mean, the cost is going to be obviously the interface. Because that's always the cost, the jacks and the pots. All right, I think that's all of them that were going up and down over here. I think we got the rest. So let's do our final row of over here. And maybe, just maybe, that'll be all of them. Of course, I've knocked them all around like crazy. Crazy. Those delicious joints. They are. They're like nourishment. But for the bad part of your brain, not the good part. The bad part. Oh, shit. Come on, dude. Catch up. Oh, come on. Okay, so here's a good example of an ornery component. And that's how you deal with one, huh? Who's laughing now, 1202? Huh? 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 That's what I thought. Yeah, you gotta assert your dominance on these components. If you don't, they'll walk right over you. Saw a guy come in once. He was all timid, easy going with the components. Late that night, the components busted into his cell. Made him watch Night Court for hours, backwards. Couldn't understand the jokes. Everyone was walking backwards. Theme song was kind of cool though, very new age jazz sound. Soldered flavored Doritos, there you go. Yeah, it's crispy, it's crunchy. What do you want? We'll make more. You'll be all right with Night Court. Night Court is ineffectual against you as a form of, well, I don't want to say the T word. Oh, unless we do like Method Man. Torture. Motherfucking torture. Let me do it that way. That's pretty good. Bow, ba da ba dow. Bow dow dow. Ba da dow 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 dow. Bow ba ba da bow. Bow dow dow. Ba dow ba 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 dow dow. Ba ba dow dow. Ba ba dow dow. Ba ba dow 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 dow. Bow dow dow. The T word. Tortilla. Oh, what happened up here? Oh. Damn it. Tatas. Yeah, you know. Keep your mind out of the gutter so your soul is clean and ready for Valhalla. I didn't know I had a John Larroquette impression. Wasn't he always kind of sleazy? Or was he just a jerk? I think he's just a jerk. Maybe a little sleazy. It's worth a shot. Oh yeah, you know, I get that. I'm more likely to do a bull impression, you know. It works better if I had a laugh track. Ah, scheisse. Guitar pedal laugh track, that'd be cool. Should get onto that. We could have like multiple different laugh track switches. cycle through. You can go from like 1960s laugh to 1980s laugh track. Holy crap. This might be the invention of the century. Are you tired of no one laughing at your dumb jokes? Then get the laugh track pedal from Laughco. Need to spice up your set? Hit the laugh track pedal from Laughco. Laughter immediately fills the room with a sense of joy and a completion of a good joke. And isn't that what it's all about? Completion. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. No. You don't need to go into detail or excuses. You're better than that. Just try to think about it in a less problematic way. Chico Man? I can do Bullwinkle. Busy Billy Jelly Beans. Hey, Rocky. What is it? Watch me pull a rabbit out of this hat. But that trick never works. Nothing up my sleeve. Presto. Now here's something we hope you really like. Yeah, my Rocky's a little weak. It just sounds like a little kid being held at gunpoint and told to recite these lines, or their brains would be splattered across the wall in front of them. But it's all I got. That and a head full of trauma. Trauma, the film company. Trauma Films. So funny, you forgot to laugh. Because they won't let you. Alright, I'm going to switch to the other board. I normally do a flyby, but I'm kind of sick of staring at this board. And if I'm being honest, I don't like it judging me either. It's very judgy. I don't know if you can notice this from the board, but it's very... You need to shave more. That mustache makes you look dumb. No one's gonna believe you're married with that mustache. It's like really digging in on the mustache. I don't get it. I like to think that it's jealous that it can't grow a mustache. It's not. Yeah, no, it is. And it tries to make that my problem. But it can't, because my problems are far more advanced than any mustache party. You know, it was the great Abraham Lincoln who once said, "Beer me," and held up his right hand. Let us not forget these important moments in presidential history. All right, Mr. Man. Micro Man, you're always getting flagged by the auto mod there. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick because this guy is cached. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Bitte. Oh my god, this module is way denser than I expected it to be. It also may be carrying some dark secrets. Speaking of dark secrets, guys, get ready because things are about to get heavy. Jump up because we're going to bump up, and get down because there ain't no clown in this here town. We got none other than DJ Doey coming with that piping hot, won't stop, skilly bop. Oh my god, freaking hot. Ray! Guys, DJ Doey's in the house. It's all good now. It's all good. Mates, if you're not familiar with our good buddy DJ Doey, there's the link in the Twitch chat. You can go check him out, give them a follow. Variety streamer, from gaming to electronics to music making to arts to digital arts. Like, it's all over the place. It's a great stream. Doey, what were you up to today? A little Fallout?
Where is it? 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 That's not it. 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 That's not it.
Golden shrimp seems to be stuck. I don't know what you mean. Dropped off and dipping out. We played some 76, tackling new weeklies and dailies. Right on, mate. Hey, I don't know if Porphy's in the chat, but they saw the old like Gen 1 of the HiveMind breadboard, and they went and got the upgrade, the newer version. And I didn't know if there was any details or advice or any info, because I was like, oh, well, I just have the old Gen 1. You have the new and improved one. But I didn't know if there was any anything to add to that other than party till you die, and don't aim it directly at anything you want to keep in this universe. Some yap yap? I don't even know what that is. Is that like a Japanese dessert? No, wait. That was yam yam. That's really fucking good. I'm not sure if it's Japanese or not. Actually, now I think about it. We got it at this Asian food mart. But I don't really... it's so long ago, and I knew even less about those things. But yam yam is pretty good. It's like these little sticks of chocolate, and then you have like this pudding that you dip it in. So good. There's one thing Asia knows is desserts. Actually, Asia's pretty good with food all around. There's some exceptions to the rules, but most of the time it's pretty good. Oh. I thought that's what started it. Yeah, I have this, this is one of the Gen 1s. I was just using it to light up these lights. Beep deep deep. But I was using it from another source. I wasn't using it from the power here. I guess I could have. I was just being lazy. Right, well that's what I said. It's old Gen 1. But I needed something, and I didn't have a breadboard, a small breadboard like that, and I couldn't find my bag of breadboards, so I was like, oh shit, I guess this is the next best thing. I don't know why I had a John Wayne accent at the time, but it felt right, and when it feels right, you got to keep touching it. Yeah, it's a co-op game where you are mini wizards sent off to destroy shit, and you have to say the commands yourself to conjure your spells. Oh man. I can just imagine how bad I am at that. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be very good at that. I just imagined it, and it was like Vietnam or something. I mean, I suppose there's trash there, actually, kind of cool, but you're very basic. Shock and awe module. There you go. Just make people poop themselves. And have a bunch of poop cases on your hands. Your attorney will love it. Why do you keep giving me these poop cases, Johnny? Johnny? What the hell's your name? It's not Johnny. Alright. Give me a hint. No. I like you guessing. Alright. Tammy. Tammy? Yeah. Guys go by Tammy. No, they don't. Yeah, sure they do. I know a guy. He goes by Tammy. Okay. Real tough guy. Smokes chewing tobacco. Chews on cigarettes. Well, that's pretty tough. Fights in the intergalactic wars. The what? Yeah, you heard me. The intergalactic wars against Pardok and his evil minions. Uh-huh. Alright, take care, Dowie. Stay guile. Thanks for the raid. Look at all these 47Ks. It's just like what Mom said it would be like. Only a lot less nudity. Thank God. Kept trying to psych myself up for it, but, you know. When it happens, and there's very little you can do except scream out inside. Dear God, put some pants on, man. You know what I'd like to play? I guess Dowie's gone, but I'd like to. So I guess like I think it's the Zen pinball game. You can play multiplayer, and it will. You both log in from two different computers, but then if you play multiplayer, when it's their turn, when it's player two's turn, you can watch the ball and the movements and them hitting the flippers. Remotely. Oh, shit. Remotely. So you don't, it's just a ghost ball moving around. And I love ghost balls. I guess that's like a little tiny thing about me I should keep to myself, unless I want to get rounded up. But, still. I'm just going to come out and be proud and say it. I love ghost balls. Ghost Balls 1 and Ghost Balls 2. I don't know about the remake of Ghost Balls. It was funny, but I don't think there was enough ghosts or enough balls. Chris Hemsworth is funny, though. Yeah, I mean, it was. I haven't seen it. I just read that it does that, and I was like, oh, well, shit, that would be great, because it'd be like playing with your boy, partying up with the fam, and one of them is a ghost, a spirit, if you will, from the underverse, or the underground, where the Humpty Dance is. It's the dance that gives you a chance. You know about that? Oh, you should stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin. Ghost balls were what you were left in a snip. Oh, no. As a person who has self-administered such things, nah. It's not that bad. ABBA? Oh man, they're traitors. They want to install a dancing queen. I thought we were past the days of the monarchy, but ABBA clearly wants to enforce such things. We do not need feudalism, especially in the dancing. Shit. I don't have that value. 68? Okay. Dude, I don't even remember that. When did we have 68? Wasn't that like... Yeah, that was the one I had like 21 of. I could have possibly accidentally gave 20. I mean, anything's possible. Especially with this body. Alright, well... I'm going to assume I did that. Oh, you know what? Where is it? It's right here. Right now. Oh man, there's a 47 I skipped too. There's a lot of, what the hell. Here's a 22. That's good, I guess. I have a ton of 15s I need to do. Alright. Still missing a bunch. There's 15. I got that one. Oh wait, is this 15? Can't remember which one's 15. Damn it. We're out of 15s. Wait, that's 22. And this is 22. Oh, shit. Have I been screwing this up this whole time? Oh, no. I think I got contaminated here. Okay, so I got 15. Okay, good. Go ahead and solder this on. Ooh, man. That's some grunk. What happened to the dance parties? They're still around. Oh, wait. Oh, what happened to the dance party? Was it doctor's orders? Oh, no, we have them. We just, I do them when we have hype trains right now. It seems to be a good way to hype up a hype train is to have a dance party. Doing it on demand was kind of killing me. Not literally, just inside. I was dying a little piece at a time. All right, I don't know what to do. I got 22 here. So I'll use that and we'll solder that on too. But I don't have 47. I don't have 68. Oh, look at all this shit. Did I not solder these on or something? I guess not. Maybe it's just putting them on? I don't know anymore. Didn't really clean it up that much, did it? All right. It's kind of beautiful. But that's what they said about me at the hospital. Ah, look at this. Another 22K trying to slip through my fingers. I'll destroy them all. There's a 15 too. Look at this. It's a family reunion. All right, this is the last of the 22s I have. Now I just have two 15s left. And I have an unaccounted 47 and a 68. Which were both kind of high, weird number. Oh, this is upside down, you son of a bitch. Don't do this to me, okay? There we go. Oh, wait. I don't think I wanted these here. Damn it. Because I'm just going to use logarithmic pots, because I have log pots. Or do I? You know what? We'll just put them on for now. We can take them off. They're way easier to take off than they are to put on. It's just like pants. Oh, look at this shit. I guess I did just put these on and then took a nap. And I'm missing another 47 here. Where is it? What the heck is going on? All right, we're going to figure this out. We're going to figure this out. And then we're going to find out who's behind all this. And then we're going to punch him in the gut. Wait, that's 22? Yeah, it is. Okay. I like these spikes. They're cool. It looks like some sort of cyberpunk thing. All right. So I think that's everybody. Except this guy, obviously. That's another one of those log to linear converters. Or linear to logs. Alright, do a little flyover. Up and down, in and out, up and over. Yes, it's better than bad. It's good. So there's that 68, and there's that, well, there's that 47. So there's two 47s I'm missing. Yeah, there's the other one. Alright. I guess I'm need 168 and two 14s. I don't know where these 15s go. I mean, there's like these 15 peak affairs, and I'm wondering if I'm just missing it because I think it says 15p and not 15k. I don't know. That's pretty hard to fuck that up. But if you give me enough tries, I'll do it. I'll do it really great. Yeah, let's just fix these. So 247s and a 68. We'll look at the other board. We'll go back to the other board and make sure we didn't foobar there. Oh, shit. Spaghetti was pretty good. Or I had fettuccine alfredo. Where's that 68 live? Oh, there it is. Uh-huh. And the 47 that we're missing should be like really close. Well, I said that, now I can't find it. Alright, I don't see it now. There it is. Son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Oh no, the fuse held up you being able to tinker with it. No, I have him. I pulled out what I thought was the correct count, but either I was wrong or I made a mistake or I don't know numbers. Ernest, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Bypass. Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. All right. So I'm gonna take this. I do this. If anything falls off, we're okay. Cool. All right. Let me do a flyby here. See if I'm missing 250. I really don't, because like he has it arranged in a pattern, and these patterns look fine. There's a couple of oddities, but then you look at it more and you're like, oh no, that's fine. So let's give it the old flyby. Looking for 15K. Let's make sure these are 15K and they're not totally messing with me. 15 and Ziatot, which is also commonly referred to as 15K. Well, there it is, baby. We found her. It took almost 10 seconds. I kind of remember this too. I don't know why it went down this way, but it did. That's not good.
Brand new!
Chill Rock 99 with that follow. Welcome in. It's crap that Radio Shack is gone. Yeah. We're fried. I mean, I guess, here in Phoenix, we do have Micro Center, but I haven't been there yet. I saw, like people would form a line to get in and out. It's like a club. Because it's so popular right now. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to let the heat die down. Then I'll head over to Micro Center. I'll join their ranks. Their evil deeds. Oh, man. Let me just check something really quick. I just got nervous, like, if I missed. Yeah, February 12th, and today is the 10th. Tomorrow is the 11th. Okay. Right, what are we doing now? We are going to swap up to the last book. The book of 100K up to 4 point or whatever, like 1 meg, 4 meg. I don't know. There's quite a bit more. It's not as bad as what we just did, but it's pretty damn close. But I want to get this part finished, and then I'll be like, all right, we got the resistors. The resistance has been cleared. Hey, Hellraiser. Thanks for being here, mate. Oh, scratch. Oh, crap. Ah, man, that feels better. Wait a minute. Oh, that's dumb. That's weird. Let's see here. What's this? Oh, well, I can't watch Doey now. They're off stream. It's funny. Ah, excuse me. A little bit of a burp there. My bad. Trust me, it was not intended for you. It was in memorandum of the food I ate. Tiny funeral for food. Food funeral. Food funeral. Studio. How's the night going? It's going all right, mate. This is kind of the last night of the stream. We normally stream Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, but I have some work coming up, and so our next stream will be next Tuesday. But we do have YouTube. I got a bunch of YouTube content in the hole, so you know, while that's the first one. Then I have like 3 more gigs that are gonna really eat into the whole stream week, but you got to do what you got to do in order to get paper. It could be a lot worse. Could be having to dance again. The guilty feet, they have no rhythm. It's easy to pretend, but I'm not a fool. I know, I should have known better than to cheat a friend, but the wasted chance that I've been given. Wait, I forgot the rest of the lyrics. Na 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 na. There you go. There we go. Now we're good. Still testing of it. So super. That nice. Oh man, it's too late for smoothies. I was thinking about it earlier, too. I was like, smoothies. Hell yeah. But too late. Waited too long. Too bad. So we need 4,500 Ks. I know, right? And so I've got these strips. Each one of these are 25. So I'm just going to pull everything except 5 from this guy. And we'll be good. Be just like in the movies. So 2, 4, 5. There we go. Amazing. Now 120K. Two. Alright, cool. I was like, man, better not be 4, because I only have 3 in here. But this will piss me off a lot more later. It'll be hilarious. It'll be weeks and weeks from now. I won't even see it coming. Dick. Alright, we got 5 of these. Let's see, can I just eyeball 5? I think I can. Beautiful. Scrunch these kids up. Oh, don't start hopping and flipping. They love to hop and flip. It's in their genetic material. Night of the Old Republic, 720, 007, everything or nothing. Force 720. Oh, nice. Did you repaste it or something to get better thermal cooling? Better thermals, I guess is the right word. I don't know. I don't know what words are. All I know is food and dog. All right, that should be 20. $220 is going to be 22. Oh my God. We're just using these strips because it's easier to not have to count. Oh wait, this is all short. Oh, these are all different lengths. Son of a bitch. We'll have to count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20? Really? Alright. Oh wait, we needed 22. 22. Alright, so everything but 1. Nice. This will piss off the neighbors. Oh no! We had a flyer. What is this guy? Now I don't know what this dude's for. 18. Ah, shit. We have a leftover 18? God damn it. I didn't see that one coming. Alright, well, we'll keep an eye out. But we gotta press on. Lee press-on nails. The affordable way to look fabulous. La Bulber, welcome in, by the way. So we're working on, this is a eurorack module. More specifically, this is a vocoder. So it does the classic Dorio Arigato, Mr. Roboto kind of sound. But it's, because of the nature of a vocoder, it's got so many bands. It takes up a ton of components because you just have all these filters to do each one of the bands. It's a pain in the butt. Shites. 470. How many do we need of these? 5. All right, these are way normal numbers here, but I wish it was more. So I'd like to make some room in this thing. It's so freaking packed. All right, 1 meg. We need 1. All right. Kind of makes sense. And then 1 new, we need 10. That's weird, man. That is weird. Like, why we need 10, yo? What's going on? Who we doing? I think there's only... Well, I might as well clear this one out. There's 2, 4, 6... Wait, 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Yeah, there's 7 in here. That's fucking great. Now we have 10. It's really great. Oh, that's terrible, Watkins. So, and I need 1 4.7. He gives a number for this. Let me look it up. Because he explains it and I don't remember what the explanation was for this. 805 select level, C note. All right, so 4.7 is what we're starting at, and then we'll adjust if need be. That's what I'm reading. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I hope is the right answer. Prancer, Vixen, Donner and Nixon. Ba-ba-da-ba-doo. I don't know where I'm going. What time are we at? I didn't even look. 11 hours. This is more... Yeah, this is going to go a little bit. I don't really have anything to do tomorrow. Gotta take my kids to the doctor. But, you know, I don't really like paying for the doctor. You know what? I don't even like paying for my kids. Hold on. I don't even have kids. That makes more sense. I was thinking, like, why did I all of a sudden get upset about this and it's been this long? And then I tried to picture their faces and nothing. And then I remembered I don't have any. And then a wave of relief because I really didn't want to have to take them tomorrow to the doctor because that's I hate the doctor. And to be fair, the doctor hates me. Ever since I called him Pilbo Baggins, he's had it in for me. Hello. Hello. Dude. Sorry, I was talking to my hand. I call my hand dude. You don't know what I call my legs. I think I'm gonna just do this whole row because I think these are all 1 megs. Yep. There's only 2 more though, so don't get your hopes up. Ah, man, I thought I had it on the other camera. My bad. Must have been weird. Dark. Oh my god, flip the fuck over, you piece of shit. Swear to God, I will eat you alive. Um... Alright, there's a lot of fucking components here. Just want to bring that to everybody's attention. In case you were doubting that there was a lot. Maybe you were like, you know. There's like a fucking pile of 100Ks here, and we haven't even touched them. That's insane. I've never had more fear wash over me in my life. It's as if the 100Ks are alive. And they feed on our fear. Or like a steak. But something like from the Flintstones, like a brontosaurus steak. I think they feed on that. But I'll never know because technically I'm not supposed to know because, well, I never finished know-it-all school. Sorry, I thought I saw a mini Pennywise pop out from behind. Some shit. I could get endless entertainment out of a rack filled with nothing but 3 VCOs, a genie, bronze up, and at least 3 filters. At least! Oh, look at this guy. We gotta pop him. Can't have this happening. You fucking bastard. Aw. Uh-huh. And 100K, finally, we're dipping into that pile. Uh-huh. Oh, it feels good. Feels so good, it's like walking on ice. So groovy, the shit's out of sight. Oh wait, if there's a 1.2 here, look at that. We used up all our 1.2 megs. High five. Right. I keep forgetting. That's impossible. And I hate high fives. Every time I go in to do one, I feel like a complete idiot. I didn't even do them for years, but like I dated this woman who was really big into high fives, and I would refuse to do them. And then after we broke up, I was kind of like, well, maybe the reason we didn't work out is because I refused to high five. And then I really took that seriously. And it's bothered me ever since. I guess the moral of the story is, even though you're a horrible high fiver, sometimes you have to just be an idiot so that you don't have to think about that after you break up with somebody because that they're, you know, not right for you. Oh my God, there's just so many of these. Okay, I gotta have another one of these treats. Just keep eating one every couple of hours. Whoa, it's like a giant spike there in the internets. Kind of wish this didn't have ganja in it, and I would just eat a bunch of these. I got like a tummy ache. Yeah, you know it's funny, Porfy. I have this one oscillator. It's like 3, but for some reason it doesn't track right. And I kind of threw it off to the side because it was just driving me nuts. And then, and also the waveforms looked weird. I could never figure out what was going on there. Oh, shit. $220, $180, $220. I love it. Yeah, it's the, oh, I can't remember the design. It's the Living VCO. So there's 3 oscillators. They all have their own output cores and everything like that. And then they have a 1 volt per octave that's tracking them all. But that 1 volt per octave has like an LFO that you can introduce into it that kind of cause yeah. Exactly. The Jurgen, I think it's Jurgen Halbe or Habla. Habelin? I don't know how to say that name. I'll be damned if I'm gonna figure it out. Yeah, it's super unstable. And I didn't understand that. This is not the right value. This isn't, wait a minute, this isn't right. And then 120, 150. Yeah, I never got mine. I got it kind of working. But I couldn't get the 1 volt per octave to work right. And then I had some other weird issues with it. I keep meaning to pull it out and take a look because it's been years. So I'm like, I should be able to diagnose it. But, you know, I got all this other fun stuff I'd rather be doing. A short vid last night in Synth Life was taking one of the, I wish tape outs to, I was sitting in a room. Nice. Hey, King of the Ocean, welcome in. Yo, I miss you, David. Welcome in, mate. I hope you're doing well. Staying super guile. I'm good. I'm getting ready to start up a pretty busy couple of weeks, or like it's actually more like 3 or 4 weeks of work. So I'm a little mixed vibes on that, you know, kind of would like it not to be a thing, but once I'm done, I have a whole lot of money to buy pickles with. A ton of pickle money. Pickle finances completely untethered. The way it was always meant to be. The way it should be. Biker, good morning. Guten Morgen. Oh wait, yeah, you're in Dutch. I'm trying to remember now. I don't remember so good. Sad. I wonder if I could just do both. Nah, it's too well. You know what? Actually, there's nothing down here that's worth it, except that 100K. Yes. Well, we'll just do it. We'll just do them. What linear monitor would you recommend? I don't know. All my monitors are hand-me-downs, or I have one monitor I bought that's in front of me. This one, main one I use, but it was I bought it like probably 10 years ago now. Gerto. Rabiata. Like something reggae. Rabiata. Yeah, man. Talking about Rabiata. I get a visual now. You feel it, man. That's not a very good accent. I gotta listen to some reggae music to get my groove back. Oh, headphones, linear monitors. Oh, I don't know. The headphones I use are really inexpensive. They're okay. I mean, they're nothing special. That I just use the I think it's the 7506s from Sony. They're the classic studio monitor headphones. But they're nothing special. Like, I just got them because they're pretty damn tough. All I have to do is buy new muffs for them every year or so, every few years. Ooh, that reminds me. I thought I got new muffs. I don't remember where I put them, though, because I'm like, wait a minute, what happened to them? I ordered them. They should be here by now. And I kind of think I got them in the mail, but I don't remember. So I'll look around. New muffs are great. Oh wait, what am I doing? Why not just solder it? Oh, we will. There's like hundreds of parts, so if I were to stop and do the iron each time, it would take like quite a bit longer. But if I break it down into sections, I not only save time, but I save a life. It may not be like a real life, but you know. Oh, these are 100 nanos. They're not 100Ks. What a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, it's a 100 nano. So there's no 100Ks I'm missing. That is wild, dog. All right, let's solder them in. And we'll see what happens. Look at this shit. Already dealing with this. Smooth operator. Look at this. This 120 and this 150 just blasted every. Oh my god. What the hell is this? This is the stuff of nightmares. And not the nightmares where it's horrific, but no one's wearing pants. Not one of those nightmares. Those are okay. Your clips be funny. Ah, thank you. I tried very hard not to be dumb, but to be passionate. Passionately dumb. I'm hoping to kill this so I can have a real Dr. Pepper, and I can become a real boy. Dude, we're not even close. Look at that. I did that board and I still have like a ton of components left over here. I don't know what the hell's going on. At this point, I'm too afraid to ask. You know, I should zoom in a little bit. It might be a little bit easy. Uh-oh. Well, that guy's gone. Let's not forget. Oh, wait, there he is. Oh, there's so many of these. Boob operator. Oh, come on. Get in there. There you go. Well, that didn't work. Come on. Stick to the metal. I just got new headphones recently. Needed some actually portable ones with decent isolation. Etymonic was having a sale, so problem solved. Oh, nice. The kids I never had. Oh, that's my favorite joke. I actually did a variation of that joke not too long ago. It's kind of half stolen from Bob and Dave, the Mr. Show on HBO back in the mid-90s. There's this whole part where Bob Odenkirk's character is like going on about this water park or whatever. He's like, I was planning to take my kids to this place, but now I don't even think I want kids. And I always thought that was a really funny joke. I was gonna take my kids there, but now I don't even think I want them. I don't even think I want kids. Now I don't think I even want to have kids or something like that. Yeah, that's what it was. Now I don't even think I want to have kids. And it's such a great, like, I don't know, I ruined the delivery, obviously, but it's just so, that old shit is so funny. Yeah, Mr. Show is one of my favorite comedy things. When I first moved out here to Phoenix, I had like a copied VHS tape of all their episodes because it was really before DVDs and it hadn't been released. Later on, a friend of mine got the DVDs once they came out, and we would watch them pretty religiously. But when I first moved out here, I had like a very limited amount of entertainment, and one of them was like the first 3 seasons, I guess, of Mr. Show, and I just watched it over and over nonstop. And my band, we would sample it. I mean, we loved that stuff. It was so funny. Hey, Daxium, welcome in, by the way. What the hell did I just hit there? That's cool. It's got like a little horn. It's a little horny. Ha 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 ha. Ah, shit. Let's go the other way, but I mean, you know, we could, well, no, 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 well, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god, just do the thing. I'm so sick of it. I hate it. There you go, you bastard. We love you. We don't. How do you deal with old hard solder without destroying the PCB? Are you talking about to like take something out of like an existing board? Like you're doing a repair or a mod or something like that? So, one trick is to mix it with leaded solder or even low melt. If you're trying to take something out, like a good example is, and I've been meaning to do one of these. I just been lazy because we don't really need them as badly. But replacing joysticks on like a game controller. I was trying to get some out and I was having such a hard time. And then it was like years later, I learned about just using leaded solder and mixing that in. And then sure enough, after that, it became a lot easier to get those things out by just mixing it. Cause like unleaded solder has a higher melting point. So it's a little bit more difficult because like the metal, the maximum temperature that the metal's going to get, that your iron can get, is just going to be less time for it to cool down. So, you know, you can heat it up with your iron to, let's say, 300 C, but it's going to stop. It's going to go solid once it passes 240, once it goes below 240 C. Versus leaded solder, where you have like an extra 60 degrees that you can kind of use to your advantage. If you use low melt, that will be a great way to take something out. It's kind of my preferred way to do it. But you have to make sure that you remove all the solder, and it's probably best. So like you'll have like something in here, let's say, like this is a pot or whatever. So you get it out with low melt, so you'll still have the solder left over, And the thing is, you'll want to remove it with desoldering braid, then go back and put fresh leaded solder in there, get it mixed in really good, and then remove that again to make sure you clean it up. And then any components that might have gotten some of it on it, you kind of want to do the same thing where you're just going to nuke all that solder because it will, it's contaminated. When you get the low melt, it'll contaminate the solder and it'll make it really brittle and no bueno. Ah, shit. This fucking thing is pointing the wrong direction. I was like, why isn't this working? Oh, you bastard. Why are you doing this to your poor mother? Oh, man. All right. This is getting... It's getting crazy. I think that was it, though. Holy shit. I think that is it. Ah! And then there was a bunch more to do. Well, I tried. I tried to get out of it easy. Ooh, that could have been weird. Oh, wait, this is pointing the wrong way. Can't have that. Won't work. There we go, now it'll work. You ever use hot plates? I have a hot plate, yeah. Hot plate and hot air. I have all those things. I don't have a hot tweezer set because I need a more powerful station. Because the current level on this station just isn't high enough for 2 irons to go at once, which is what the hot tweezers are. I did see a cool tool the other day. It was basically like hot tweezers, but the legs were really long. And I kind of seen something like this before, but I'd never really seen it in action. And it was to pull ICs out. You could basically put it on either side of a P-dip socket, and it would heat up all the pins at the same time, and you just kind of worked it back and forth and popped it right out. I was like, oh shit. Wants that bad. That looks like a party machine. Wait, I just lost that fucking 1.2 meg I was looking at. Alright, we'll just do these for now until I can remember where the hell that went. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I'd love some hot tweezers. They're really good for removing components. I mean, you can put stuff in, but you kind of have to do like a funny flourish sort of to get them to come off, or you can use your iron, I guess. Or tweezers, I mean, not iron. All right. Ah! 9. Was ist das? Nicht. No, 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 no. Jetzt. I saw a desoldering thing with a vacuum suction that looked cool. Oh, yeah. There's like one where it's like a soldering iron, but it has like a pump attached to it. I want to say DJ Doey got one of those, and he likes it. I have really bad luck with those things. I found one it's not as cool. It's passive, I guess. It doesn't have a heating element or anything, and it works pretty good. But I think that's the end of my luck. Like, I don't think I'll be able to find anything cooler than that. Oh, look at this shit. Man. Oh, my God. It's like it's hiding in plain sight. It's the name of my book. Sid Heresy, Hiding in Plain Sight. The story of a man who needs to break wind, but do it subtly so as not to get blamed. It's a tale as old as time itself. You need to fart, but you can't get blamed for it. One more time, and they say that they'd fire you. Even though legally they shouldn't be able to fire you for such a thing. They'll find a way, and it'll be airtight. No attorney would take up a case like this. Oh, come on! Filthy shyster bastard, get over there. Look at that guy, he's trying to run off. What a piece of shit, right? Yeah, I got one from Northridge, and it actually works pretty good. Most of the other ones I've ever bought suck. But I bought one of his, and it actually has like a good seal, a lot of air pressure. Seems to work pretty good. So, I don't know if I got a better desoldering sucker, or I just got better at it, or what. Science will never be able to tell. It's going to be a mystery. Just like where the sun comes from and where grapes come from. Just have to leave that to the ancients. Gotta remember to have good posture here. Right, I was just arguing that this iron setup this magnifying camera setup is great for my posture. And the whole time I've been hunching over this thing like I'm making a Frankenstein. Which I'm not. I should make that clear, I'm not. I wouldn't be so brazen, so mad. So immoral. Grapes come from the other dehydrated. There you go. Just add water and put it in your your rehumidifier. All right, I think that's it. I know we're kind of doing a big broad sweep here. I don't have any music because it's all licensed and copyright. Oh, wait, look at this son of a bitch here. Who do you think you are, huh? Well, you just ruined everyone's chance to hear my a cappella version of the Newhart theme song. Huh. I hope you're satisfied with yourself. I bet most of the people don't even know what Newhart is, man. So fucking long ago. TVs were in a different format altogether. All right. So that guy is done. I'm going to do a little tip. Hey, cool. So that should be all the SMD resistors for this board. Now, we're going to do the same for this board. Bob Newhart. Oh, yeah. But there was a show where he ran like a hotel, and it was called Newhart. And he was the star of the show. That's kind of how the name came about, I believe. I'm no historian on TV things. I haven't read the wiki on it, but that's my general understanding. Oh my gosh, my shoulders. I can't believe it. I've been soldering for like, I don't know, 10 hours or so. So this is taking longer than I had predicted. I thought this would take like 10 hours to complete, but that is definitely not feeling like an achievable goal. Oh my god, this is where we're going to do a million... Did I smear my lenses here, or am I having cataracts? Let me do a lens clean real quick while... In fact, do a double clean. All right. Oh, what's that? Do we win something? Or is that just a mass bomb? I'm cool either way. Well, there we go. That's better. There's a little bit of column A and B. That is known to happen. Oops, I forgot to put my glasses away. Boom! That's a boom! Oh my gosh. Alright. Here's a whole bunch of 100Ks, like 40 of them. Let's go. Let's get it on. Here, I'm going to grab like a pile of these, in fact. Let me see if I can I grab like a pile? It's not even close to enough. Piling these up over here. So I need so many. In fact, I think they're all gonna go here. Oh, come on, you bastard. I can't grab more than like one. Ah. All right, this is a pretty good pile, I guess, to start with. I don't know. There's still a lot more to go. Oh shit! I wonder if I got it dead on. That'd be neat. Is this still a 100K? I think it is. It is. All right. Well, let's get to work. Ah. Which way are we facing? I guess, yeah, we're facing down, so... Wait a minute, let me double. Oh, they're all 1Ks, so it's completely arbitrary. Like, everything that's going... there we go. Okay, so it's to the right. Thank you. That's what I thought, but I wasn't for sure. And even now, I'm less sure. And it's still like a little shimmer of this. What is it? I don't know what that is. Oh well, who cares? Oh shit, that thing's gonna fall. Yeah, who cares? As long as it doesn't fall off, we're good. Oh, hey, White Groiper, welcome in, mate. I'm sorry I missed your chat there. I was a little late. We're working on the vocoder from Nonlinear Circuits. It's called MUN, M-U-N. It's a pretty deep board. There's a lot of components to it. Been working on it for hours just to get the resistors on,